to do that. Thank you for coming back for this session. I was asked to talk about Kerala's contribution to the global responsible tourism market, and that's what I will do. Perhaps. The slide progression is not working. Okay, responsible tourism is a movement for change. I first became involved in India when I was tour leading, actually around the Golden Triangle. Already, back in the 80s, it was seriously congested, and to be honest, a declining experience as I came year on year. Then I went to do work at Keoladeo, and at Keoladeo, we were looking to see whether ecotourism really made any difference to the experience of the guest and to the benefits to the local community. And in all truth, we didn't find it. And we didn't just look in India, we looked in Indonesia and Zimbabwe as well. But the reality is that ecotourism was always a bit of a myth. There are responsible tourism businesses who specialize in ecotourism, but in the main, they're no different from any other. I became very annoyed when I saw these lovingly, often embroidered posters up saying, kill nothing but time, take nothing but pictures, leave nothing but footprints. Absolute exploitation of the local community by tourists and by the tourism industry. The local community gives up the access to its natural resources to benefit the tourists and the tourism industry. And that's really where my thinking moved on into responsible tourism, in the sense that that really wasn't good enough. It's diversity that drives tourism. If Kerala was like Faversham in Kent, where I live, I wouldn't bother to come here. Diversity is critical. Incredible India sums that up. It's one of the best straplines for tourism ever developed around the world. The issues, though, vary from place to place. Water consumption is not an issue everywhere. Carbon and plastics, carbon emissions and plastics are issues everywhere. Most other issues are local, although some of them do occur in lots of places. The critical thing to take away from what I'm about to say is that it's responsibility that drives sustainability. It doesn't get moved forward any other way than when people see a problem, decide to take responsibility and do something about it. The priorities and the solutions are diverse, and we'll hear many of those in the sessions through the rest of this conference. So responsible tourism is not the same thing as sustainable. And an absolute giveaway is when you see people putting that together as though it was one concept. Responsibility drives sustainability, but they are not the same thing. Responsible tourism is about taking responsibility for achieving sustainable development to benefit people in communities and local economies through tourism. Sustainability is just an abstract aim. Nobody can even define it. It's a nice to have, it's a wonderful thing to talk about, but let's not actually bother to do anything. And when you see sustainable and responsible put together like that way in a tour operator's brochure or an NGO's campaign, you can be pretty sure that they're greenwashing. It's one of the key indicators that they've not understood. In the same way that when they say responsible tourism is about making great places to visit and great places to live in, you also know they haven't understood. It goes the other way round. It's responsible tourism when it's about making great places to live in, because great places to live in are also great places to visit. So why the emphasis on responsibility? Well, primarily because it implies immediately action. Responsible tourism has never been a product. It was never designed as that. The only company I know that's been successful in marketing responsible travel as the main thing is Responsible Travel, based out of the UK. But I have to tell you, just before COVID, they were growing at 60% a year. The reason is that people find those experiences, they think they're wonderful, and they come back to the website wanting more of a similar kind of thing. But that is not what it was intended for. All forms of tourism can be more responsible. It's not just about homestays. It's also about the big players like the Sustainable Hospitality Alliance that I was talking about. It's about the big hotels as well as the homestays. It's about the Eurostar and the Eurotunnel and all those other ways of travelling which are less polluting. It's not just about small-scale businesses. So one of the key things that we need to take responsibility for as a movement is countering the greenwashing, of which there is now a great deal in this industry. The tourist needs to experience the difference so that they can call it out when it's not responsible. So it's about using tourism to make better places to live in, and I'm delighted that equations are here. I looked up this slogan, this proverb really, that you often see, particularly further east from India. Tourism is like a fire. You can use it to cook your meal on, or burn your house down if you're not careful with it. Equations have been really important, pushing people to move towards sustainability by taking responsibility. And I applaud their work, even when they disagree with me, which is quite often. But I hope Equations will continue to do that. Josh Krippendorf, writing in the 1980s, said that what we need are rebellious tourists, tourists who would demand more, tourists who will go from wanting just a cheap holiday in the sun to wanting a real experience. So we go from value for money to experience for money. And what Kerala offers on a really big scale is that experience for money. Do you think I could have some water, somebody, please? Just water. The other group that's needed are rebellious locals. It's not just about rebellious tourists. That's more important, we need rebellious locals. And you can see that in the picture there, which is from India, thank you, which I understand is actually of the demonstration outside the conference in 2008. It was difficult to find. If anybody's got a better photograph, please let me have it. But rebellious locals are really important to making sustainability work. We need the locals to be demanding it. I said booking.com is important. It's very important because the research that they do every year with their travellers, and they have a massive number of people, 11,000 in their 2022 survey across 11 countries. What comes through year after year is a slow but very definite increase in consumer demand for things which we would count as responsible tourism. Caring about the environment, wanting to benefit the local economy, and so on. This is mainstream tourists demanding it. And the really shocking figure is that although half in 2021, half of them, almost half, 49% say there aren't enough sustainable travel options available, and 53% say they're annoyed if when they go somewhere, they're unable, for example, to recycle their waste. It's really madness for the industry to ignore this, but large parts of the industry still are, not in Kerala, but beyond Kerala and in other parts of India. This is the image which was used in the New York Times in January this year when Kerala came out on the New York Times list of the top 52 destinations to travel to in the world. What's interesting is that Kerala was the only place on that New York Times list. Now, why is that? I'm sorry to tell you, Director, it wasn't because of your media department. It was because a particular New York Times journalist had been to Kumarakoram and fallen in love with Kumarakoram and went back and told the New York Times that this was a fantastic place. She had spent some time with Rupesh, and she's a friend of mine. But nonetheless, there you are, number 13 on the New York Times list, delivered for Kerala through the Responsible Tourism Network, not through the media companies who claim to make such a difference. I'm sure they do. But this is an example, I think, of real value to Kerala. If I'd won that prize, it would be on my website saying how wonderful we are, and the New York Times says so. So, last year was the 20th anniversary of the Cape Town Declaration, Just before that, we produced guidelines on responsible tourism for South Africa. I've been rereading them recently because I'm writing a retrospective and also doing some work for COP28 on responsible tourism. And what is striking is how much of what we knew in 2002 was in the realm of ideas, and which is now in Kerala in 2022 in the realm of practice. And I think that's a really important thing to bear in mind, that in 2008, when we came to Kerala with the conference, Kerala brought together all of those experiences from around the world, and that's what the Kerala Declaration from 2008 is. It's a list of ideas. Kerala then made its choice about the things it was going to focus on as a priority, and it slowly implemented massive changes in the industry, and there's now a lot for the industry to learn from, so there's a lot now for the industry to learn from Kerala, rather than for Kerala necessarily to learn from the rest of the world. But we'll see what happens in the sessions later. I would say that Kerala is showing real leadership as a destination in responsible tourism. I'm not going to talk about the business cases for responsible tourism. Most of you have heard me do that before, but we need to remember that there is real commercial advantage in responsible tourism. But responsible tourism is a collective good. It belongs to all of us. It cannot be taken and used just by a few for their own benefit. It's in the technical language of a political scientist, it's a common pool resource. It belongs to all of us, like motherhood. It is indisputably a good thing, and it cannot just be owned by anyone in particular. It has to be a common pool resource which we all contribute to, which we co-create by the way we behave and the way we travel. This is the graphic that was used at the Cape Town conference in 2002. And one of the problems about responsibility from the very beginning is that you can see across the bottom, responsibility becomes everybody's responsibility. And if it's everybody's, there's a very real danger that it becomes nobody's. You cannot outsource responsibility to other people. And yet, there are lots of people in India now arguing that primarily responsibility rests with the tourist and the traveller. That's absolutely untrue. The responsibility lies with the industry, with communities, and with government. It does not reside with the traveller. After all, the kind of tourists that you attract to your destination is something that you control. The choices they're given, whether they're going to drink water from a glass bottle or a plastic bottle, is down to the decisions that you make as a hotelier or as a conference organiser. It's extraordinary to me how often in Delhi I still get offered water in plastic bottles. Even when people know I'm going to be talking about responsible tourism, they turn up with plastic bottles of water. Doesn't happen in Kerala. So, responsible tourism cannot be reduced to the responsibility of the travellers and the holiday makers alone. This is a quote from the UNWTO's Global Code of Ethics. And you can see the list: national, regional and local administration, enterprises, business associations, workers, NGOs, all have responsibility. Host communities, the media, and then finally we come to the tourists. The primary responsibility is not with the tourists. There are groups in India now campaigning to say it's all down to the tourist. It isn't. It's down to everyone. The UN General Assembly, when it endorsed the Global Code of Ethics, began by encouraging member states to consider introducing laws, regulations and professional practices. The Global Code of Ethics talked about promoting responsible, sustainable and universally acceptable tourism. It's quite clear where the UN sees responsibility. And it's not on the individual tourist. Where we're still weak is in transparent reporting. If you're taking responsibility, you need to say what you're doing it, why you chose to do those things, what is the issue that matters that you're dealing with, and what is the impact of you taking responsibility. Tell the story. That's what engages your colleagues and the tourists. We're storytelling animals. Tell those stories. And I'm very pleased to see, Rupesh, that we have a day focused on those stories as part of this conference. I think that's entirely right. Now, Chris Warren, who's reading his phone and not listening to what I'm saying, reading the program. Stand up, Chris, please. Chris, please stand up. Chris started a thing called My Green Butler. It's a very interesting innovation because what he's done is to take the principle of sustainability and find ways of engaging the tourist in it. But even in Chris's case, although the focus is on changing the behavior of the staff and the tourist, it starts with the owner of the business. And that's a really important point. Talk to Chris about what he's doing. Now, if we look at reporting, we need to move to Certification Plus. The GSTC system of just giving people gongs for apparently being sustainable is undermined every time somebody walks into a room which is in a hotel that's supposed to be green and sustainable. They find the air conditioning down at 15 degrees when it's 34 degrees outside, just trying to make you ill when they do that, but they do it. Or they walk into the room and all the lights are on in the middle of the day. I've had that experience. And even more insulting, I walk into the room, the TV's on, it's got my name on it. I'm not that old now that I don't know what my name is. I really don't need somebody to put the TV on to tell me my name. And yet they do it, and they're still apparently certified hotels. It's moving on now. We're into science-based targets, particularly on carbon. And one of the most exciting things, just launched in the last week or so, is Weaver, which has come out of South Africa. You'll hear more and more about this. But they've developed an integrated system for reporting on hotels, which the hotel will then have to share with its guests. So we're beginning to empower the consumer to choose more responsible products. And if somebody breaks the rules, the tourist will be able to claim compensation. So tourists have very little power. The destinations present themselves and decide who they're going to attract. The communities and their governments regulate behaviors. For example, how easy it is to get drunk. By editing the choices that tourists make and nudging their behavior, we can have a really big impact. If you don't do that, you get this. The place gets a reputation for being spoilt and the tourists stop coming. That's what happens. The tourist is not powerless, but the only choice they can really make is about where they go on holiday. So if you allow the place to be trashed, the tourists will move away. Now, Booking.com have adopted sustainability as a big part of what they're doing, and they've been encouraging their business partners to be explicit about what they are doing in the hotel to make tourism more sustainable. The danger, of course, of that for the hotels who make the claims, and they're their claims, there they are listed, this is a particular airport hotel in Delhi, these claims are being made explicitly by the hotel. I can't wait for the first legal cases to come where people are demanding compensation because they were telling lies or mis-selling on the website. That isn't going to be that far away. And look at the scale of it. Look at the number of travelers, close to 10 million now on Booking.com. It can't be long with those volumes of people involved that they'll start to use mis-selling, not against Booking.com, because it's not Booking.com saying these things, it's the individual businesses choosing to put those things up. This is Certification Plus. This will begin to change the industry very rapidly. That is the future. So I want now just to turn to the history of responsible tourism in Kerala as I see it. It started in 2007, although my memory of what was happening in 2007, I have now turned 70, my memory of 2007 is a bit hazy, so I have not gone into the detail. 2008 March, we're in Cochin for what was in fact the second conference. It had taken 6 years to get from the first one in Cape Town to the second in Kerala. A brilliant idea to bring the knowledge from around the world that we had at that time about how you could make tourism more sustainable. And the Kerala Declaration actually is largely a list of those things, those ideas which were presented, plus a commitment made by Dr. Venu and the Ministry of Tourism in Kerala at that time to begin to make some changes. The major issues that needed to be addressed then were over-tourism, litter, and most important of all, the thing which generated the protests against tourism was the exclusion of local communities from benefiting from tourism in the villages. I have never seen this done before. I don't think it's been done anywhere else since. But brilliantly, in Kerala in 2008, they decided they would have 4 experiments in 4 different villages. It only really worked in one village. It only really worked in Kumarakom. The consequence of that was that what had been learnt in Kumarakom was then rolled out to other villages over the next 5 years. And basically, I'm sure we'll hear more about these, but there are producer groups, so largely agricultural products where small cooperatives come together to produce at a scale, which means they can supply a hotel. The village life experiences, which are a stunning example of how as a tourist you can go and experience the village life in a community and visit 5 or 6 different households, knowing that those households are benefiting from the tourism, but also knowing that the tour operator or the hotelier is making a commission on that sale. It's a very brilliant model, Rupesh. I take my hat off to you for it. And also avoiding dependency. So in 2015, I'm sat opposite the Minister of Tourism in Kerala trying to persuade him that it would be a good idea to roll this out across the whole of Kerala. And he says, well, prove it. So what happened with them was some research. Sorry, I've missed this bit out. I wanted just to draw attention to the South-South exchange. The links which were developed between the work that Adma Bar had been doing in the Gambia, under Gambia is Good, and the way in which he'd worked with local farmers to produce food into the hotels was an important part of the learning for Kerala. And that South-South exchange that I talked about earlier in my introductory remarks is a very important opportunity that could come from the G20 period. This is Richard. Richard Hearn is here somewhere. It was 2009, Richard, says on the slide, that ATO was here for its annual conference. It was here in Kerala. And I'll never forget the beaming smile with which Dr. Venny walked up to the podium in front of all these UK tour operators to announce that the last charter flight from the UK bringing cheap package tourists to Kerala had been cancelled. Cancelled because domestic tourists were spending more than those particular foreign tourists in Kerala in 2009. That model of tourism has still left Kerala scarred in some of your beach destinations particularly, still working there to overcome the problems left behind by that form of very exploitative tourism. So there I am, 2014, with the minister saying, prove it. Then comes the census, which I helped with the questionnaire for, but didn't conduct it. It was conducted primarily with local people from within the village. You could see this massive change in the number of people who thought that at the household level that tourism is now good for Kerala, and it didn't make much difference whether people actually worked in tourism or not. They still saw the value of tourism to the village in Kumarakoram. And this piece of research, which is published on my website, is, I think, really important in understanding what causes a minister to change their view about how tourism should be changed. We need to see more proper research done on the impact of new initiatives when they come. Kerala was brilliant at doing that. I'm sorry to tell you that still other people aren't doing it. So, I mean, the problem with leadership is getting people to follow. All I can do is say it's a great idea and really more people should do it. But this was the really impressive thing, is that none of the households were really making a big part of their average annual income at tourism. It was one of the ways in which each household made its income. So when tourism collapses, people don't starve because they haven't made themselves dependent on tourism. That's also an important piece of learning in an increasingly unstable and difficult world. So avoid dependency. Then came the Responsible Tourism Mission in 2017, which Rupesh has headed up. Rupesh has been involved with the development of responsible tourism in Kerala from the beginning. It's been brilliantly successful, and now it's rolling out across the whole of Kerala. For those of you who've not been here before, you're in for a treat when you have some of these experiences. It is the most extraordinary space in which to have a connection with local communities. The only other place, and this is a connection back with South Africa, the only other place where this happens on a similar scale, organised in a similar way, is actually the township tours in South Africa, or some of them. But those township tours in South Africa, the ones which are like the village life experiences, are not organised in alliance with the industry. The industry still insists on sending people in big coaches. The equivalent is actually done in small minibuses. But it's the only other place I know of where it's happening at scale. The other thing I would compliment Rupesh on is having written up these methodologies. He's not just an activist, he also writes up what they do, how they do it, and you used Rupesh to publish data on the website on how many people were involved and how much money was being made. But I looked recently and those pages have disappeared. I hope they're going to come back, because I think that's a big part of demonstrating responsibility, is actually publicly reporting on what you're doing. Street took my breath away when I saw it. So far with Rupesh, it's the pinnacle of your work. Let's see what comes next. Be interested to hear what your next plans are. But this has been remarkable, taking a whole village and turning it into a series of different experiences, and this won a global award at WTM. Continuous innovation has been a big part of the success of responsible tourism in Kerala. That co-creation has been really important, with people contributing their ideas. Now, I don't think you've seen this before, Rupesh, I can't remember, but I was asked what Barcelona and Kerala have in common. And the reason I was asked that question is that I was talking about the fact that Barcelona and Kerala are the two leading destinations. The difference is that Barcelona is just a city, Kerala is a whole state, which is a different level of organisation. So what do they have in common? The first thing is they had rebellious locals. This does seem to be quite critical in getting governments and industry to realise they have to do something. So, more rebellion, please, around the world. The second thing, though, and this is absolutely less obvious, is strong, democratic local government. They have it in Barcelona because of the experience of Franco. You have it in Kerala for reasons I don't completely understand. But the strength of the Panchayat movement in Kerala has to be seen to be believed. And you saw the ladies on the platform this morning. These are not people with whom you would want to have an argument about anything, frankly. That's a really big, important part of why it's worked in Kerala. The third thing is transparency, of actually holding the industry to account. In Barcelona, for example, the city council has a subsidiary tourism council, which sits with some councillors, but also representatives of local communities and representatives of the business trade associations, where the community asks these senior business people what they're doing and why they're doing it, and they hold them to account. That kind of transparency is also important. The other thing that you've done brilliantly in Kerala, and Barcelona is beginning to do it, and so are now more and more destinations, is combining marketing and management. Because for too long in travel and tourism, marketing has meant promotion. It's meant handing out leaflets. It's been about PR. What was learnt in Kerala was you needed to change the offer so that you were attracting the kind of tourist that you wanted to have in your home. It's analogous to what happens when you invite people to come to your house for a meal. You don't choose people who, when they arrive, are going to cause you a problem. You choose people who are going to enjoy the same kind of food that you do. You choose people you want to spend time with. And that produces a really great guest experience. And more destinations are beginning to realize that that's what they do. So if you take Joe's Dominic's hotel group, started life as the casino group of hotels, changed into clean, green, healthy hotels, now changed again into clean, green, healthy, earth experience hotels. 3 generations of practice within the same family in those different ways of framing CGH. And Joe's, I take my hat off to you. You've really made that stick with your group. In Kerala, we've seen now, I think it's 3 different ministers in the period that I've been involved with tourism, certainly 3 different secretaries, and I think possibly 4 different directors, but I may have the number wrong. But the point is, that's when you know it's got embedded, when it survives those changes of government personnel. And if I might say, Secretary, it was wonderful to hear what you had to say this morning about how important responsible tourism is to Kerala. You've clearly understood, and you're relatively new in post, but you've understood how significant that responsible tradition is, and I applaud you for that. Madhya Pradesh then took on some of these ideas. It's good to see you here, Minoji. Empowering communities, creating the meaningful connections, respecting the environment and local customs, reversing the negative effects of travel, empowering local communities. You have not slavishly followed what Kerala did. That's a really fundamentally important principle, responsible tourism. You can be inspired by other people, you can learn from them, but everything you do in your place has to be adapted and adopted for your place. That's why it's such a diverse movement and why you can't easily have some kind of international process for certifying it. So responsible tourism in MP, it's been about homestays, rural tourism, responsible souvenirs, safe tourism for women, solid and liquid waste management, and the project Humsafar, which is working with people who are differently abled. To those of us from Europe, people with disabilities, for those of us from India, the differently abled. Extraordinarily successful, doing slightly different things, but the learning between Madhya Pradesh and Kerala and Madhya Pradesh has been very important to the success of the whole initiative. The Responsible Tourism Awards, which we set up in 2004, are about sharing innovation and encouraging replication. We actually go out there encouraging people to copy what other people are doing. There are many Responsible Tourism Awards now, of very variable credibility. There are lots of places which have a responsible tourism as part of their annual awards processes. Lots of trade associations have one. Lots of different responsible tourism awards. What really matters is that you can see the quality of the citation and precisely why a particular business or destination has been awarded. Now, in 2021, India won 4 of the 6 global awards in the World Responsible Tourism Awards at WTM. I counted up recently for a paper I'm writing for the national government. India has won 106 awards since 2004. I haven't checked against any other country, but I'd be really surprised if anywhere has got anywhere near 106. I think Kerala has 19 of those 106. And you can see the list on the right of the different states of India which have won awards. In India, responsible tourism is a national event, but it's only in Kerala and Madhya Pradesh that it's government policy, and that's the difference. The whole destination in Kerala and Madhya Pradesh is adopted. The UN Secretary General keeps telling us that we've entered the critical decade, largely because of climate change. I sometimes wonder if anybody's listening. They need to be. But one of the things we need to do is to counter greenwashing, which is still prevalent in our sector. In fact, I think it's worse now than it was 5 years ago. The industry has a real problem with greenwashing. And the only way to deal with that is through transparent reporting and government action to deal with the laggards. And I suspect, you and I have not discussed it, but I suspect that one of the reasons that Kerala has done it is to try to encourage those businesses that are not engaging to realise that there's a negative effect if they don't. but we'll perhaps have those discussions over the next day and a half. So we're about partnerships for change. And I thought it was worth sharing George Bernard Shaw's famous quote, imitation is not just the sincerest form of flattery, it's the sincerest form of learning. We really need to learn from each other, but we need to distinguish between the patter of which there is so much greenwashing, and differentiate between that and what people are actually doing. The final thing I wanted to draw your attention to is that we're moving on, some of us after this event, to Tula, which is close to Calicut and another part of Kerala. And I'm hoping that there we're going to launch a new initiative around responsible tourism, which is around technology for responsible tourism. That's something I've been wanting to do for about 15 years. It finally looks as though we might have the group together that can achieve that. If we do it, it'll be another first for Kerala, and I hope very much that we will be successful. The final thing I wanted to say is that the opportunity presented by India having assumed the leadership of the G20 for this year is to assist the world in addressing the challenges that humanity faces, contributing to this fundamental mindset shift that Prime Minister Modi has been talking about, and to try and get beyond this sense of being trapped in a zero-sum mindset. We have to move towards sustainable and environmentally friendly lifestyles based on the Indian tradition of trustee towards nature. Thanks for listening.
Thank you so much, Dr. Harold Goodwin, for the presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, we are moving on to the next presentation. The topic is all about Kerala Shows the Path. For the presentation, may I welcome State RT Mission Coordinator, Mr. K. Rupesh Kumar. Check. Also, let me welcome Chair of the session, Mr. P.B. Noha IAS, Director Tourism, Government of Kerala, and in the presence of Mr. K.S. Srinivas IAS, Principal Secretary, Tourism and Fisheries, Government of Kerala, kindly join on stage. May I request Mr. P.B. Noha IAS, Mr. K.S. Srinivas IAS, kindly join. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Harold Goodwin, for the introductory speech and presentation. It was a wonderful session, though we had listened to this speech before. Many of the audience might be listening for the first time. I'm extremely delighted that, we are lagging behind with some time, but then I'm extremely delighted to give a presentation on Kerala Shows the Path, what we have already done. I have given you a small report on during the inaugural session, but then a little bit of detailed interaction we will have right now. Here, in the previous session, all of you might have noticed that in the responsible tourism movement, there are certain key areas wherein we have to work together, and certain key areas which plays a critical role in taking this movement forward. One, as rightly pointed out by Mr. Harold, here the participation of the local self-government. One. Number two, again, within that, the participation of women especially. Now, Kerala was actually lucky to have several verticals which has helped the RT movement to go forward from the initial days. As you all know that from the Cape Town Declaration in 2002, we have already moved forward 2 decades, and in between we were able to achieve definitely certain milestones, but then this is nothing compared to what is capable of achieving and what we ideally be achieving. In the previous discussions with my mission coordinator, Rupesh, we were actually discussing like probably from whatever we have achieved for the coming years and decades, the idea has to be the model which we have already seen successful in pilot areas has to be scaled up and replicated in as many local self-governments as possible, because whatever facilitating environment is required is already there. The local self-government, the empowered field-level functionaries, women empowerment, etc., can actually be helpful in this regard. Again, in the inaugural session, from the industry side, Baby Matthew was vocal about the PPP model which is working in Kerala. I should actually be putting in record that the industry has been very vocal and very supportive in taking up this movement forward, because without their assistance and help, we will not be in a position to take it forward. So seeing an opportunity, seeing the importance, probably even the CGH, from the CGH group, they were talking about, they were actually implementing the idea even before the idea has come up. So it's not that we have come up with a new idea. There were already practitioners. They probably, one thing which we were able to take forward was to create more awareness among the local community, to connect this local community with the industry, and so on and so forth. So I'm not taking much more time here. The PPP model which he was mentioning here was also instrumental in taking the RT mission, RT movement in Kerala forward. Now, the way ahead is definitely scaling it up with the help of each and every one of you gathered over here. Over to you, Mr. Rupesh. Rupesh is actually instrumental in taking this forward. All of us, all of the speakers were vocal about him. The reason being, he has been spearheading this movement. And listen to our stories, please.
Thank you, sir. Thanks. ഇവിടെ നിന്ന് സംസാരിക്കണോ? Where is the slide? Presentation. It's not moving. Yeah. Okay. So good afternoon, all. Once again, we are in the stage to describe something about Kerala's responsible tourism movement. I think Kerala's responsible tourism movement is a very serious initiative taken by the government. The first government taken very serious steps to implement responsible tourism very intensively. That is the first model came from India, I think. So Kerala's responsible tourism movement has a history of struggles, because we can clearly tell you that before starting responsible tourism, there were serious types of agitations and confrontation by the local community. The local community, the host community demanded their participation in tourism. So the government of Kerala decided to start responsible tourism initiative in 2007 with a stakeholder discussion called Better Together. It was conducted at Kanavakundu Palace, Trivandrum. And the field level implementation of responsible tourism started on 2008. We have selected 4 destinations, which are Kumaragam, Tekadi, Kovalam, and Vaithiri. At first, we selected Wayanad district, but later the government decided to pick one destination named Vaithiri to implement responsible tourism activities in that region. So when we think about responsible tourism activities, responsible tourism always stands to create better place for people to live in and better place for people to visit. It is an ideal situation actually. To create better place for people to live in and better place for people to visit is not an easy task. It's an ideal situation. To achieve such an ideal situation, Kerala is trying to develop various models from various parts of Kerala. You can see we are in the 4th phase of responsible tourism activities. We started on 2007 to address the concerns raised by the local community in several parts of Kerala, in several destinations, especially in Kumaragam. Kumaragam witnessed very serious level of agitation by the local community against unethical and unscientific practice of tourism, and I was also the part of such movements. I can tell you that definitely I was there. Not only from my side, the whole panchayat system demanded to the state that if you are practicing such a tourism initiative in this area, we cannot afford it. That was the declaration by the local panchayat raj system. They made the declaration unanimously and passed a resolution to the government, and the government decided to start responsible tourism activities in Kumaragam. That was the history of responsible tourism in Kerala. That means from confrontation to cooperation. That is the real sign, that's the real history of responsible tourism in Kerala. So now we are in the 4th phase of responsible tourism. We started on 2007 and field level implementation started on 2008. And the next, that was the first stage. Then the second stage of responsible tourism was restarted on 2011 as the project. It was expanded to 3 more destinations. And on 2017, Government of Kerala decided to expand responsible tourism activities all over Kerala and formed a mission called Responsible Tourism Mission. And now responsible tourism activities of Kerala already completed 15 years of its movement, and the mission already completed 5 years of responsible tourism mission activities. Now the cabinet decided to promote responsible tourism mission as a society owned by government. So I'm not trying to explain more about responsible tourism because you know that what we are trying to explain, what we are trying to implement in various destinations. So we are focusing to implement economic, socio-cultural and environment responsibility because these 3 responsibilities are considered as the 3 pillars of responsible tourism. So in each and every actions of responsible tourism mission by the state government, by the government of Kerala, by the state tourism department will be focused on 3 pillars of responsible tourism, which are economic responsibilities, socio-culture, and environmental responsibilities. So this is the result of responsible tourism activities. We started on 2007. The field level implementation initiated on 2008. Now we are in the we have completed 15 years of responsible tourism practices in Kerala. We have around 24,000 registered units, and 75% of the registered units of responsible tourism mission are leading or owned by women community. That is the women empowerment part of Kerala's responsible tourism. And we have 140 experiential tour packages. Around more than 1 lakh people, 1 lakh families are working with us as part of Kerala Tourism's responsible tourism initiative. Around 50 crore INR generated for the local community in between the 5 years of responsible tourism activities. So these are the milestones of responsible tourism. These are our major projects. We are trying to develop some model in various destinations. We are trying to implement 3 major projects. One is PEPPER. PEPPER means People's Participation for Participatory Planning and Empowerment through Responsible Tourism. And second one is STREET. STREET means Sustainable, Tangible, Responsible, Experiential Ethnic Tourism Hubs. And the third one, Model RT Villages. We are focusing on these 3 projects. Through these projects, we are trying to ensure the community participation. You can see in the slide what is PEPPER. I am not trying to explain more about PEPPER because you will have different presentation from grassroots models. You can be the part of that presentation. You will get clear idea about what is PEPPER, what is STREET, because we will discuss all these models in details. So Vaikam is the first destination implemented, piloted PEPPER project, and it is declared as the international tourism destination on 2019 November as part of only because of PEPPER project by Responsible Tourism Mission. And Ponnani is the another destination which was also declared by the government of Kerala after the implementation of PEPPER project. Punnayurkulam is the part of is another destination and another Grama Panchayat. An innovative model is coming from Punnayurkulam because after the implementation of PEPPER project, they have submitted their project to the national government, and national government allotted around 50 crore rupees to them for the development of the whole Panchayat Raj system, Panchayat area, and they given the 50 lakhs of rupees to Responsible Tourism Mission for GIS mapping, marketing, website creation, everything, and it is moving very well. So this is STREET project. As I mentioned earlier, STREET stands to Sustainable, Tangible, Responsible, Experiential Tourism Hubs. Through this project, we are trying to implement the motto of UNWTO, Tourism for Inclusive Growth. As part of this initiative, we are trying to initiative farm or agri-tourism street, village life experience street, culture street, food street, water street, and green street. So this is the first destination declared by WTM as the world model for water conservation through tourism. That is the result of the first initiative by STREET project, which was mentioned by Dr. Harold earlier. Maravandurat, it is very close to Kumaragam. It is an island. It is emerged as one of the destinations listed by New York Times also as part of this initiative. We have some flagship projects. We have Kerala Agri-Tourism Network project, Experience Ethnic Cuisine projects, Model RT Villages. We are trying to implement women-friendly tourism, and there was a big milestone declared by UN Women. We will associate with the UN Women for the implementation of women-friendly tourism in the state. And we have responsible tourism classification. I think all the delegates already, they can collect the responsible tourism classification guideline book from the counter, which Kerala is the first state implementing classification system for hotels and resorts to ensure responsible tourism initiative. Bepur Integrated Responsible Tourism Development Project is a mix of all these projects. That means we are trying to develop different models in different parts of the state. And now we are trying to replicate all these projects. We are trying to converge all these projects in some particular destinations. So Bepur Integrated RT Development Project will be the first one which are including or integrated all the successful models of Kerala's People's Participatory Movement in Tourism and especially Kerala Responsible Tourism Missions Initiative. Aimanam is very close to Kumaragam, and it is awarded by World Travel Market for the effective implementation of responsible tourism, model responsible tourism village project. I hope the president of Aimanam Panchayat and the people's representatives from Aimanam Panchayats are also here, like Kumaragam Panchayat people are here. Maravandurat president is president, and the Responsible Tourism Club members are here. Pinarayi, Anjarakandi. There are a lot of delegates from Panchayat under the leadership of Panchayat presidents are also here to discuss about the project implementation. So we can see this is the project, these are the project components. When we will try to develop a destination as part of responsible tourism initiative, we will start from special tourism Grama Sabha. And that Grama Sabha will discuss the positives and negatives of tourism. Then we will start the possibilities of tourism. Then we will start tourism resource mapping. We have different tools to identify the tourism potentials of that destination. For us, tourism potential of a destination is not scenic beauty. There are people, they have their own stories, they have their own livelihood activities, traditional livelihood activities, they have their own cultural experiences they can offer. So we will start from the special tourism Grama Sabha, then we will move to tourism resource mapping, then we will develop tourism resource directory and it will be published. And of course, there will be tourism development committee formation under the leadership of that panchayat president, the particular panchayat president. Then we will develop tour packages, then training and capacity building for the local community, and of course, there will be waste management initiatives. And farm tourism and homestead farming will be one of the integral part of such local movements from responsible tourism mission. And of course, there will be responsible tourism clubs. Actually, responsible tourism clubs are working as the arms of Kerala's responsible tourism activities at grassroots level. We have unique experiences in various parts of Kerala. We have village life experience packages. This was our first experiment. When we started this initiative, there were serious criticism by the tourism industry partners, and it still continues, but we were not bothered about it because it can offer tremendous experience for the tourist. As part of village life experience packages, we will try to find out traditional livelihood activities. It will be converted as community-based tourism projects and products. Then the local community will be trained for guest management and all that. And I can explain that there are a lot of tour operators assembled here. Anybody can discuss with them. I can ensure that not even a single complaint from the tourists till now, after the implementation of village life experience packages from 2008 onwards. This is the result of village life experience packages. Tourists will have the chance to hands-on experience for choir making, toddy tapping. You will have the chance to take selfies from the top of a coconut tree. That we can offer from Kerala. That will not get from any other part of the country. I think you will not get from any other part of the world. That's the branch movement of Kerala Village Life Experience packages. And each and every Village Life Experience packages have their own package cost and it will be directly distributed to the local community. I am not talking about tips. We are not promoting tips because each activity has its own value. So, it is the process to protect traditional livelihood activities through tourism. It is the process of economic and socio-cultural responsibility. Anybody can come and experience, anybody can criticize also, but it is moving very well. I can tell you that more than 1 lakh tourists visited on 2019 as part of village life experience packages in Kerala. We have cultural experience packages. You will have the chance to experience traditional cultural activities. But the traditional ritual art forms cannot be replicated on capsule models. That is against responsible tourism activity. That means Theyyam will not be performed in a resort as in the form of capsule. That will not be good. It will destruct that activity at its value. So the guest will have the chance to experience traditional and ritual art forms from the premises. At the same time, we have another cultural activities which are performing arts that can be experienced for the tourists from anywhere from Kerala. So we have native experiences. We have cuisine experience. If you are ready to visit some part of Kerala, you will have the chance to cook in a home. With you, you will have the chance to experience the food with the family. You will have the chance to pluck vegetables from their farmyard, and you can be the part of that family as part of your tour. As I mentioned earlier, we have RT classification for hotels and resorts. This is the first initiative in India to evaluate the involvement of tourism industry in responsible tourism activities. You will have the chance to visit this resort. It is a part of RT classification. You will have the chance to visit Coconut Lagoon, Kumaragam Lake Resort. There are a lot of resorts are practicing responsible tourism classification as part of responsible tourism initiative by Kerala Tourism. So I'm not trying to explain more about the role of local Panchayat Raj system. I can tell you that, honestly I can tell you that, without the support of local bodies, we cannot make anything at grassroots level. So Kerala's success story of responsible tourism, Kerala's success story of people-centric tourism is the only result of the collective work done by Kerala Tourism, Kerala RT Mission, tourism industry partners, and the host community, which are leading by local self-governments. That is the main reason for our success. That means without the support of host community, without the support of local Panchayat Raj system, we cannot make wonders in responsible tourism. And we are trying to focus on rural development through tourism as part of responsible tourism mission activities. So what are the importance of responsible tourism initiative? As part of the initiative, we can protect local art, craft, and we can ensure grassroots level community participation, and it is an additional income from tourism for the local community. We never told that this is the basic livelihood activity for anybody. Tourism is the vulnerable business in the world. We cannot predict anything. So at first we will start teaching the community that this is not the full-time job. You can be the part of responsible tourism activities for improving your livelihood. It will be a additional income only. So women empowerment through tourism is ensured as part of responsible tourism initiative in Kerala. Local procurement of quality goods and services. You will have the chance to see how the people are procuring, how the producing the local products, and how the industry is purchasing. There is a clear-cut mechanism for local production, procurement, and supply system in Kumaragam, especially in Kumaragam, and not only in Kumaragam, some part of Kerala also. So, of course, we have a lot of environment protection activities, but it is not sufficient till now. And we are trying to explain that we never ask the community for additional investment in tourism. And responsible tourism can ensure the local pride of the community. And it is ensure the relation between local community and host community and tourism industry and tourists. And it can ensure real-time experience for tourists. We never try to recreating, setting up events. We are trying to preserving our culture through tourism. So, these are the result of responsible tourism mission activities. I am not trying to explain that awards are not the, awards cannot declare as the victory, as a result of the victory of any projects. But we never paid any money for any award application. The award jury members came here to study about responsible tourism. When UNWTO declared Kumaragam as the first sustainable tourism or responsible tourism model in India, not only in India, in the world, the UNWTO team came here to study about Kumaragam for 3 months, and they declared the award. As part of this initiative, Dr. Harold and team visited Kerala several times and declared awards for Kerala Responsible Tourism Mission activities and Kerala Tourism. This is the answer to some of the people arguing that we are trying to purchase awards in the name of responsible tourism. I can tell you that that is your practice, not from Kerala Tourism and Responsible Tourism Mission. This honestly saying that whatever captured by the government of Kerala and Kerala Tourism and Responsible Tourism Mission in the name of responsible tourism and sustainable tourism activities, it is the result of the hard work and dedication of some passionate activists and industry partners and the local Panchayat Raj system. That is our reply. So, I'm trying to explain more about. It is a provocating presentation, I know that, because we need positive criticism from the audience. We are requesting to ensure your participation in our discussion. Today evening, Honorable Director and Secretary will present the new Kerala Declaration on Responsible Tourism. So, now we are conducting Global Responsible Tourism Summit. This is the first Global Responsible Tourism Summit in the world. So we are trying to revise Kerala Declaration on RT, which was declared on 2008 as part of second International Conference on Responsible Tourism, happened in Kochi. That was our Magna Carta to promote responsible tourism in Kerala. After the implementation of responsible tourism in Kerala, we covered 15 years of activities. And now there is another declaration by International Center for Responsible Tourism, which was signed at Magna Carta Island. We were also the part of that signing process. So Kerala Tourism requests all of you, Kerala Responsible Tourism Mission and the government of Kerala requests all of you to be part of the discussion to revise Kerala Declaration on Responsible Tourism. That will be declared by tomorrow evening by Honorable Minister. Thank you for hearing me with your patience. Thank you all.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, Global Responsible Tourism Summit 2023. We're just taking a small break for the lunch. Requesting all of you, please go and enjoy the lunch and come back very soon. Exactly at 2 o'clock, the next session will start.
Together for common good. So this is something that I'm really impressed and something that we are doing, learning to do in Sarawak as well. So, yeah.
I think I'm right in saying, Chris, that you've not been to this part of the world before either.
You're wrong.
Ah.
I have been to India, to Mumbai for 48 hours, so I'm close to an expert. And that was over 25 years ago. So that's all.
And you worked for a while in Saudi Arabia, if I recollect correctly.
It's correct. Saudi Arabia, Egypt, Dubai, Syria, Jordan, etc.
So some of those places are quite close to India.
And some of the people I work with. Yes.
So how long have you been here in India this time?
I think I've been here 24 hours. No, I haven't. I've been longer. 36 hours.
So in that 36 hours, and having listened to the presentations this morning, plus, of course, what you'd learnt about Kerala from the responsible tourism movement,
Yeah.
what do you think there is that Kerala has to contribute to the international movement for responsible tourism?
It has to contribute systems. There's a great danger of becoming so successful that you become a victim of your own success. You've got 25,000 units, and trying to administer 25,000 units is a big ask. To grow to 50,000 or more will be even bigger ask. You are therefore, to scale, you're at the great opportunity of recognizing that you need to adjust the way that you're administering all those units. If I understand correctly, you might be having around 450 staff to administer those number of units, and budgets will not grow, so therefore you're going to have to try and administer at least a double in growth with the same resources. So you're at the opportunity of being world leaders in the systemization of managing responsible tourism, internal marketing, and working with people in lower incomes in rural areas that won't just send you a message or won't send you an email. So this requires crafting of some very different types of systems. It's very similar to what I used to do in Saudi Arabia, actually, which you need to do now. Otherwise, it'll become a huge administrative task. And the benefit of doing all that is an amazing amount of analytics that will give you insights into how all these businesses are operating, and consistency of your staff about how they're administering responsible tourism, so there is less subjectivity and more structure.
Have you got any specific suggestions from your experience in Saudi Arabia of doing that, Chris?
Yes. So the people that we're talking about aren't really interested in the technologies that you do need, but they are sociable. And the way to keep all of these people working together, collaborating and building, is to have regular parties. Now, the word party meaning social gathering, you should do it at least quarterly and bring the people together for them to meet each other, to learn from each other, and as they arrive, you register them and put them on your tablets or your laptops or whatever you've got, and therefore you build your audit that way. But they are able then to see the growth and the potential, and you're able to really find out what's going on in the market. You need to do that sort of thing. So it's social marketing, a bit like Avon. I think Avon actually did a lot of this sort of thing in India, where women were selling to women. It's the same sort of concept. That can be combined with modern technology to give you an idea of what you're managing and help you grow in the future. This concept you can then promote back to the rest of India and elsewhere, so that people will be able to replicate the same concept in the same types of economies.
What do you think are the chances of the model that they've developed with the village life experiences being saleable in other countries on commission through tour operators, travel agents and accommodation owners?
I think, well, the people that I'm thinking are younger people and probably where we were looking at websites rather than going to a travel agent. But before I left, a young girl working on the opposite side of my desk was telling me how great it was. I'll be honest with you, I was nervous to come because I was wondering what will the food be like, etc., because that's the sort of person I am. And she said, no, it's fantastic. I've just spent 2 weeks in Kerala. It's fantastic, it's wonderful. There's loads of young people looking for really good, authentic experiences. They're desperate for some real world, rather than the standardized same sort of experience. They want to reach out and see real people. They love to see more interesting cultural activities. In countries like Australia, where I live, my children have grown up to be very accepting from a multicultural point of view, to the point where they correct me all the time because I make inappropriate comments, apparently. But these young people are all very sensitive to different cultures and really enjoy them. And they've been brought up that way. And of course in Australia we have Aboriginal people, and they're all now having an education about those people. This will be true also in many other European countries. And I think that you should embrace that. And as Harold has mentioned before, it's about marketing to the right people. So actually thinking about who do you want to, and therefore using the right type of communication to appeal to that particular audience, so you get people who are more responsible, who are culturally sensitive. Then you're also building bridges for the future, because those people will grow up and do business or come back, and that's what another role tourism has, is creating peace and creating prosperity long term, and that's also our duty.
Thanks for now, Chris. We'll come back to you.
Sure.
Sarah, I should have asked you this before the session began, but I know you've worked in Chile, you now work in Austria, or you live in Austria and work in Austria, and you used to live in Britain. But I don't know whether you've ever been to India before.
Very good question. I have never been to India before yesterday. I spent 22 years living and working across South America, so it was quite a long journey from there, and not on my list with so many wonderful places to see on that continent. I'm grateful to be able to experience it now.
So, with all the knowledge of 24 hours here, what do you think about what you've seen and what you've learnt so far?
what's really impacted me from the presentations this morning is the wealth and diversity of the products that are already developed. So I was intending on speaking a little more at some point over this summit about the process of developing rich products that appeal to different kinds of audiences. But I can see that those are more than well developed. So then that takes us into the world of marketing, which is a little what Christopher's already touched on. And I think that ultimately is the challenge and also the opportunity to really be seen across the world as an RT destination. And that involves a lot of education at the same time. And it also involves that segmentation. So we were talking earlier about the systemization. So who is absorbing each product and how can you get them more in front of a similar sort of person so that you're actually hosting the right people in the right places. So I see that as being a challenge. I'm incredibly impressed by that diversity of products that have already been developed.
What would you, if we'd made the space for you to talk about how you develop that kind of diversity with your experience in Chile and elsewhere in South America, what would you have said?
It goes down to the fact that I believe a lot of products are developed thinking about what the tourist wants. And especially coming back to responsible tourism, that really focus on locals and experiences and culture. I think it's very important to start that conversation with where's your passion and what's your purpose as the actual provider of those products. Because one thing I've seen over and over again happen is that there's inspiration and there's action at the beginning, and over time it can become slightly jaded when someone realizes that they're actually offering a product that they don't particularly love or are passionate about. So I would go right the way back to the development of those products in that sense, making sure that the family, the individual, the community has actually chosen the right product. And then go right back out into a macro view. And this is something I used to do for Chile. And it was, why would someone choose your destination, not the product, the destination? Because especially on a global marketing stage, Chile, for me, the challenge was when somebody's Googling a holiday in southern Chile, the competition is Canada and New Zealand. So why would someone choose Chile over Canada and New Zealand? So that's a question. Why would someone choose India, Kerala? Perhaps it's Kerala, India to say. So if I were researching, thinking I would like to go there, what other place would I be researching in the world? And what's the USP? What's the unique selling point that would get me to engage and resonate with what Kerala has to come here? So it's an enormous challenge. But it's doable, and it's all to do with the quality of the products that are out there and how you're talking about them to the right people.
Okay, we've talked about who your comparators are as a destination. One of the things I think bedevils tourism development at the local level is that people see their main competitor being the tour operator from Delhi, where they are also selling Kerala, or the accommodation which sees another accommodation just down the road as their competition. In my experience, that's never the real issue, because the answer to that is to grow the cake so that more tourists are coming, and then it doesn't matter about your local competition. But how do you overcome that problem of the competition between the providers in the destination? And I ask you this, not certain you know the answer, but knowing that you ran a small hotel in Chile.
Yeah, it is a really good question, and there isn't one specific answer to that. How can you actually get people to not compete with each other? And again, it goes back to that uniqueness. If you have a group of people who are all selling different things and they're all passionate about it, then how they tell those stories is what comes through in the marketing. And I think you have to begin to look at the marketing channels that we're using today. And those marketing channels are dictated to by who you're trying to reach. So if it's a group of people who are all selling village experiences here in Kerala, then by combining together and creating one product, well, one explanation of what you will get in terms of the experience, then yeah, I think that's the best way to go about it. We had a problem in Chile where no one recognized that we were actually a region that could compete with the desert and the mountains in the south and the islands. And so in the end, we put 3 regions together and began to market ourselves under one name, which I know Kerala already does. So it's just about cohesion, and it's about opening up the conversation to offer a product that makes sense to whoever's looking.
Let me give you this is a real example. I was actually I was paid to do this, which is a rare thing for me to be paid. But I was paid to go and look at a development. I better be careful. I was paid to go and look at a development project which had been paid for by a European government in the Himalayas. And the particular project I was to go and look at was up a valley which didn't go towards Everest and from which no view of Everest was possible as a potential trekking route. And what they did was to develop tourism accommodation in every village along that route, generally much less than a day's walk between them. And they decided that the best thing to do would be to teach the owners of those accommodations in the villages to make pizzas so that the tourists would enjoy the pizzas. What they'd neglected to work out was that the resources you need to make pizzas were not available in that valley. But what's the biggest mistake in that story? Is it the pizzas or is it something else? Please give Chris the mic.
It's all the same.
Yeah,
There's
so
no
what are you effectively doing?
You can only have so many pizzas, right?
Yeah. And only so many places to stay overnight on that trek up the valley.
Yeah.
So what you're doing is creating competition by villagers for the same very few people who are going to walk up that road. So what's going to happen to the price?
Cut.
It's going to go down, isn't it? Because you haven't got the diversity. And one of the things that most impresses me, if I'm allowed to comment in this session, one of the things that most impresses me is that the range of diversity in Kerala is such that that doesn't happen. Yeah? That the scale, that it can be scaled up, Chris, without creating that competition between immediately adjacent villages or immediately adjacent groups of village producers, because the diversity is so immense. And I think that's a really important reason why it may work in Kerala, but the same strategy may not work in a lot of other places. Important to hang on to that. It won't work across the whole of India, for example, for that reason, I think. Can we pass the mic back this way? Aditi, I think I can say that part of your name. Chowdhury? Aditi Chowdhury?
Yes.
Thank you. I always check. I'm going to come to you at the end, as I said, because I think your reflection on what you've heard would be really interesting for everyone, and you may have some questions at that point that you want to put back. But would you just like to tell people what you do? Because I'm fascinated by your job.
So, greetings to all. I'm Aditi Chaudhary. I'm an academician, and I'm representing here Central Nodal Agency for Sustainable Tourism from Ministry of Tourism. So, Ministry of Tourism has launched their sustainable strategy last year, and to implement and mainstream sustainability, they have partnered with us as a knowledge partner, and we are working for collaborations as well as implementation part of the strategy. We have just begun. This platform is also an advantage to us to learn, because what Kerala has already proved, we have to do it on national level now. We discussed in the presentation tomorrow that why 2 states only, Madhya Pradesh and Kerala. So same model can be replicated at all places. We have proactive people and we have reactive people. So when you have to make even the reactive people become more active, then you need an intervention. So Ministry of Tourism is aiming to do this intervention with help of Central Nodal Agency for Sustainable Tourism. Change always takes time, But if once change is there, it is proof that it can be done. For me, story of Kerala is an inspiration. It says it's possible. So that with this, I'm hopeful that same model can be created across India. And then as a nation, we can say together that yes, we are on the path of responsible tourism, achieving sustainable development through tourism. Thank you, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, that would be a massive prize if it's possible to do it. Let's move to these two gentlemen at the other end of the row. Now, Adama, stop fighting. What were we saying earlier about cooperation, souls, competition? God, these people are supposed to be involved with responsible tourism. What am I to say? Adama, I know how many times you've been here. Would you just like to tell the audience?
I have been to Kerala 3 times so far. 2008 when we had the conference, 2013. Jose invited us to stay at his Coconut Lagoon, and they have just started experimenting. But my biggest impression then was Coconut Lagoon, interestingly, because when I went there and saw the way the whole thing was managed, different things they're doing with communities, and I had a shock because it was during the monsoon rains. And the whole place was flooding, but the hotel was full. I can still remember that. And I said to Harold, man, everyone is flooding and this hotel is full. What's the reason? I mean, and it was all diasporans coming mainly from America and other countries, Indians who actually were staying in the hotel. So that was really, really impressive. And I must thank you for giving me that false impression. But coming back to what I have had today and the developments so far, really I must pull my hat for both, and I've been to Paradise, Madhya Pradesh, and I must pull my hat for Manoj and Rupesh. I've worked with communities in my country, and I know how difficult, you are not talking about it, but I know how difficult. I think that's where I started having gray hair, really. Because sometimes communities are not homogeneous, they are not all the same, they don't think alike. And what is worst is if you have opinionated leaders who think they are given power by the politicians and they are very powerful and their voices must stay. And you start to talk to them about change and all the rest of it, and they think they should have the best part of the cake and not the others. I mean, that's where it is really, really challenging and difficult. I hope before we leave here, we'll also discuss about those challenging things they have gone through. Not only the nice things, but it's also good for people like me to hear what the challenges are, so that we can learn more from this really bright experience. But the other thing I would like to talk to you about is the support of government is key. Governments, in most cases, democratically elected, and they are meant to serve the people. And tourism is an investment. Governments, whether you know it or not, invest in tourism, marketing. They send people out to do marketing and they pay them. Infrastructure. Most of the infrastructure we build come from sometimes loans, sometimes grants, in my case, in our country. And which means governments are investing, and it is the people's money they are using to invest. So obviously, when you have tourism, then it must have to benefit the communities, the people. Because eventually, if you don't do that, poverty increases, their livelihood choices are very limited, and you have problems in the country. So, obviously, what I have had, it's really, really good so far. I need to see more. But I'm a very critical person. What I did was to actually go yesterday and go to the, to have a cruise ride, to actually look at whether those issues that we came across when we visited concerning the houseboats are still there. To my surprise, the lake was much more clean than it used to be, but still a lot of pollution, a lot of plastic around, especially where the boats are docked. But I had a wonderful, wonderful experience. Still, the management of waste is a serious issue which needs to be dealt with. How are they discharging the waste? Is it still discharged on the lakes? These are still issues that needs to be dealt with by the mission or the government. I don't know which sector takes care of that. I was also informed that whilst some of the bigger players were doing their part, they're managing the waste, there are a lot of other players who are just discharging their waste in the water. This is given that issues of environment is becoming high in the agenda of travelers. I think these are issues that needs to be dealt with. But from what I heard so far, I need to see more. I'm really, really impressed with what is going on both in Madhya Pradesh and in Kerala. And I think when we started, we were, after South Africa, one of those countries that had a responsible tourism policy in my country. But as Harold said, we are coming back to learn from you. Not because of anything, but our governments did not give it that priority that the government over here is giving it to. Tourism, whether we love it or not, is highly, highly political. Politicians must play their part because they can kill the industry easily. By just a minister signing a document, the industry can suffer. They can raise taxes for the private sector over and over, and that will kill the industry or do other things. But if you have a government that thinks holistically and does not only think about communities, but also thinks about the other sectors, hotels, the boats and everything, then the destination will gain more than only thinking of one sector.
Adam, I want to thank you. That's not enough. I want to push you on the subject of Jufre. Jufre. Now, the context in which I'd like you to answer that question is to make sure that everybody understands what the problem was.
Yeah.
And then talk about why the Gambia has failed to deal with that issue, despite your best endeavours. Because I think there's a lot for the world to learn from Kerala's way of dealing with those issues. And they need to understand how bad it can be if you don't do what Kerala does. So that's the reason I think that would be a useful contribution.
Jufure is a small village in the Gambia. By the way, the Gambia is the smallest country in Africa, mainland country. We are only 2 million people. But Jufure was made famous. I don't know, some of you who were around in the 70s will know about the book called Roots. And there was an epic theme on the roots because this American discovered his ancestors in this small village called Jufure in the Gambia. And because of that, Jufure was made famous because the epic theme, in those days, we can say it went viral because everyone was interested in looking at the theme. And that attracted a lot of visitors to this village called Jufure. At one time, in the 70s and the 80s, 25% of all tourists visiting the Gambia will visit this village called Jufure. 25%. So, for example, if we have 100,000 tourists per year, it means 25,000 tourists will visit this small village, and all they do is embark, go and meet the family, go to the slave museum, and come back, get in the boat, and actually have their meal on board without living much within the community. All you had in the community was a donation box where anyone who comes can actually donate. And we all know what a donation box can create, because where it is opened is not the whole community that is present. Yeah? And therefore everybody is suspicious that millions went into that donation box and they're not seeing much from it. It went to a stage where there was a lot of conflict within the community, and tourists were seriously hassled because of that, because not much money was coming. And the community had only 3 hours of the tourists coming to make business. And most of the young people actually left school or were just following the tourists to get something. That is a worst case of what can happen if tourism is not managed properly. What ended up happening was tour operators that were actually part of the problem, because no one sensitized the communities on how to behave, what to do. Tourism was just new to them. Started to blame the community for the hassle. I went to the government and said, now look, we have to stop this excursion. We'll take it out from our whole excursion list because there is too much hassle. And what ended up happening is, I was working then, I was the program manager for the Travel Foundation. Zamari is here, was also the Travel Foundation for Sri Lanka. I was called by the ministry to see what we can do to solve the problem. And we decided to work with the community to implement a lot of the things. We forced the tour operators to have a gate fee. We told them to manage this, all the tourists you bring to the community must be guided by locals themselves. We needed to train the locals to be the guides and guide the tourists in the community. And from the money that was collected, and of course, we charged a gate fee of £1 then, which was a lot of money, for every tourist visiting the community must pay £1 as a gate fee. And that went towards development projects for the community. But because the community was so divided, in the end, we had a problem. We collected lots of money. And you know what the problem was? What to spend on the money. How to use the money was now the problem. The women were saying they needed rice meals for their rice so that will ease the burden of them pounding the rice to separate the chaff from the grains. The men were saying we needed electricity from the town to our place. So that brought in a lot of conflict we could not solve. So in the end, I had to go back to government and said, now look, there is no way I can solve this problem. You have to deal with it. And the solution, because we had a dictatorship, the military guy said, let's send the army there to deal with these people. So eventually we had army posted there to deal with the hassle, and eventually everything went back to what it used to be. But this is the danger of not being able to manage tourism properly in destinations. That actually forced me to do Hassel as my master's destination dissertation, and I came to Agra to actually learn about hustle that was also happening in India. That was my third visit to India, I think. So what you are doing is really, really exemplary, that needs to be told everywhere, because it's a success story. And thank you for all the sacrifices. I'm sure there are lots of challenges you've not talked to us about. You kept it to yourself, but it's not easy. I can see the passion in Rupesh. I can also see the opposition, him being criticized constantly by different people, but he kept to it. And I think that passion to make sure that you have what you have today is important.
It's obviously worth pointing out, Adama, that he's quite a lot younger than you and I, and he's still got more energy than we've got. But it is extraordinary how much he absorbs of that criticism and yet carries on.
Yeah.
Diti, I'm sure when we come to you towards the end, one of the things we should talk about is the big difference between Kerala and, say, the Rajasthan Golden Triangle, where that kind of hawking and hassle is a massive issue for India. You don't really see it in Kerala, and it'd be worth us discussing that maybe when I come to you in a little while. But it is very striking that a really important site like that in the Gambia got to a point where it was beyond being dealt with, other than by bringing in the army. And I think that's what demonstrates what happens if you leave it to get worse and worse and worse. It's much easier to deal with it if you intervene early in that process and don't allow it to get back. It's a critical thing. And what we haven't heard about, I'll come to you in a second, Glenn, I promise. What we haven't heard about yet from Rupesh and the others is the difficulties of turning round places like Kovalam, which did used to have those problems in Kerala. Maybe that's something we could focus on at some point during today. But Glyn, you're champing at the bit. You're here from South Africa, which had a massive advantage in 2002, in the sense that you had the Cape Town Declaration. You have a national tourism strategy from 1996, which explicitly talks about responsible tourism. In India, responsible tourism is not yet part of the national strategy. We live in hope, but it isn't yet. And yet there it is in the national strategy in South Africa, and the leadership has moved to India. Would you like to explain how that happened?
Thank you, Harold. Before I do, this audience is either so attentive or fast asleep. It's difficult to see from here.
No, they are awake. I can see that. They're definitely awake.
You're all so quiet. It's wonderful. The answer is a very simple one, I think. And that is that from my observations in Madhya Pradesh, in Kerala, although I've also only been here for 24 hours for the first time, but I have met Rupesh on a few occasions, both when we were in Madhya Pradesh and also at WTM in London. And the thing that is a difference between what you're doing here in India and what's happening in South Africa, and that's a tragedy for me, for South Africa, from a South African perspective, is that you have seriously, as Adama said, passionate champions for responsible tourism. In South Africa, although we started all of this in lots of ways, we have a National Department of Tourism which has a department of dealing with responsible tourism.
Glenn, this is being recorded and will be put on the web. I just want to look after you.
Thank you. But that department is being manned by one person at the moment. And that's the difference. One person can't make a difference. It needs a movement to make a difference. And so it's really, really important that what you have achieved here by having the champions, having not just the individuals but the teams that work with you, is something that has really, really struck us in our travels in both Madhya Pradesh and here. I think the other point that Adama has touched on, which I think is really important, is the issue of investment. That tourism is an investment. And very often that isn't recognized by governments. And governments, in using their cash resources to fund tourism initiatives, sometimes forget that it's actually taxpayers' money that they're using, not their own individual money. And so they battle with that notion at times. But then they also don't recognize the return that government gets from the investment they've made. And at its most simplistic basis, certainly again in South Africa, we pay individuals a social grant if they don't have a job. If they have a job, they don't get the social grant. So the more jobs you create in tourism, the less you're paying out in social grants. The more turnover that you generate through your tourism productions or products, the more value-added tax or general sales tax or whatever your additional tax might be on sales is earned by the government. The more fuel that we use, the more revenue is earned by the government through the taxes of the fuel. So all in all, the government is earning a significant return out of the investment that it makes in tourism products. And on top of that, all of the spin-off activity, the leverage that those tourism products, particularly in rural areas, have for job creation beyond just the hotel property or the activity property, all of that and the entrepreneurship it creates all adds to the revenue that government effectively is earning or is saving. And it's so important to distinguish between the two, but also to recognize that it's not just earning, but saving that also adds to the value of the investment that you're making. So I think that from what we've seen here and experienced in Madhya Pradesh, it's just wonderful to see the sort of almost the bottom-up approach as well, that you've got people from the communities on your side. I'm sure it wasn't easy. As Adama says, I work in the business of community tourism. I know the challenges that we have. I know that people don't like one another. Just before I got on the airplane to come here on Friday morning, I got a message to say we'd solved the problem because the community didn't like one of our managers, and they were writing us a letter on the Friday to tell us we had 24 hours to get rid of him. And we said, but that's not business. You can't, as a community, want to say we want to be in business and then not realize that there is government legislation. If you don't like someone, you can't just fire them. You have to have a process. But that was what they wanted to do. Anyway, fortunately, I have a great manager there, and he was able to resolve the problem. But it's that kind of challenge that you work with communities, where they don't always have the knowledge or the resources that they need, but they have the expectations that have been created for them. And often those expectations are created through either government officials on the one hand, or through NGOs on the other hand, who will say to communities, wouldn't it be wonderful if you were in tourism? But not actually understanding the consequences of being in tourism and what is involved in actually being successful in setting up that tourism enterprise. And at the end of the day, as you will all know, it boils down to your ability to market your product in a very, very wide world of available products. So it's challenging, and it's something that really one has. And the last point I want to make is that this whole issue of being too successful or not successful enough, because the end boils down to money. You have to have money to be able to operate these, otherwise people are not going to be involved. So when you become totally dependent on tourism, then as we all know from the COVID experience, your entire family income can be decimated if your whole family is involved in tourism. So your approach of using tourism as an added source of revenue is really important. But to Christopher's point just now about being worried about the food. Well, I'm not, I can assure you, and those of you who've been with me know that. But what you do have to guard against is having too many tourists and the tourists wanting to change your way of producing food to suit their palate. And that's a problem. And just to give you one experience, we have a guest house in Cape Town, and we recently had a bad review, as my wife would put it, because one of our guests complained at the fact that they came from France and wanted to know, why did we not have croissants on the table for breakfast? I mean, why did we have amaguinha, which is what the local people make, and we had served that instead of croissants? I mean, that's just unacceptable. So so my wife was so hurt, she was almost ready to go out and start buying croissants for breakfast every morning. I said, are you mad? Are we going to change our lives because of one tourist? But it's something you have to be able to guard against. So with that, I will end my story.
Just on, Glyn, why do you and I always end up talking about food? That's what I want to know. And why are we still basically the same body shapes? The point I would want to make in response to that is that I talked, several people have mentioned it, about the importance of you influencing who comes here. Now, the reality, as you were making clear, actually, Chris, in your comments, is that many people know about Keralan food. They know what to expect. And I'm sure it puts a few people off. I'm sure that's true. But on the other hand, lots of people come here and discover that they quite like vegetarian cuisine when they didn't think they would. And they go back with different attitudes at home and actually force their Indian restaurants in the UK to change the kind of food that they're offering. This works both ways. But the stronger the identity of the place and the more people understand what they're going to, the less problems you have. I don't know whether anybody in the UK would misunderstand the difference, for example, between Goa and Kerala. They would know that if they chose one or other of those two destinations, they were going to get very different experiences. In the same way, they would know if they were going to go to the Golden Triangle in Rajasthan, that they were going to get an experience which is primarily based around Mughal monuments, whereas if they're going to come to Kerala, they're going to get an experience which is largely actually composed of the way people lead their lives, and you are briefly treated as a temporary resident. In some ways, very much a temporary resident, because the vast majority of the tourists who still come here stay in the homestays. We're seeing the resorts, but go down any of the back roads and you see one homestay after another, and people are genuinely staying with and in the community, and that's a big part of where the tourism is coming from. And that stops you. I mean, to be honest, my bigger worry about the future of tourism in Kerala used to be that the very few places offering this kind of experience, given how popular I thought it would be, that the problem would be an undersupply and too many people in each village. The decision to roll out and extend it to many more villages reduces that risk. So you don't have the risk of over-tourism in just a few places. The only village I think is at risk is probably Kumarakoram, because of the status it's achieved. But the point is, there are lots of other really good villages you can go to. I'm sorry for those people from Kumarakoram. It's not what I personally think. I'm really committed to the place, I promise. But I do think what you don't want is to have people turning up and unable to find somewhere to stay, which is when you begin to get real problems of people sleeping rough and so on, and then you've lost control of the destination. I promised to come to you, and I'm going to, but I just want to say to the audience, I think there will be time for a few questions at the end. So I'm going to come to you first for your comments, and then we'll go back to the floor. Sorry, let me take the microphone for you. We'll come back to the floor and see if there are any questions. But would you like to just reflect on what you've heard? And ask questions of them if you like.
So the discussion here clearly pointed out that there are challenges. Challenges can be at the part of government. Challenges can be at the part of the community also. But the the real success lies is always going ahead the challenges and taking each challenge as an opportunity to learn. All the case studies which we have right from Gambia, then South Africa, and the way ma'am has discussed, and even in Sabha, it is very clear that when we have to go for development through tourism, the theory of change applies, and the theory of change says that you have to plan, and after planning you have to communicate, you have to collaborate, you have to adapt, and you have to monitor. So be it the case of Kerala or Madhya Pradesh, they are able to bring a change, and all those who are working in this particular area, we can call them the change agent of change. And with this viewpoint, and when we also talk about that if it is Golden Triangle or we talk about Kerala, tourism value chain should be developed in a manner by taking responsibility of each stakeholder that the end result is sustainable development. When we talk about tourism value chain for Kerala, it is different. When we talk about tourism value chain for Delhi, Golden Triangle, it is totally different. The experience one is going to get in Kerala and the experience one is going to get in Delhi is also different. But it doesn't stop us to saying that this type of tourism cannot be more responsible towards development. It is mandatory, and COVID has proved this, it is mandatory that we have to work towards making all types of tourism responsible and hence going for sustainability. One of the biggest advantage or the blessing which COVID has given, as also it was evident in Sir's presentation, the demand side is changing. Tourists is asking for sustainable option, responsible travel. And that is a hope that this time the agent of change can be the tourist. And when tourists will demand, even if you want or you don't want, particularly the industry side and even the government side, you have to be more responsible and sustainable. Thank you.
Hang on to the mic. I'd say it's... I'm more optimistic even than that. I agree with what you just said. But it was very interesting. I saw what the Goan Minister of Tourism has been saying about his problems and really wanting tourists to behave better. Because the consequence is the kind of tourists he's talking about, whether they're domestic or international, they're both, who are really just looking for a hedonistic experience with lots of alcohol and possibly other drugs as well. I don't know. Never been to Goa. But he's concerned about that. The problem is that some of those people used to come to Kerala. Now they know that there is nothing here for them. So they're more likely to go to Goa. And that's part of what happens, of course. There's some places, Amsterdam, let's go away from India for a minute because it's safer to go away from India with these things. Amsterdam has just, very interesting this, in America, they've just started a cannabis a network of tour operators and effectively Airbnb businesses offering cannabis tours in America. In Amsterdam, they've just decided that tourists are no longer allowed, tourists are no longer allowed to go into the brown cafes some time ago. Now they're not allowed to smoke cannabis in the red light district either. So there you can see a situation where the government is clamping down on a particular kind of behaviour because it's regarded as unacceptable. The consequence of that, as somewhere else does it, is those tourists are then displaced to somewhere where they can do that kind of thing. And that, I think, does produce change over time, because then destinations have to choose whether the proportion of people coming to stay to smoke cannabis is going to go up, or whether in fact you too are going to stop people smoking cannabis so that you don't get that kind of tourism. So the natural process of the tourist looking for places to go to indulge in that activity causes other places then to have a problem and possibly to change direction. It'd be very interesting to see whether Goa over the next year or two picks up on the responsible tourism theme. I think from what I read of his interview that it's possible that they will move in that direction. It will be fascinating to see.
Cheers.
Did these people acquit themselves well, or do you have other questions to ask of them?
So the other question from my side can be, it is very easy to bring a change in a controllable area, but when we are thinking from a national point of view, what can be one tip from your side to a government that wants to mainstream sustainability at a national level? One tip from all of you so that we can take away from here and we can work on it.
Well, let me, while they're thinking, because that's a difficult question, I'd like India to solve the aviation problem. I'd like India to get hydrogen to be India won't be able to do it. Airbus might. But I mean, that's the biggest single challenge for India, I think, is the amount of aviation, because even your domestic tourism in India is necessarily fairly dependent on aviation. It's a big challenge for all of us.
We have a big deal with Air India and Airbus.
Yeah. Do you?
Yes.
That's interesting news. I'd like to talk more about that. Come on, your answer to this question then.
It might be slightly not as direct answer to what you said, but I think by mainstreaming responsible tourism means creating a product where other people are looking to follow. We talked a little bit about that earlier today, and one way that you can do that is by getting the travelers and the tourists who experience the products to be an extension of your own marketing. And there are different ways to do that, one of which is through storytelling. And one of the best ways that we achieve that in Chile is actually not just to invite people to be observers of the culture, but to participate. But a further extension of that is to actually create something where they take something away. There is so much power in something that they've produced in situ. I'll give you an example in a second, because it just generates so many other conversations after the event and for many years on, if it's something that stands on the mantelpiece at home or ends up getting put on the wall. And one example is in Chile, there's an island down there that's filled with UNESCO heritage churches. They're all made out of wood, local wood, and they all have roofs that were built on the basis of how a boat is built. So they look like they're upside down boats on top of the churches. And there's a museum in the town of this island, and you can go in there, you have a look around, like a normal museum, really well done in English and Spanish, but they have a little workshop. You don't have to pre-register, and a whole family sits there making their own boat. They're not asked to make the whole church, but they make boats that children can then take away. They can float, they can have it in the bathtub, they can put it on the mantelpiece, but it becomes such a talking point that not only have they learnt something, they've experienced how to do something, but they also they have something to take with them that the children feel proud of, and there is so much power. So your story is not only just staying with that family, it's going so much further. So I think that's an extension of how to really get people to follow examples. And another is through behavioural change, which is a whole bigger subject, which I might pass on to you for that.
Yeah. So I would advise you to use the great expertise of India and use technology. You've got some very talented software engineers, and I would draw on that, because what you don't want to do is to copy other places and apply certification, as Harold was mentioning earlier. There's a great danger that certification, I should just point out, I had my own holiday accommodation business for 20 years. I had 4 different certifications which I applied through that time. And in the first year to do a certification, it is a challenge, and you feel a sense of euphoria after achieving it, and then every year after that, it's ticking boxes. So that's not going to help you really achieve responsible, sustainable tourism. So you really want to try, as Harold mentioned before, is to progress to Certification Plus, which is to automate your certification, to actually see in real time, or as best you can, the progress that you're making. Certification isn't about completing a form, it is about reducing impacts and increasing benefits. So it's not about the process of certification, it's about what does that teach you to improve in your business. And India is in a perfect situation to use technology to help grow that.
Thanks, Chris. Hiram.
Yeah, if I understood the question correctly, it's all about building effective partnership which will last, which makes sense. It's not just about taking group photos, shaking hands during a conference or summit. It's about working together in unison. One thing that Sarawak, by the way, Sarawak is in Malaysia, in Borneo. One thing that Sarawak shares similarity with Kerala is that responsible tourism has become the key performer index of tourism in the state. At the beginning, we knew if responsible tourism does not become state policy, what they need to achieve, what they need to assess every year, they are not committed. They can talk about it, they can support events, but they do it anyway for many other events. So we did a few things in a strategic way. I just shared a few points. Number one, as academician, one thing that we did a few years ago, we started a journal called Journal of Responsible Tourism Management. And on the editorial board, we have 60, 70 board members from all over the world. So when I presented to the tourism minister, he was impressed. Where did you get all these people from? For academics, we have been networking. We know them. So to cut the story short, right now, this journal is not only published, this journal is also on the ministry's website. That shows how serious they become. We also organize events where we invite ministerial government agencies. And one thing that we do is we invite community leaders as well. So whenever we go to the communities, when we do work with them, one thing we always emphasize is to make friends with the community leaders first, to earn their trust. We are not there because we have a grant. We are not there because we have a project to complete. We are there because we are genuinely interested in them. We listen to their stories. So when we present our case to the government, we often tell them we have the support from the community leaders. That change the whole narratives. Another thing I'd like to mention is we also work with colleagues from other countries in Singapore, Indonesia, Cambodia, the Philippines, Vietnam. In fact, if you visit ICRT, Southeast Asia, you will be able to see all their faces. So whenever we present something to our minister, to our government, we tell them it is not just about Sarawak. It's also Southeast Asia. In fact, 2 weeks later, I'll be visiting UNWTO in Madrid, presenting something similar. Last year in our event, we invited someone from UNWTO to come. It's great to tell them this is not a work from our organization. It is a work where we join with all of you globally, and that creates value. We co-create value, and that puts a lot of weight on what we are doing. I believe slowly, gradually, at least in Sarawak, tourism minister as well as government agencies, they become more and more willing to listen, work together with us. As I said, now responsible tourism has become part of their KPIs.
Thanks, Hiram. Gwen.
If I understood your question correctly, your question was really about how does someone at a national level, how do you, given that you're not on the ground, how do you actually interact? And I think,
Glenn, before you answer that question, I think the South African experience suggests that it can't be done.
well, I think that's the point is that the role that you at a national level play is one of lobbying for the industry generally. I mean, we're talking about responsible tourism here. One day I hope we're not going to be talking about responsible tourism, but rather about what is it that constitutes irresponsible tourism, because all tourism should be responsible in the future. But for the moment, the tourism industry needs a strong lobby group from its own ministerial departments. And sometimes tourism is seen as a subset of other more important activities. So support in that way as a lobbyist, support for initiatives that are taken and providing exposure and and embracing them and seeing them as success stories, because the reality is that at a national level, you are a partner with the regions, you're a partner with the communities. And sometimes, unfortunately, it's seen as being in competition with one another. It's almost as if though the good that's being done on the ground, there are people at a national level who feel, oh, why should they get all the credit? You know, where's our credit for doing that? But it's not about whose credit it is. It's about credit for the industry as a whole. So I think it's really, really important to interrogate that and see how you can benefit from working much more closely together than often is the case. And too often, it's like in our company, we're in a company and we have lodges and we have managers there, and I've got a few people in the head office, and then I hear people talking about them and us. Us at the lodge and them at head office. Well, we're not. We're all one. And it's how do you break down those barriers that is so critical.
Glenn, as much as that's true, it's also fundamentally untrue if you're operating in a situation where one group of people understand that responsible tourism requires that everybody works together. Another situation where perhaps one of the stakeholder groups thinks it's everybody else's responsibility but not theirs. That makes partnership working impossible. And that, unfortunately, is generally the model. You know, and that's why people would always say, well, that's just what the ecotourism operators do. We don't need to do anything, which you still hear people say.
That's totally true.
Adama.
I think what is necessary is to have strong policies that support the development of all so that it becomes a win-win to everybody. What normally happens, I don't know much about India, but I know a lot about what happens in my country and other West African countries I have worked in. In most cases, governments make policy through the relevant ministry. But what happens is sometimes these policies are not very inclusive. And from the beginning, when making policies, all stakeholders must see themselves as part of that policy, so that there is consultation with everyone to make that policy, and they see that this policy is going to serve them. But what happens in most cases, governments make policy by having consultants who will just go around, talk to different stakeholders, and then make their policy, and then develop a strategy which is implemented by the relevant departments. And these strategies does not take into consideration that the private sector needs to play its part for that policy to be successful. I remember going to Ghana, and the USAID engaged me because I was part of those who worked on the Gambia. We had a board before, and then we called it a Gambia Tourism Authority. Gambia Tourism Authority. It used to be Gambia Tourism Board. But then it became a Gambia Tourism Authority, and the idea was to actually have a private sector that will drive the whole thing, so that instead of just having a board which was heavily government controlled, you have the chairman of the board becoming part of the private sector, so that the private sector can have a big influence on what happens. In paper, that looked fantastic. And the Ghanaians, because I was part of that, invited me. And I loved what I saw in Ghana, because the minister will have a meeting with various stakeholders belonging to various associations, whether the Chamber of Commerce or tourism hoteliers or all that, and then we'll put up an agenda, and then the agenda will reflect what everyone should do in terms of participation. And then the following month, they should come back and report what they have done in terms of implementation. I mean, that was so brilliant. I had to go back and said, well, instead of learning much, bringing much to them, I am actually taking a lot from what I have learned from them. But that's the way it should be. I mean, policies must define not only what responsibilities are, but also what roles are, so that each sector knows that this is my role to make this policy work. And government must be there not only to give incentives, for example, to communities, but also to give incentive to private sector operators who are following the rule by the book. So that if you're doing it sustainably, you should be assisted, so that that could be replicated by other stakeholders.
Thanks,
By
Admiral.
actually being given some sort of a, whatever, a commission or whatever you can call it, subsidy, so that everybody will know that, I mean, you will not see it as being punished for not doing it rightly, but you'll see it as you're being encouraged for doing it right.
Adam, we've run out of time and I'm being told that I need to wind up. What I want to wind up by saying, though, is that responsible tourism won't work unless you can get agreement between the partners, and then and you are able then to make each of the partners share the risk and get involved in making it happen. And that is not easy. It works in Kerala in part because it has strong local democracy, a sympathetic state government, strong panchayats, and a tourism industry that have realised that there's real money to be made when people come and enjoy the place. It works. Making that work in other parts of India will have lots of challenges. Thank you very much to the panel, if you thank them in the normal way. And we'll hand over the stage to the next group, which I think is about women's empowerment through tourism.
Thank you so much to all the dignitaries for joining for this panel discussion that is over. And we are moving on to the next presentation that is all about gender inclusive tourism and Kerala women-friendly tourism initiatives. For that, let me welcome Ms. Paulami Pal, Program Specialist, Ending Violence Against Women, UN Women India. And instead of V. Vigneshwari, let me welcome Ms. B.G. Xavier, Mission Coordinator, Responsible Tourism Mission. She will be joining with us. And also let me welcome Ms. Swati Premar, Senior Technical Expert, Social Management Framework and Gender, Bhopal, Madhya Pradesh. Kindly join. Also welcoming Ms. Lucy Sophia Hartman, founder of Holidays in Rural India. Please join. Also, let me welcome Ms. Joyatri Rai, Director Equitable Tourism Options Equations India. Also welcome Ms. Geetu Mohandas, founder Let's Go for a Camp. Please join. And let's begin the session. The session chair is Ms. Paulami Paul. Please begin.
Hi. Yes, this is working. Hi, thank you so much. And thank you, panel, for being here. I just wanted to, start this session by setting the context a little bit from UN Women India's perspective and our work with MP actually. So before I do that, because I know I have my colleague Swati here, who's going to talk more about it, I just wanted to talk from some, some principles we look at when we talk about engendering tourism. So first off, actually, I wanted to start this discussion on how do we get the question of gender in responsible tourism. So I think one of the things which we are looking at from UN Women's side is that we work on both prevention and response. And we want to look at women not only comfortable as solo women travelers, so that we have an enabling space which enables solo women travelers, but also encourage women in the tourism industry. You know, how are we encouraging women in the tourism industry where women are actually taking charge of their lives, taking those decisions to do non-stereotypical work, which are not gendered. You know, a lot of government schemes in India are really, government, non-governmental. There's a push for women to do gendered work, like cooking, cleaning, sewing, training, those kind of trainings. So that is one thing. The other perspective which I want to talk about from UN Women's perspective is safety and security, or safe public spaces, is not the onus of one department. It is not women and child development. Our mandate is to work with the government. Women and Child Development Department is our nodal agency in India, but in several states. We are working with the skill development, we are working with the tourism department in several states, but we are looking at safety from that angle. So our work around safety actually comes from our global work on safe cities and safe public spaces, which is running in 55 countries. And very happy to share, and I am sure a lot of you know, that the amazing work which UN Women, Delhi government has been doing for the last 10 years on safe cities. Based on that, we had some frameworks of safety, and those were some things we got on board with the MP government. So this is what we do. We build formats. We build formats not only to design, but to have indicators in place. Also linking it up to SDGs. In the states. We also encourage the state to look at the gender lens, looking at intersectionalities, because women are not a homogeneous group, also, I think we really are working closely with states. How do you monitor, report, and document the progress when you're working on a project of safety when it comes to Madhya Pradesh? One of the things, and I do not want to take too much time, and apologies because I'm going to leave sharp at 4:30. Panel members know, but we have Dr. Pooja Rajan, who is my colleague, who is based in, Gender Park in Government of Kerala. So she will take on the role of the chair. I think I might have missed some things, but I'm very happy to add. But over to you. We actually discussed with all panelists about who goes first. So how we have actually divided, this presentation is that it'll be in two parts. The first part is, 5 minutes now, because in the morning, so 5 minutes, presentation from each one of the panel members on their initiative from a gender lens. Okay, and then 3 minutes each on basically what have been some of the challenges and learnings, and what do they want to recommend to the Kerala state because of this initiative. And also, in the end, I'm hoping at 4:30 we open the house for some questions from the audience, because I think it's a participatory exercise, and if we have any questions, we should be happy to answer. So I think we'll start with Swati first, and yeah. Swati is going to speak in Hindi. So for delegates who do not understand Hindi, I would, okay, the presentation is in English, but you could sit with someone who can translate for you.
स्वाति प्रमर नाम से फाइल है इसका प्रेजेंटेशन ये दिख नहीं रहा है। Yes. वहाँ दिख रहा है प्रेजेंटेशन। सिस्टम में नहीं नहीं दिख रहा है तो रहने दीजिए, मैं ऐसे यहाँ पे दिख रहा है। नमस्कार, मेरा नाम स्वाति प्रमर है और मैं मध्य प्रदेश से हूँ। माई प्रेजेंटेशन इज़ इन इंग्लिश बट आई एम गोइंग टू स्पीक इन माई मदर टंग। थैंक यू। मध्य प्रदेश में पिछले 2018 में हमने कुछ प्रोजेक्ट स्टार्ट किए। रिस्पॉन्सिबल टूरिज़्म के बैनर में हम लोग इसको लेके आए और अगर देखें तो मध्य प्रदेश का हमारा जो विज़न है वो इंक्लूसिवनेस को कैटर करता है। यहाँ पे हम लोग बात करते हैं कि बैलेंस और सस्टेनेबल टूरिज़्म हो मध्य प्रदेश में और जो कि एक कंप्लीट एक्सपीरियंस को बनाए। कुछ कोर वैल्यूज़ हैं जिन पे लेके हमने अपनी पॉलिसीज़ को डिज़ाइन किया है। जो इंटरवेंशंस है वो डिज़ाइन हुए हैं जिसमें कि कम्युनिटी इन्वॉल्वमेंट है, ट्रांसपेरेंसी है, फेयर डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन ऑफ रिसोर्सेज है, इक्वल पार्टिसिपेशन है, एनवायरनमेंट कंजर्वेशन है, विमेन एम्पावरमेंट और रिस्पेक्ट फॉर कल्चरल डाइवर्सिटी। कोई भी प्रोजेक्ट जो हमने डिज़ाइन किए हैं इसमें इन सब कोर वैल्यूज़ को ध्यान में रखते हुए डिज़ाइन किए गए हैं। कुछ प्रोजेक्ट्स जो मैं आपके साथ यहाँ पे शेयर करने वाली हूँ उसमें रूरल टूरिज़्म है, सेफ टूरिज़्म डेस्टिनेशन फॉर विमेन है जैसा पॉलोमी ने अभी आप लोगों को बताया। आर्ट एंड क्राफ्ट प्रोजेक्ट है प्रमोशन के लिए। एक क्लीन डेस्टिनेशन प्रोजेक्ट हम लोग लेके आए हैं। एक्सेसिबिलिटी ऑडिट है। तो सबसे पहले हम बात करते हैं रूरल टूरिज़्म की। मध्य प्रदेश ने 2018 में रूरल टूरिज़्म प्रोजेक्ट स्टार्ट किया जो कि टारगेट है कि हम 100 विलेजेस में इस तरीके की फैसिलिटीज़ डेवलप करें, एक्सपीरियंस क्रिएट करें जहाँ पे लोग आएँ और उसे एक्सपीरियंस कर सकें। एक रूरल टच हो जो कि ऑथेंटिक हो, ऐसा ना हो कि क्रिएटेड हो। तो इसमें फोकस में हमने रखा है महिलाओं को, क्योंकि जहाँ पे भी हम क्रिएट कर रहे हैं वहाँ पे ओनरशिप जो जा रही है वो स्पेशली फीमेल के साथ ही जा रही है। और हमने सबसे ज़्यादा फोकस किया है मोबिलाइजेशन पे, फैमिली काउंसलिंग कर रहे हैं और ट्रेनिंग और कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग। इसके साथ हमने जितनी भी एक्टिविटीज़ को इसमें प्लान किया है उन सभी में इन फैक्टर्स को देखते हुए प्लान किया है। सबसे ज़्यादा जो हमने कोशिश की है वो ओनरशिप पे काम करने को लेके है। मध्य प्रदेश में देखा जाए तो केरला से एकदम डिफरेंट सोशल डायनामिक्स हैं और यहाँ पे एजुकेशन लेवल काफ़ी हाई है, काफ़ी पहले से एम्पावरमेंट पे काम चल रहा है। लेकिन मध्य प्रदेश को देखा जाए तो अलग अलग एरियाज़ में अलग अलग तरीके के कल्चर हैं और उनके अकॉर्डिंग मध्य प्रदेश को किस तरीके से किसी एक ही पॉलिसी पे या किसी एक ही प्लानिंग के साथ जाना बहुत मुश्किल हो जाता है, क्योंकि 6 कल्चरल जोन्स में अगर हम देखें तो मध्य प्रदेश बटा हुआ है। काफ़ी बड़ा स्टेट है। जो भी सराउंडिंग उनके स्टेट्स हैं उनके कल्चर को वो अडॉप्ट करा हुआ है और वहाँ का जो भी देखेंगे हम लोग कि किस तरीके से उनका खान पान है, बोलचाल है, भाषाएं हैं, सब में आपको मध्य प्रदेश में बहुत डाइवर्सिटी दिखाई देगी। तो जब हम प्लान करने जाते हैं किसी भी चीज़ को कि किसी एक चीज़ पे हमें स्टिक रहना बहुत ही मुश्किल होता है। तो हमने अपनी जो लोकल नीड है, जो रिक्वायरमेंट्स है, उनको ध्यान में रखते हुए अपने लिए पॉलिसीज़ को डिज़ाइन किया है और उसमें इतना फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी रखा है कि हम अपनी रिक्वायरमेंट को कैटर कर पाएँ। बहुत सारी एक्टिविटीज़ हैं, और जैसे होम स्टे डेवलपमेंट है, वहाँ पे तो हम बहुत लोगों को ले रहे हैं, लेकिन वल्नरेबल फैमिलीज़ को किस तरीके से एड्रेस किया जाए रूरल टूरिज़्म में, तो वहाँ पे हमने उनको भी आइडेंटिफाई किया और अलग अलग एक्टिविटीज़ में जहाँ जिसे एकोमोडेट किया जा सकता है उस तरीके से हमने प्लान किया है, जिसमें लोकल क्यूजिन है, फोक म्यूज़िक एंड डांस है। मध्य प्रदेश में अगर देखेंगे तो बहुत सारा फोक म्यूज़िक और डांस है, वहाँ पे बहुत सारे आर्ट फॉर्म्स हैं जिनको कि एक्सपीरियंस किया जा सकता है। इसी तरीके से लोकल एक्सकर्शन में हमने महिलाओं को शामिल किया हुआ है। एक जब हम होम स्टे डेवलपमेंट में जा रहे थे, उसके कंस्ट्रक्शन पे जा रहे थे, तो एक डिमांड निकल के आई कि हम क्यों ना महिलाओं को उसमें शामिल करें एज अ मैसन। तो हमने लोकल लेवल पे ट्रेनिंग्स अरेंज की हैं महिलाओं के लिए, और बहुत सारे हमारे पास मैसन निकल के आए हैं जो कि फ़ीमेल हैं, और आगे अभी वो लोग काम कर रहे हैं हमारे साथ। एक दूसरा प्रोजेक्ट है हमारे पास जो कि आर्ट एंड क्राफ्ट प्रमोशन का है, जिसमें हमने कुछ सेंटर्स अभी डेवलप किए हैं पायलट बेसिस पे। इसमें अभी हमने 100% विमेन आर्टिजन्स को आइडेंटिफाई किया है और उनके साथ ट्रेनिंग कर रहे हैं। 2 सेंटर हमारे मध्य प्रदेश में स्टार्ट हो चुके हैं फुल फ्लेज्ड, और 7 और सेंटर हमारा स्टार्ट करने का प्लान है। तो यहाँ पे भी लोकल आर्ट फॉर्म जिसमें महिलाएं पहले से या तो कुछ जानती हैं या फिर उनके लिए हमने नया इंट्रोड्यूस किया है, लेकिन उसी में उनको ट्रेन किया है और अभी वो उसमें काम कर रहे हैं। एक और प्रोजेक्ट है जिस पे हम लोग काम कर रहे हैं, एक्सेसिबिलिटी ऑडिट। बहुत सारे लोगों को पता होगा कि कोई भी मॉन्यूमेंट है या होटल है, उसे एक्सेस करने में अगर स्पेशली चैलेंज्ड लोग हैं, स्पेशली एबल्ड लोग हैं, उनके लिए बहुत मुश्किल होता है। उनका डिज़ाइन किस तरीके का है, तो किस तरीके से इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर है वहाँ पे, प्लस वहाँ का स्टाफ कितना सेंसिटिव है, कितना अवेयर है इन चीज़ों को लेके। तो ये 2 चीज़ों को लेके हमने मध्य प्रदेश के करीब अभी 30 डेस्टिनेशंस का ऑडिट किया है, और वहाँ पे हम स्टाफ का ट्रेनिंग कर रहे हैं कि किस तरीके से उन्हें ट्रीट करना है वहाँ पे अगर कोई आता है। और वो उसकी जब हम ट्रेनिंग्स करते हैं तो हम उन्हें जैसे कि कोई उनकी जो स्पेशल डिमांड्स हैं उनके साथ ही उन्हें पूरा एक एक्सपीरियंस कराते हैं कि अगर कोई ब्लाइंड पर्सन आया है तो उसको किस तरीके की दिक्कत होंगी, क्योंकि जब तक हम देख सकते हैं तो हमें पता होता है कि हर चीज़ बहुत आसान है, लेकिन जब हमारी आंखों में पट्टी बांध दी जाए और हमें कहा जाए कि यहाँ पे आपको जाना है, तो उसके बाद हमारे लिए उस काम को करना बहुत टफ हो सकता है। और जब तक हम इस तरीके से नहीं करेंगे तब तक शायद बहुत मुश्किल होगा उस चीज़ को रियलाइज़ करना जब कोई आता है स्पेशल नीड पर्सन और उसके लिए वो फैसिलिटीज़ वहाँ पे नहीं होती हैं। एक हमारा प्रोजेक्ट है क्लीन डेस्टिनेशन, ये अभी हम पायलट पे कर रहे हैं और पन्ना नेशनल पार्क में कर रहे हैं। इसके लिए हमने करीब आसपास के 30 विलेजेस को आइडेंटिफाई किया है और उनमें हम काम कर रहे हैं। इसमें भी हमने विमेन को ही फोकस में रखा है। उनके साथ हमने वहाँ पे जो 30 विलेजेस हैं लोकल लीडर्स को आइडेंटिफाई किया है जो कि विमेन हैं, और ये अवेयरनेस जनरेशन और मोबिलाइजेशन का हमारे साथ काम कर रहे हैं। ये बहुत ही एम्बिशियस प्रोजेक्ट है जो मध्य प्रदेश ने स्टार्ट किया था। जैसा पॉलोमी ने आप लोगों को पहले बताया, सेफ टूरिज्म डेस्टिनेशन फॉर विमेन, ये गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया की निर्भया स्कीम है, विमेन एंड चाइल्ड डेवलपमेंट डिपार्टमेंट की, जिससे हमने इसके लिए फ़ंड रेज़ किया है। और काफ़ी सारी परेशानियों के बाद हमारा ये प्रोजेक्ट सैंक्शन हुआ था। काफ़ी सारी मेहनत की गई, बैकग्राउंड वर्क किया गया मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ टूरिज़्म का, इसमें बहुत ज़्यादा सपोर्ट रहा है। और उसके बाद हम इसे आज इम्प्लीमेंटेशन करने के स्टेज में आ गए हैं। पिछले 1 साल से हमारा ये प्रोजेक्ट फील्ड पे इम्प्लीमेंट किया जा रहा है और बहुत ही एनकरेजिंग हमारे रिज़ल्ट्स हैं। इसके कुछ ऑब्जेक्टिव्स हैं जो कि मेरे प्रेजेंटेशन में हैं, जिसमें विमेन फ्रेंडली डेस्टिनेशन एक मेजर हमारा फोकस है जिसको अचीव करने के लिए हम लोग काम कर रहे हैं। कुछ एक्टिविटीज़ हमने इसमें डिज़ाइन की हुई हैं और करीब इसमें अगर देखा जाए तो मैक्सिमाइजेशन ऑफ विमेन इन टूरिज्म डेस्टिनेशन, ये एक बहुत बड़ी डिमांड निकल के आ रही थी, बहुत बड़ी नीड निकल के आ रही थी, जिस पे हमने इसे फोकस करके डिज़ाइन किया। अवेयरनेस एक बहुत बड़ा एस्पेक्ट है इसमें, तो उसमें ना केवल हम कम्युनिटी को शामिल कर रहे हैं, लोकल कम्युनिटी को शामिल कर रहे हैं, स्टेक होल्डर्स डिपार्टमेंट को शामिल कर रहे हैं, लोकल लीडर्स को शामिल कर रहे हैं। तो जितने भी स्टेक होल्डर हो सकते हैं हमारे टूरिज़्म के, उनको हमने आइडेंटिफाई किया है और उनको शामिल किया है इस प्रोजेक्ट में। गवर्नमेंट का इसमें ये सोचना था कि किसी भी एक डिपार्टमेंट के साथ मिल के या किसी एक डिपार्टमेंट का केवल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी नहीं हो सकता है कि हम सेफ डेस्टिनेशन क्रिएट कर सकें। तो कन्वर्जेंस किया है हमने दूसरे डिपार्टमेंट के साथ, NGOs के साथ, लोकल कम्युनिटी के साथ, तो काफ़ी सारे इसमें हमें अच्छे रिजल्ट्स मिलना शुरू हो गए हैं। जैसा पॉलोमी ने कहा कि हम नॉन ट्रेडिशनल जो जॉब रोल्स हैं उसमें महिलाओं को देख रहे हैं, तो हमने बहुत कोशिश की है कि इसमें महिलाएं निकल के आएँ और काम करें। और काफ़ी सारी महिलाएं, जैसा मैंने कहा, मध्य प्रदेश बहुत अलग है केरल से अगर देखा जाए तो। बहुत सारे स्टीरियोटाइप अभी भी लोगों के दिमाग में है, बहुत सारे बाउंडेशन है महिलाओं के लिए, लेकिन उससे निकल के और महिलाएं आ रही हैं और काम कर रही हैं। ये कुछ पिक्चर्स हैं जो मैंने इसमें रखे हुए हैं। थैंक यू। आई थिंक मैंने टाइम लिमिट में ख़त्म किया है। थैंक यू। आपका कोई क्वेश्चन होगा तो हम लोग बाद में लेते हैं।
Okay, how to follow that? I was lucky enough to visit some of the projects that Swati was working on in MP in September, and it's mind-blowing. I think in particular the confidence generated by the work that MP Tourism have been doing with women is just fantastic. So I'm very small in comparison. I run a tiny travel company called Holidays in Rural India. And I've been asked to talk about the role of rural women in Indian tourism. So I'll tell you a little bit about what I do, why we need women, and a couple of examples of why women make good employees, business partners, colleagues. So I run a travel company that brings mainly UK guests to India, though I do have some domestic guests as well. My aim has always been to slow people down, encourage more meaningful connections between guests, their hosts, and the many people they meet on their travels. And by working closely with a few well-run NGOs and social enterprises, including, in fact, Pashu Pakshi, with whom MP work, I hope I've been able to send guests home with a deeper understanding of life in rural India than they generally get. We've also managed to raise significant funds through guests for various organisations. During breaks in COVID, but while tourist travel to India was still impossible, I mapped out with a woman friend, Katie Bujwala, who runs Shagar Tented Camp, her lodge in Kanha, both of us on cycles, over 300 kilometres of suitable cycle routes around Kanha National Park and into Chhattisgarh. Obviously, this involved rather more than 300 kilometres of cycling, because there was quite a lot of unsuitable routes and a lot of dead ends. But one of the great benefits of cycling is that it's a multi-day adventure that holds guests in a single area for 10 days or more, thus reducing their carbon footprint. And in a place where most tourism is focused on the national park, spreading some tourist cash out into villages outside of the park. Just for those of you who don't know, the usual Kanha experience is a 3 to 4 night stay with back-to-back jeep safaris. I've always had more women guests than men, and the bulk of my solo travellers have always been women. But this season, that ratio has tilted much more heavily, even more heavily, to women. In part because, having proudly mapped the cycle rides with another woman, after an initial big fundraising ride for Frank Water Charity, I wanted our first groups to be all women. I wanted to share with them that particular feeling of freedom that I suspect men will never quite feel in the same way, of flying along on a bicycle in a new place, feeling safe and fast and at liberty. I'm also well aware of my great privilege of having this freedom and well aware it's denied to many women. So I was really pleased to be given this topic and pleased with the way it's been framed. I think there's a bit of a tendency in responsible tourism to talk about what good we could do for people, rather than being honest about mutual benefit. Many of us in here are trying to earn our livings from tourism and clearly want to do so in the most ethical way possible, or we wouldn't all be here. But for the most part, we're running businesses, not charities, so I was happy to see the role of women rather than how tourism is helping rural women, as the title I was given. So why do we need women in Indian tourism? Well, in large part, we need women because of men. 1 in 3 women worldwide have been victims of male physical or sexual violence, says the World Health Organization. I suspect it's rather more than that. As we all know, most violence against women takes place within the home, so I don't think women should be enormously alarmed by those statistics when it comes to travel. But women are always, everywhere, going to be safer if they're surrounded by other women. The term women empowerment, which is used a lot in India, and I know it's used kindly, is a term I find slightly patronizing. Women don't need power. We've got it. We don't need it bestowed upon us, but we need the blocks that are placed in front of us by a patriarchal world taken away, for male violence against women to end, but also for male violence against women to stop being used as an excuse to curtail women's freedoms. As MP Tourism has so wisely seen and worked to address, one of the routes to women being safe is there being more women visible in every sector of the working world, from security guards to petrol pump attendants to drivers. Everyone, both men and women, knows they're safer in the care of a woman. All my guests are met on arrival in Mumbai by a woman driver, and they all, men and women, comment on what a reassuring thing this is. Shergar Tented Camp in Khana, which is the base for our cycle rides, is a really excellent example. Over 40% of the staff are women, and guests will be greeted and served by women as well as by men, not just see women vanishing into rooms to clean. Most of the women are super local, which brings a certain confidence, I think. And guests always comment on how relaxed and at home they feel at Shergar, and I'm convinced that part of that is the high proportion of visible female staff. The second good reason for employing women in tourism is, slightly depressingly, women don't need as much training in hospitality. Until domestic roles shift, women are trained almost from childhood to take care of others. From hygiene to thoughtfulness with guests, in my experience, a place that lacks women lacks good guest care. And for the women working, and this is what women have said to me, being appreciated and paid for work that goes unpaid in the home is something that really matters to them. And doing that work in the company of other women is a bonus. And the side here is that for most rural women I know involved in any kind of tourism, the income is supplementary, as they mostly come from farming backgrounds. I think it's quite important to note this, as I'd be wary post-COVID, as we all know, to encourage anyone to become dependent on tourism as a sole income stream. Katie, who runs Shergar, co-runs Shergar with her husband, and I know this is just one example, has told me that although getting women on board was tougher than finding men to work in the early days, it's got easier as the female numbers have climbed. And that although women may leave when they have babies and marry, they actually have had far better staff tenure amongst their women staff in an establishment that has very good staff tenure amongst women than men. Flexibility. At the risk of too much gender stereotyping, women are used to multitasking. And I think since the tasks that women perform are often given a low status, they also often have less of an ego when it comes to being asked to step from one role to another. I've been looking for someone who could lead my cycle tours, and I've had to dismiss before even kicking off with a series of men who could either cycle or take care of guests, but were patently incapable of doing both. The last tour from Shergar was led by Catherine from Ahmedabad, currently the manager of the lodge. She ran her own travel company before COVID and is an experienced naturalist. She'd barely cycled when she started as a manager in October, but was excited by what I was doing, got herself practicing in her spare time on the bicycle. She joined me as support on my last tour, And then she led the final tour of the season on her own. So I'm hoping we can hang on to her. So finally, the flip side of living in what is still a man's world, on the whole, is female solidarity. Great things have happened to me this year, and although many good men have played their part, the bulk of the good things have come from female friendships, business partners, and women-led social enterprises and NGOs. So I'd like to see more women out there. Thank you.
I think it's good evening now. So it's a great pleasure to be here and to address all of you. I would like to go back a little to the history and talk a little bit about where we found a mention of women's engagement in tourism. If I look at it from that point of view, and first maybe start with defining what does women friendliness mean in tourism from the work that we have done for the last 37 years in this field. To give a one-line introduction of equations, it's called Equitable Tourism Options. We are born on 1985. We work towards sustainability in tourism and as well as responsibility in tourism. These are not synonym to each other, complements each other. And we look at, we primarily try to work on people-centered tourism as well as from a democratic decision-making processes. By saying that, when we look at women friendliness in tourism, what does it really determine and what does it include? In our view, it has 6 different thematics, which comes from employment, entrepreneurship, leadership, policy, decision making, education, training, also looking at community and the vast civil society engagement, as well as measurement of it, which is very important to know where are we really progressing or not. And we are really hopeful that when the Kerala Declaration 2023 comes out, we may see a reflection of all these 6 criteria into it. We did a study in 1994, and that study was called as Women and Tourism, Invisible Host and invisible guest. It highlighted that women were portrayed as victims of tourism development. At that time, the entire discourse on women participation was from a commercialization, commodification point of view. The same study highlighted that there's a need to acknowledge women as hosts, guests, entrepreneurs, workers, and even as observers of tourism, just the people who are living in that particular tourism destination may or may not have a direct connection with the activity called tourism over there. Since then, travel and tourism industry has traveled a long way, and we have heard in the morning about, I think in the presentation of Dr. Goodwin, that there's a global code of ethics for tourism in 2001, which acknowledged the equal participation of women in tourism. I think it was 2021, or I'm missing the date. There was a Cape Town Declaration which also upholded it. Magna Carta Responsible Tourism Charter 2022 reaffirmed it, and it says very clearly in this 9-point agenda that the responsible tourism provides inclusive employment for the differently abled, the people of diverse ethnicities, gender, and sexual orientation. I also go back to talk about the recent study that is done by UNWTO Global Report on Women in Tourism 2019. In the second edition, if you look at the employment, primarily the formal sector workers, 54% of tourism industry's workforce globally, they are women. They hold less than 40% of the managerial positions, less than 20% of general management roles, and less than 8% of board positions. It is applicable to all the regions across the globe. Moreover, women's mean hourly rate is significantly lower than the men across regions. There is a huge gender pay gap that exists across tourism industries. In another development that has happened, that women are becoming more prominent as travelers. In the last decade, we have seen that women have marked their space in this field, And the very latest Travel Ready survey 2022 reveals that 36% of the respondents are women solo travelers. There's another study done in 2022, which also says 11% of their clientele was women solo travelers. So you see that there is a focus on we have one group which is working as a tourism worker. We have another group of women who are travelers, and the third, and in our view, the very important group of women in tourism is 80% of women workers who are in the informal tourism sector: street vendors, homestay workers, cleaners, trinket sellers, and many more. While we aim at this women friendliness in tourism, it is imperative that we believe that it is imperative that the travel and tourism industry caters to the need of all this different group of women, not only one or the other, for the sheer reason that as tourists, our experience is not characterized only by a particular service. We experience as tourists as a complete ecosystem, and in that ecosystem is also characterized by these informal workers who are often interacting with us as tourists. We get down from the airport, from the airplane, we board a taxi, we are interacting with the driver first, and driver often are not in the formal sector. They often are found in the informal sector. We go out to a place to see what's happening, and we are interacting with the street vendors over there. They are unfortunately not part of the formal sector again. So it is a genuine need for the travel and tourism industry to look at informal sector as part of their supply chain and acknowledge them as tourism workers, because they are part and parcel of this tourism experience that we want to create and we want to achieve. In another study that is done in Wayanad, Kerala, Khajuraho, Madhya Pradesh, Bodh Gaya, Bihar, and Puri, Orissa, have said that it is again something that my previous speaker has spoken about, that when a private space home becomes a public space by becoming a homestay, but the gender roles and the gender relationships are not unchanged. They remain almost same. Women are faced with a double burden: the burden of household chores, coupled with attending to the demands of the tourist, and most importantly, the labor that goes into it is seen as an extension of their caregiver's role. So that becomes an unpaid service for them. Though women in homestays, if they own or they not as a workers, they spend a considerable time to provide this to provide this experience of being in a homestay closer to the home, trying to experience a genuine experience of where we are. While we speak on women friendliness in tourism, we believe that women's unpaid work in the sector is recognized at paid tourism services. There are tools that is available to do that, and now the signing of the MOU with UN Women will bring in those tools into Kerala as well. Things like gender budgeting is a fantastic tool that could be used to actually try and see how these unpaid services of women can become a paid service in these corridors of homes as homestays. The views expressed by these women are not something that we're saying it new or is unheard of. These views are found in the studies by the UNWTO as well as UN Women. Today morning we heard about the enormous work that has been done by the Kerala RT mission. So our urging, as we end this first part of the thing of mine, I would like to urge the Kerala Responsible Tourism Declaration 2023 to have a clear section defining what does it constitute when you say women friendliness in tourism. Unsolicited, but we are going to offer a text to it, and I would like to read out that in 1 minute. Promotes women friendliness in tourism by ensuring equal pay, enabling working conditions with childcare facilities, anti-sexual harassment training, policy and procedures, acknowledging informal women workers in tourism supply chain, recognizing women's unpaid work in tourism supply chain, increasing women participation in tourism planning at the destination level, including increasing participation of women in the tourism decision-making spaces. we really would like to see this coming up. We know that there's a participation that's happening of women world over, but women are still in the ladder of, being a producer or being part of an income generation activity, but they are not yet into the leadership roles that we would really like to see. Thank you very much.
സ്ലൈഡ്സ് അവർ ചെയ്യും. ഇവിടെ വരില്ല. ഓക്കെ. Hi. Today I'm going to talk about Let's Go for a Camp. That is my very small travel company and the association with the Responsible Tourism Mission, Kerala Tourism, and how we have bring the more women to travel and the behavioral change that we have made for making more women to come into the tourism. Not into the tourism, to travel, so that there will be a huge market opportunity if the more and more women come into travel. So about Let's Go for a Camp. Let's Go for a Camp is a social travel startup. We promote responsible tourism. We are a unit of Kerala Responsible Tourism Mission. Let's Go for a Camp was created on 2015, August 15, as a hobby travel group because I was highly passionate about traveling. Even now also I'm too much into traveling. We understand that there is a huge gap between what people were seeking in gateways and what the traditional tours and travel business were offering to them, especially to youngsters and women. Most of the traditional packages designed for family and women, youngsters, their interests were least concerned in it. So we observed domestic tourists, we used to observe the domestic tourist travel pattern and understand that people have been looking for a meaningful experiences. But most of the domestic travelers are getting a typical tourist packages with very, very common destinations. We started exploring offbeat destination in various parts of India. We started creating itineraries of these destinations by working very, very close with the local people. And we understand that there are a certain category of people who actually need more attention, then only they will come into travel, then only they will start traveling. So that we created 3-4 different ideas. That is, one is Srishti, which is a woman-only travel platform, and second one is called Ammayum Kunyatayum, which means mother and kids trips. Third one is Idihasa, that is for those who are interested in history and culture. And the fourth one is Fruit Forest, for those interested in food, good health and farming. So today I'm going to talk about, today I'm going to talk about Srishti, which is the woman-only travel platform. So where the idea is not only to bring the woman into travel, with travel, they will get more confidence and they will see their life in a different perspective. So that's why Srishti we gave the name, and it's if you see the tagline, it is break the barriers, and we are the woman travel partner. So there was a lot of stigma around women who travel. So the one is women cannot travel alone, always need a companion, family support is needed, they are not financially stable to travel by themselves, they won't go any kind of adventure activities, they cannot adjust with the changes in the weather, they cannot adjust with the food, and vulnerable to danger than men who travel alone, may be subject to harassment or unwanted attention. Sometimes some people think that they will be easily available, they are easy available than women who with companions. Society often expects women to prioritize their family. Women should do domestic duties over their personal desires to travel, leading to the perception that women who travel are selfish or irresponsible. So these points actually I got not from a book or anything. These are told by the people who travel with me. Though these are the women who travel with me, they only inform that these stigmas are always around them. So the reality is that women have a natural curiosity and desire to explore new places and culture, making travel an appealing activity. Many women see travel as a way to gain new perspective and experiences and to broaden their understanding of the world. Women often travel to learn new skills such as languages, cooking, dressing styles, technology, farming styles, or to participate in activities like hiking, rafting, and many other adventure activities they are actually interested to do, which they are not able to do when they are in child because of over caring of parents. After that, brother, then after that, husband. So all these pattern continues, and because of this over caring, so if a woman they wanted to swim, then their parents said, don't go there, it is too deep, don't go. So that caring comes and they stop doing all these adventure activities. But they actually interested to do all these things, but they don't have a platform to perform all these activities. Then women may travel to connect with the other women from different backgrounds and culture and to build a good relation and good friendship. Travel can provide an opportunity for women to step out of their comfort zone, challenges themselves and gain confidence. These points today we were discussing. That time also they told like when we started traveling solo, we got enough confidence actually. We got enough self-respect, and we understand that when we go out, we know how to solve the problems by ourselves. So travel can actually make some behavioral change in them. So the reality is that the woman may also travel to take break from their daily routines. They are doing a lot of household works. They are doing along with that office work. So they are getting a time to come out of their all these duties and rejuvenate and recharge their minds and bodies. Some women choose to travel solo as they think that it is a way of independence, self-reliance and sense of empowerment. Travel can also offer women a chance to make positive impact to the society because they see a lot of things happening around. They feel like to participate in all these activities. So travel can actually help them to think a different perspective in their life. So these all are the stigma around us and these are the realities. Now it is time for us to overcome all these kind of challenges. So we were going to, for the past 7 years, we have started our company on 2015. So at that time we were surrounded with a lot of challenges like safety concerns. So these ladies are interested to travel, but they have its safety concern. They are having problem with the trusting people and afraid to travel with the strangers, afraid to believe and talk to strangers. Social stigma about women staying alone in hotels. Then thoughts about leaving their family, kids. So when they are traveling in the initial days, I saw that every time they will take phone and ask, husband is there, so have you had food? Like, or your kid is taken food? Or they sent to school? So continuously they will be connected with the family. They are not getting any free time even they were traveling. So financial constraints, they are always, especially in India, people will always think about savings, what to do with the savings. So they were thinking more about to save this money and for bringing their child come up. So they always forget about their duties or their interest, not duties, their interest they always forget. So the financial constraints always come by thinking about in future what will happen to my kid. That was the first question come into a woman's mind. and need to get a permission. That is the most difficult task as a woman. So she need to get permission from almost each and everyone around her. She need to get permission from father, mother, brother, then uncle, auntie, grandpa, grandma, or if neighbors are there, their permission also she need to get to come out of it. Yeah, it is true. This is what they told. So always need, and sometimes because of this social stigma, no, they always think that I need a friend to come with me. If I want to go out, even to the nearest, there is a shop, she need one friend to come with her. So that kind of, we were staying in a very closed box. So to bring them out of that comfort zone was not an easy task. It took almost 2 to 3 years of time for us to give continuously putting content, continuously putting stories. Then only they got enough confidence to come out of their comfort zone and start traveling. And office politics. So people, the women who are working, they go for a travel or trip for a 5 or 6 day leave and come back to office, they will start questioning, they will start putting like, oh, you went for there, right? Oh, how was the trip? Oh, it just went bad. Or like kind of so many comments. These days also one lady got that comment who came with us. And tensions of overcoming any unexpected issues happening during their journey. Because they don't know, everything is spoon-feeded. From the childhood, everything is spoon-feeded to a woman. So they don't know how to face an unexpected situation happening. So we have to address all these challenges. So I started traveling myself, solo, stayed in hotels, found new destination, talked to people, listened to their stories. I started sharing, writing my travel stories in social media, print media. I asked my team also to do the same. I started getting a lot of calls from people and asking about how is your journey, how you are making plans. Then a lot of calls for clearing doubts. Sometimes I'm getting calls in the midnight, 2 o'clock. When they read about this, they realize it and call at 2 o'clock and ask me, Gitu, I wanted to travel. So I will tell, okay, come, no worries, we'll make the plans, because they are getting a kind of confidence. So information sharing videos we have shared in the social media, how to book flight tickets, book trains, lot of work we have done on the first 2-3 years. Then I have to make the trips to very budget friendly. Sometimes I have never looked for the profit, because they have to convince their family telling that the trip cost is too less so that I will be able to travel. So the initial years we put the trip into very, very budget friendly, so that I want them to come out. I want them to come for the travel. Then only I can make any other changes. Answering to phone calls and convincing their families. Their father will call me, mother will call me, uncles, aunties, everybody will call me, and I have to convince them they are going for this trip. Don't worry, I am taking care of everything. So I have to do all these kind of things. Then we have to give guidelines to the vendors, guides, drivers. We have made a lot of guidelines how to handle a woman-only tours, because if something small wrong happened, it affects the confidence of the entire woman community. So we have made a lot of guidelines, and we have made the group size very small. We are not promoting the mass tourism. We need only 20 women in a group, so that each woman will connect each other and they will have a great relation. We will be able to create a good community of traveling women. And they came to trip as strangers. Each woman who coming with us, they all are strangers, and when they go back, they got a new family and they got a new friends. And we have added a lot of games, activities for making good and strong relation between them. Sometimes we added childhood games so that they feel that their mind is always young and vibrant. They are ready for any kind of adventure activity. We motivated them, we encouraged them, we gave them confidence, and making sure that they are getting good care, they are safe, and they are feeling happy like never before. So this is the behavioral change which we are trying to bring for the first 3 years, initial 3 years of the Let's Go for a Camp. So before introducing the concept of responsible tourism or responsible traveler, first thing, the main challenge in front of us, that they should travel, right? They should come out of their comfort zone. That is what we were trying. We are And I can tell you that in the 7th year, I'm standing in the 7th year, and this model was a huge, huge success. Each woman traveler became an influencer of their social circle. They started sharing their own stories in the social media platform. So I don't need to do any kind of marketing now, because they are telling that I am traveling, I am getting confidence, so you can also travel. So we are reaching in that position. Now if I put a mixed trip, the girls are coming more. Only 2 boys, rest all are girls. So they have got enough confidence to travel. And we started adding social values. Many in our immediate circle, they are thinking that when 5 or 10 women are traveling together, they will start gossiping about other women. That is the main mentality of the men, maybe now also. So, but they will talk about serials or something like that, they always think. But it's never happened in any of our trips. We started adding social values. We introduced something called Green the Red, which is the menstrual cup, promotion of menstrual cup, because traveling women, they are the main people who can actually promote it. So we introduced the concept of menstrual cup to the travelers, women travelers, and they started using it, and they become the facilitator of it. And we started conducting trips for Green Kudajadri and Clean Kudajadri. It is for cleaning the mountains. So they understand, the women understand that the issues, social issues they are facing. We taught them to make paper seed pens, and we invited them to restoration of grasslands. There are projects happening with the help of forest departments. So they are working with the social side, and they have supported many activities like library making. They supported 2018, there was a flood happened. So they were, the traveling woman group, they are together, and they contributed 1,000 plus blanket to, there is a project called Blanket to Wayanad. And they started thinking about the community they are involving. They have started buying things like souvenirs from the local shops and all, because they understand the social value when they travel. Local food, local festivals, local cuisines, everything is added in the package, so that the local women also started getting benefited. More travelers started coming up. So the bringing behavioral change, it took for 2 or 3 years for us, but after that, now everything is going smooth, and more women started traveling. Now people are asking us, these are the observed outcomes, like women travelers started bringing their friends to the next trip. Daughters, sons started sending their mothers to explore the world. Mothers started sending their kids. Lot of women only travel companies started coming up. There are women clubs formed here, and teachers, officers club, solo girls club. There are many women groups started coming up. We open up a new big market in the domestic tourism industry. It's a women sector is a very big market, so that when these women who are sitting in home, they have started traveling, means it's a very big market opportunity for the host as well as who are in the tourism sector. And so our close association with RT Mission is we were successfully implement this project only because we got a greater support from Responsible Tourism Mission Kerala. We got a greater visibility, we got technical support, we got mentoring support, and we got an opportunity to connect with the people in the grassroots local level, and we got enough trust to send us our guests to RT associated accommodation units and all, and we got learning opportunity, we got lot of advantages after we are connecting with the Responsible Tourism Mission Kerala Tourism. And as a way forward, our aim is to spread this model. This is a successful model, because past 3 years was a experimental time, and the next years is a smooth years for us, because we have seen a huge success in this model. So our aim is to spread this model to other part of India and outside India, and to get a global outreach, and spreading this concept of experience-oriented traveling to foreign women travelers group, and invite them to join us during their India visit, and working very close with the Responsible Tourism Mission, and create a meaningful connection with the local people, local women, aiming Kerala Kerala to a #1 state of women travelers, and we are aiming to make Kerala to be the most woman-friendly destination by giving trainings to grassroots level travel operators working very closely with the RT mission. So next time, if somebody is searching in the Google, no, which is the best woman-friendly destination in the world, it should show Kerala. So that is our aim. Exploring and listening more offbeat destination across the country, adding more outbound destination, focusing more responsible tourism, creating more job opportunity to women in tourism and associated field. So this is all about. Thank you so much. It took a little more time, but
thank you, everybody. I know we have to call Biju, but just wanted to take a very quick opportunity to thank Rupesh and everybody on behalf of UN Women. And for us, you know, it's not only Kerala, it's, I think, all India, definitely Kerala, because some cities, you know, some initiatives, but look at Madhya Pradesh and the kind of work which is going on. So, you know, an amazing panel. I'll be in touch. And I'm most interested about inclusion of, you know, women and, you know, in the Kerala declaration. So it'll be great if, you know, Dr. Pija Rajan, my colleague, she's going to join all of you. And I just spoke informally to the panelists. So after Biju, I think everybody just take 2 minutes each, and then, you know, on challenges and recommendations for Kerala, and then we can open it up to the audience if there's time. Dr. Pija is going to decide that. Thank you so much, and we'll be in touch. Over to you, Biju.
Good evening. I am Biji Savior, representing Responsible Tourism Mission, Government of Kerala. I'm going to have a quick brief about our women-friendly tourism initiative, headed by Responsible Tourism Mission. We all are from tourism industry, right? Some way connected with tourism, right? No? Yes. So we know women travelers are rising, number of women travelers are increasing, and it's a trend now, right? So Kerala decided to cater for this women travelers with the support of local women members. So we are seeing it as an opportunity for both sides, for local community as well as for the travelers. This is our new initiative launched by just 6 months back. In September, we launched this program. As I told, we see it as a mutual beneficial program for the guest community as well as the host community. The objectives, we see it as an opportunity for our women community to cater for host community to cater for the travelers, how to treat them. These are some pictures of our trainings, like how we are catering, we are involving our rural women to this project. How the first picture, I'll explain the first picture. This is a picture of our experiential ethnic cuisine project. With no investment, our local woman or a rural woman, an elderly lady, catering for a tourist. It's an experiential tourism. From the point of experiential tourism, it's with no investment. Local woman is catering for the tourism industry. Next is choir making. They are doing their normal livelihood activity without making any investment or without disturbing their normal livelihood or normal lifestyle. They are involving in tourism activity. Next is weaving. People are coming, or tourists is coming to that to visit this kind of activity, and these local communities making benefit out of this. Kerala Tourism has already declared the partnership with UN Women, and women-centric programs of Kerala Tourism ensures the following the showing objectives. We are planning to develop Kerala as a women-friendly tourism destination. We are not saying it as women-safe tourism destination. Kerala is considered as comparatively a safe destination for women. So we are calling it as women-friendly tourism destination. To cater for that, we are ensuring 30 minimum 30 women from each village, each LSG to this activity to support women tourism activities or women tourists. And minimum 2 women community members will be, or women community leaders will be there in each village. 2 travel coordinator will be there. Minimum 5 accommodation units or homestays led by women. Women will be there. Minimum 10 ethnic food units will be there, mostly homestead or women groups, restaurants will be there. Agri-tourism units or farm tourism units will be there. Drinking water outlets and washrooms washrooms and drinking water outlets like fresh up points will be introduced as part of this program. These are the facilities we are planning to provide in the first phase of this project through local women folk. And in the next phase, we are planning to expand it to souvenir networks. We already have a souvenir network. We are planning to introduce women-only handicraft network as part of this program. And women artist chauffeurs. We have artist chauffeurs, and limited number of women women are working in that sector. We are giving training to women community, and we are increasing the number of women RT chauffeurs, and women storytellers will be there. Country boat operators will be there. Women operated country boats will be there. Women shikara tours will be there. And women-oriented camp centers, we have seen Geetu's presentation and all. As she mentioned, she is already a RT unit, and she is supporting, and we are supporting each other. RT mission as well as Geetu is promoting each other, and we will have, like that, we will have more and more women tour operators. Women auto tours will be there. Women-friendly taxis will be there. Naturalists will be there. You can just see that these are the activities we are planning in the next phase. Biking tours will be there. Final goal of this project, we are expecting the expected outcome of this project is to develop Kerala as the first women-friendly tourism state. Thank you. Paulomi is, sorry, PJ is not joining, so if you have any questions, we can have it quickly and wind up the session. Since delegates don't have any questions, I think the panel members will share their recommendations and for Kerala to proceed with the program.
I won't speak for long. Absolutely hopeless of speaking without a script. I would say the thing that would change things for me and for women I know most effectively would be having more female drivers. Your arrival in India or at your port of arrival, the first person you meet is your driver. And it would be absolutely amazing if Kerala could skill up some women in driving, a non-traditional women role in India as well, so that your first port of contact was a woman driver. So.
आई थिंक एक स्ट्रेटेजी बनानी चाहिए केरला को अलग से, क्योंकि ऑलरेडी बहुत एजुकेटेड स्टेट है, महिलाएं बहुत सारी काम कर रही हैं इस फील्ड में. अब नेक्स्ट लेवल पे लेके जाने की ज़रूरत है, क्योंकि जो अभी बीजी ने अपना प्रेजेंटेशन दिया, बहुत ही अच्छा प्रेजेंटेशन है और उसमें उन्होंने सजेस्ट भी किया है, लेकिन इस लेवल पे ऑलरेडी आप लोग हैं. तो आई थिंक इससे और ऊपर किस तरीके से जाया जाए उसको लेके एक स्टेक होल्डर कंसल्टेशन करना चाहिए और फिर उसको पूरा प्लान करना चाहिए. तो उसमें शायद फील्ड लेवल एक्सपीरियंस के साथ आप उसे बना पाएंगे उस स्ट्रेटजी को और उस पर काम कर पाएंगे. ओके. वेरी गुड, बहुत ही बढ़िया है.
Thank you, Swati. First, let me congratulate MP Tourism Board as well as Kerala, at Mission for this wonderful project that you both are working on. You know, one is women safe, but also looking at the women friendliness. I would go by this few pointers that I would like to talk about, accepting Rupesh's invitation to be productively critical. Yes, we are a research organization, so some of the things that I'm saying is from the groups that we are meeting and talking about. I think one of the things that we want to say, there's this project that that the Kerala Art Mission is working on is built on a very, very vibrant foundation of local government. And in one hand, other hand, you have this this huge huge network of women already existing from 1998. So it's a two main pillars that you already have, which is kind of an enablers for this project to move forward under the broader umbrella of responsible tourism. Now, as Swati was mentioning, that you have these entrepreneurs already, 5,000, 50,000, I think I'm making a mistake of 5,000 entrepreneurs here itself, right? So now, how do we really involve them into the leadership of planning and decision making processes? That's, I think, the next stage that we would really like to see how it goes forward. And already the local government is very mature, so that could be one space to see how we achieve women's leadership and women's voices within that. Just to talk about one of the member of Kutumbashri, when we were talking about when we were doing a study as part of in Wayanad, in one particular panchayat among 250 women, they were saying that the women contributes to the tourism economy, but we are invisible. We need to be part of the tourism decision making spaces, and our views and our presence in the tourism planning is very crucial to make women friendliness in tourism. So we would really urge the Atti Mission to take that on and to see how we can achieve that. Second thing that we're increasingly seeing, that the POSH, which is Prevention of Sexual Harassment at Workplace, it's an act, is almost mandatory. It's a mandatory act for all the all the institutions, that is working companies, and we would like it to be implemented here. In most cases, we see that this has not been implemented in the hotel sector. across the country. It is not only in Kerala, across the country. POSH is something not been implemented. There will be a visible poster somewhere, but not really implemented. So we would really request and urge RT Mission to take that on as a possibility. We have already seen that in your classification document that we have received last evening, you have certain provisions already laid. So it is just a question of how do we integrate these two together. Other thing that I wanted to talk about is the climate justice mechanisms. We are seeing that in many places across the globe, across India, in Kerala, climate challenge is actually becoming a major threat to tourism development as well. And how do we really address that from a responsible tourism point of view? What do? We know this, we know an example of Kumbalangi, which is just here, and because of the sea level rise, the village is underwater. And that is one of the project that was taken by UNDP to make it a model eco village. So we're just wanting to learn from those experiences and see, when we talk about responsible tourism, how can we talk about those contexts, those challenging contexts, and see how do we really integrate those principles into places which things have really gone wrong due to many reasons, and can we make it right in some sense. A small one, I know time is running, but it's very important for me to say that we're talking about women, we're talking about gender, we're talking about various other matters in terms of being inclusive. I would like to bring to your attention to the need and importance to ensure protection of children from any forms of exploitation as well. It's very important to look at the issue of child protection in travel and tourism. As we're talking about responsible tourism, I would urge RT Mission to take that forward. A part of that is already being reflected in RT Mission's classification document, and we're very hopeful that that part of the work on child protection will be taken forward. Thank you very much.
I have only, in my presentation already I have pointed out a few points. So I just have only one small suggestion or recommendation, that is, we need to add this responsible tourism values and all in schools itself. I feel that it is very easy to make behavioral changes from school. I am an example of such a person who got these values when I am in school. So I think that if we start adding a small module in the school syllabus, how to, because Kerala or India is like a tourist country, so it's like how to behave properly with the guest, or the values which we have to follow, the environment, the society, the economic benefit, all these in the school syllabus as a very small module. I'm sure that it will definitely help for a behavioral change. It's very difficult to make behavioral change once they are old. Better to put that in from the school. So I feel that that is my recommendation actually. Thank you.
With this, I think we can wind up this session, and we will move to the next session.
All right. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining for the panel discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, we are moving on to the next panel discussion for the sessions. Let me welcome the moderator, Dr. Harold Goodwin, Director Responsible Tourism Partnership, Founder Director, ICRT 2002, and advisor to WTM on RT. Please join. And also let me welcome the panel members, Mr. Gleno Leary, Co-Founder and Chief Executive, Transfrontier Parks Destinations, South Africa. Please join. Also, let me welcome Dr. Adama Ba, Responsible Tourism Consultant and Founder, ICRT Gambia. Please join. Also, let me welcome Mr. Richard Horn, a Managing Partner, Grassroots Rural Tourism Consultancy, Scotland, and Co-Founder, Village Ways, India. Please join. Also, let me welcome Mr. Raj Basu, founder Help Tourism, advisor for rural tourism and homestays to Government of Arunachal Pradesh and tourism advisor to Government of Sikkim. Last, let me welcome Mr. K. Rupesh Kumar, State RT Mission Coordinator, Government of Kerala. And the panel discussion is all about responsible tourism is diverse. How do we set our priorities? Let's begin it. Here we go.
I'm standing in for the person who was going to chair this panel, so I'm slightly surprised that I'm doing this as well, but there we go. We are going to finish very promptly 1 hour from now in order to make time for the last session, which in some ways is the most important session of the day. Glyn, I'm going to start with you. So, do you want to explain to this audience how on earth an accountant got involved in tourism? With all your experience of the business of tourism, how on earth did that happen?
I think with my experience of tourism, I'm sorry, I'm still not an accountant. It's a long story, but I'll give you the shortened version. I was at a meeting one day in a board meeting in a neighboring country, Botswana, and we were talking about expanding the product range of the company I was with. And we had won a concession to build a lodge in the Kgalagadi Transfrontier Park, which is on land owned by the Kumani San and the Mir communities. And the Botswana director said, we have enough problems with our own Bushmen in Botswana. Why would we want to have a problem with South Africa's Bushmen as well? And that very comment upset me greatly, and I left to fly to a place called Kasane. And on my way there, we stopped in a little airport in Maun, and I did something I never normally do. I phoned my wife from the plane, and I said to her, this is what's happened in the board meeting. I've been told we're not to go ahead with this project, and I think we should do it ourselves. And in that moment of upset, anger, call it what you like, our company, Transfrontier Parks Destinations, was formed. My wife, I wrote the proposal on our flight between Maun and Kasane. I sent it to her by fax in those days. There wasn't a thing called the internet. And she typed up the proposal, and it's history. That happened in 2002, I think. And we started with a 10-bed tented camp on the Mozambique side of Kruger National Park. And today we manage 5 lodges owned by different communities, and we've just 2 weeks ago took over the management of a government-owned hotel in Eswatini. And so on any given day, we now have to fill over 400 beds with guests, and we employ something in excess of 200 people. And in our environment, each person has at least 8 people who are reliant on that income for their livelihoods, for their existence. So in essence, we are really responsible, I suppose, for close on 2,000 families.
So Glyn, just to cut to the quick, effectively your priorities were decided by your emotional response to a man in another country making a decision that he wasn't going to proceed to do what he'd agreed he would do.
That puts it succinctly, yes.
The reason I wanted you to hear that story is I think that is the most extraordinary story I've ever heard about how somebody got involved in tourism. Somebody whose only experience of tourism before that was being a tourist. And suddenly you're running a major operation. I'll come back to you on how we set other priorities in a minute. Adama.
Yes.
Now you were, let me get this history right, you were deputy manager at the first hotel that the Gambia ever had, the Bungalow Beach Hotel, built by a Swedish
businessman.
Yeah. How on earth did you get into responsible tourism? Adam?
Well,
what caused that?
I mean, in my school days was more like radical. And in the 60s, if you were born around the 50s, 60s, it was a fashion to be radical. There was the anti-apartheid struggle. There were struggles for independence in Africa. So high school days, we were really critical of the system. And that was my thinking, very critical of politics, tourism, and all the rest of it. But got into tourism, started as a waiter, and then move on up to the managerial position. But what got me out of tourism was I questioned the nature when I think it was 1994, we had a push, which means a coup d'etat. It was fashionable in Africa then to have military guys taking over power. And then the British decided to have a travel advice. And our main tourists were coming from UK. And travel advice, just at the beginning of the tourist season, which was in November, where the staff will stop in April all the way to November, they just came in to work. And we had a travel advice from Britain, which means the British government was saying no British tourists should go to the Gambia because it is undemocratic and they had a coup d'etat. And because of that, we had to close. I was a manager responsible for the personnel, and I had to call all the personnel to my office and tell them, well, we don't have a season. And you've just stayed for 6 months without work, you came back, and then I was the one to tell you, no, there is no work for you. Now that actually made me to question the sustainability of tourism, and I really got frustrated about that. Then we formed a movement called the Gambia Tourism Concern. We were concerned about the way tourism was going. That Gambia Tourism Concern eventually became an NGO, a small NGO, advocacy NGO, advocating for sustainability in tourism. That was as early as 1995. Then I got in touch with VSO, which was campaigning. VSO is Vocational...
Voluntary Service Overseas.
Yeah. Which was campaigning for what they call the fairer tourism. People must travel to places where the destination treats the people in a fairer way. And I was identified to work with VSO on this campaign. And we started campaigning in UK. And I was introduced to Harold by a guy called Dan Rees, who was the head of the VSO campaign unit. And I was to go to New York, where there was going to be the 4th CSD conference on sustainable tourism. And I was told, this guy told me, well, if you go, Harold Goodwin is our advisor.
Well, that's quite enough of that. Just hang on.
Yeah.
So we've had 2 examples where people didn't really make a free choice. Glyn had a moment of lunacy.
Yes.
And Adama was angry.
Very angry.
Very angry. And that drove you to take responsibility for a situation that you could see developing around you. I will come back to you, Adama, but I want to come to Richard now. Because Richard, you got involved not in anger, and I don't think it was lunacy, but would you like to describe the process by which you became involved in it?
Well, I actually blame you, Harold.
Oh, thank you. Let's leave me out of it.
I'll come back to that in a minute. Just go back a bit. So you can tell by my grey hair and grey beard that I've been in this game for a long time. And started my own tour operation in the 80s. It was always rural tourism, and in effect, though the word responsibility wasn't used then, to send anyone to a village for a holiday, you had to be providing certain DNA to satisfy the customers. In 2001, Harold, I was chairman of ATO, and Harold and I put together a program for the Association of Independent Tour Operators of the UK for responsible tourism, and it got me thinking a little bit about my values and taking them further. So I've been in the travel industry for a long time, and I was approached by a friend, a colleague tour operator, to say, would I be interested in helping with trying to sort out a problem in a remote valley in the Himalayas. I'd only been to India once before, and that was on a ship into Mumbai. And I thought, well, blimey, can I do that? I don't know much about. So I said I'd go. I was a very busy man at the time, because I was chairman of the association. I was chief executive of our company. And I said, oh, well, I can give you perhaps a day a month, and that'll be it. I came, and I fell in love with the Binsar Sanctuary. An amazing place that was struggling with villages because it had been turned into a wildlife sanctuary without migration. The young people were leaving these beautiful villages, and everyone was scratching their heads what to do. Himanshu, who will be talking to you tomorrow about the business model that we set up, was the guy who said, we need help. And there was no way I could turn it down. It looked wonderful. As it so happened, we had a knock on the door with our business 1 year later, and we sold it. So suddenly I had all the time in the world to spend all the time in the world helping start Village Ways.
So this is another example where, without lunacy or madness, it came looking for you in a way. You saw that there was something you could do that would help,
yes.
So you stepped up and took responsibility.
Right. Yes.
That's a fair...
Yes. Yes.
Now, Raj, I knew those three answers, but I have no idea what you're about to tell me. How did you get involved in this? How did your priorities emerge from your life?
Yeah, Harold, as you know that, my background was into adventure and wildlife, and doing a lot of projects and then going into the mountains. Often I saw that we camped in villages, we went to the sanctuaries and national parks through the villages without actually involving the villagers. And in those days...
It was ecotourism.
Yes, and those days the expeditions used to take place, everything used to take place with proper gears and everything, but there was hardly any villager who was part of it. And that's when I realized, that we should have a way of coming out of that and actually engaging the rural population. So from the travel shops that served the different purposes of the travel or tourism, to take it to the villagers and start giving them ownership of that. How would they own that? How would they get into that? So it was basically rural tourism all the way that we were doing since 1991 when we set up Help Tourism on the 15th of August. That year was probably the Visit India year that year.
Again, let me just make sure that everybody's understood what I think you just said, and correct me when I get it wrong. You set up Help Tourism because you saw that there were lots of people living in local communities close to where the expeditions were taking place, who carried the cost of living with that wildlife and not cutting down that forest, but who did not benefit from the tourism which was exploiting that resource.
Yes, exactly.
So you, in the same way in a way as Richard, I think,
yes,
you were stepping up to take a responsibility because you could see there was a problem and there was something you could do about it.
Yes, and when we started this rural tourism, then in the mid-90s, ecotourism came up, and they thought, we were the only ecotourism company in this country. So the Ecotourism Society, they came and recognized us, they took our itineraries, they put it on their website, and then as we got noticed, graduated, then we came to you in Leeds when you invite me to talk to some of the people, some of your teachers, students, and I think Richard was also there in those days with 4 of his executives. And then we came back and created this concept of the Green Circuit, where Kerala was one of the major stakeholders, and then we had 5 other partners, and we would go around the world in ITB or WTM or the other local fairs and say that we are promoting Green Circuit, which is based on the responsible tourism guidelines.
Right. So again, you saw a need and you saw something that could be fixed by your activity.
Yes, yes.
Now, Rupesh, am I finally going to hear the truth of whether you were outside in that demonstration or inside in the conference? How did you get involved in all this?
Okay. My story is very different. I can tell you that I have some bitter experience from my childhood due to tourism. That is not very personal. When I was in the 4th standard, the time of school excursion came, and the class teacher declared those who are interested to join for the excursion, we will conduct a tour for 1 or 2 days, but you need to spend 100 rupees. I think I was the only student. I cannot spend money. For me, 100 rupees was more than 1 lakh at that time. That was the first experience which I have faced as a negative thought on tourism activity. Then I can tell you that my first visit to Kumaragam, I am staying nearby Vaikam, which is just 16 kilometers from Kumaragam. My first visit to Kumaragam was when I was studied in 7th standard. In Kerala, one organization called Kerala Shastra Sahitya Parishad, which is trying to educate people about scientific thought and very progressive thought process. So they have an organization called Eureka Balavedi for the school students. One of my old colleague, he was a teacher, Mr. Suvarnan Marsh, he is also joined. I think he is also here in this conference as the member of Responsible Tourism, as president of Responsible Tourism Club, which is organizing at, which is working at Maravanturuthu. I came with them as a student to see the beauty of Kumaragam. That was the first very scenic, memorable, remarkable visit for my, my first visit to Kumaragam. After several years, I came to Kumaragam as a politician when I was the student leader of the Mahatma Gandhi University. I was a student leader of Students' Federation of India. Then I realized that what is the reality happened in the name of tourism in Kumaragam, in the very previous, very beautiful destination. When I came here as a student leader, I cannot find any birds in the destination. On that time, I realized that there are a lot of resorts, hotels, all of them are working very well, but there is no natural beauty when I had the first visit in Kumaragam. I thought that it has happened only because of tourism. Then I start to study about the positives and negatives of tourism. And I was focused my majority of the political works, especially as a student leader in this area. So I have good contact with lot of activist panchayat president, panchayat members. Then we realized that the local community of Kumaragam, the host community of this destination, was totally against tourism only because of the waste dumping to the Vembanad lake. And they didn't get even a chance to visit any resort. They had no chance to get fresh air from the backwaters. Actually, the local community members are the owners of the social capital. We are selling backwaters, rivers, beaches, nature, etc., waterfalls, etc., as tourism products. But the real owners of that social capital cannot get anything from tourism. That was the reality before starting responsible tourism. So we started various arguments, various demonstrations. I can tell you that when I was the part of the first global responsible tourism, I was one of the delegates of that conference as the consultant of responsible tourism appointed by the government. But at the same time, I had very clear contact with the demonstration happened outside the conference. But we need to tell the delegates that this is happened in Kerala. The local community need more involvement in decision making, in the protection of tourism activities. We were never against tourism. We were never against any tourist, but the local community demanded more inclusion, more livelihood, protection of nature, culture, and Vembanan Lake also, the backwaters also. So that was my story from, as I mentioned earlier, we started agitation, demanded involvement in tourism for the protection of nature, culture, and our livelihood. Then the government decided to start responsible tourism in this destination and appointed me as a consultant of responsible tourism. Till then, I had no serious involvement in tourism as a professional, and I never tried to study about tourism as an academician till then. That is my story.
Rupesh, thank you for that. And what it demonstrates is we were both right. You were outside and inside. What I think just one point specifically on what you said, I think we all ought to acknowledge that it's a brave government that appoints one of the agitators as their consultant to look at how they can make tourism better. If only more governments would be brave enough to do that, we might make more rapid progress. You may be surprised that I started this session in that way, but what I wanted to do was to bring out the obvious passion that these 5 people have for what they do. And they have different priorities because they connect with their upbringing, their personalities, their experience of life, and the place where they are. The people who do a lot in responsible tourism are motivated by something specific, and normally an experience and a sense that they ought, because they could, to step up and take responsibility and make that difference. Very important to remember that that personal motivation is at the heart of making responsible tourism work. So now we're going to go back around the panel with the much harder question, which is the one we now face in the next session. It's very easy for lots of individuals to say what they think should be in a responsible tourism policy. And if it's your company, you probably have more right to do that than if it's your community or your country, when it's infinitely more complicated. So Glyn, I'm going to start with you again because it makes handling the microphone a lot easier. Just pass it along. So Glyn, there you are. You're up in Limpopo province. You're fairly well connected with the government. You're not exactly an agitator of the sort that Rupesh was, possibly still is, but certainly was. but you have been quite a thorn in the side of Limpopo in one way or another. How would you suggest to them that they decide on their local priorities for their responsible tourism policy? South Africa is too difficult, it's too big a place. Maybe Limpopo or a different province if you prefer.
I think probably for me the singularly most important thing, I know we're talking about responsible, but I would live in a world of fairness. Whenever we negotiate contracts, for me, something that has as long a life as a contract has is something that has to be open to being renegotiated as you go. Because when you start out, you don't know everything about what it is you're doing and where you're at. And nor do, in our case, the communities with whom we are negotiating. So to reach an agreement and then say it remains like that because the agreement says so can be counterproductive to the reality on the ground. Now, I use that as an example simply because even in the case of whether it's responsible tourism or whatever type of tourism it is, and in the environments in which we work, what Rupesh was saying just now is absolutely fundamental and critical, and I'll use perhaps the South African context to explain that. I go to meetings from time to time, or presentations from time to time, where I hear people talking about setting up a campaign to save the rhino, or setting up a campaign to stop lion hunting, or setting up a campaign to preserve the environment. And all of those are noble. But very often what is left out of that discussion is what are we going to do about the livelihoods of the communities who live alongside the areas where those rhino are, or those lion are, or that they're trying to preserve. And if you don't think about the communities in that process, you actually have got no chance in the long term of solving the problem, because the communities are not going to work with you. And that's exactly what the point Rupesh was making. So for me, and part of the problem with that is that we rely so heavily in many instances, in tourism particularly, on donor funding or support funding or government funding or whatever it is. And communities, unfortunately, are not sexy. Wild dogs are sexy, lion are sexy, elephant are sexy, because you can put pictures on your website and you can do all of those things. But communities aren't. So it's very difficult to build a case for why you should get that support, which is why they get left out of the equation. So I think more and more we have to actually literally activate for greater understanding and support of communities. I'm just going to give you one little example of something. We have a lodge that's located in the middle of the desert. It's in a national park where the occupancy is very high. Our occupancy is not as high because we offer a full service lodge with meals and activities and everything, whereas the others are all self-catering. And recently I was in a discussion with a young woman who said, oh, you know, it's such a pity that you don't have self-catering facilities because my family likes to self-cater and we would have gone there. Now, I had a similar discussion with one of the members of the Park Authority as well some time ago, who told me if we didn't do catering, we made it self-catering, he could fill our lodge. We'd just be able to cut the price by 2/3 and he'd fill the lodge for us, which is great in a way, except I said to him, Dupel, I just don't understand. What you're suggesting is that we should get rid of the 30 people we employ at this lodge, put in a fridge and a stove, turn it into a self-catering facility. All 30 of these people come from the local communities. We buy all of the food that we use in the lodge from the local towns. And we should instead do what you've done at the national park level, and that is employ 3 people, allow the guests to bring all their food from Cape Town or Johannesburg in their deep freezers in the back of their motor cars, buy all their alcohol in Cape Town or Johannesburg, drive all the way to the Kalahari, see the wildlife here, eat their food and drink that comes from Johannesburg or Cape Town, leave their refuse behind, and then toddle off back to Cape Town or Johannesburg and leave nothing in the community. Yeah, but you'll make money that way. I said, well, we'd prefer not to make money if that's what we've got to do. So those are the kinds of things that I think have to be thought about in this process.
Interesting, Glyn, that in the end, your decision to do what you did has a strong social conscience or moral dimension to what you are prepared to do to make a profit. Mr. Barr.
Yes.
Same question I asked Glyn. And you were involved in that process when we drew up a responsible tourism policy for the Gambia. What is the best way to determine what the local priorities should be in terms of responsible tourism?
Yeah. In the first place, I think I've learned something from Kerala and all these countries that try to promote their local food, because the out-of-pocket expenditure of tourists, that is what they spend in destinations, is more on food and drinks. So if any destination gets it right by making sure that you link local production, agricultural production, to the tourism industry, you will make a big gain, because everyone will eat food, everyone will drink somehow. So it is important to make those linkages right between what is produced locally and what tourists consume, either in food, drinks, or what they see, or what they shop, what they buy. If it comes from the local economy more, you will gain much, much more from tourism, so that tourism is not just, as we say. I think sometimes we confuse the demand that is required for products that are produced and are not living, and the demand that is required by people. People are diverse. I mean, I have this story where the biggest market we have in the Gambia for people who come out to look for nature or animals are the bird watchers. We have a big population of bird watchers coming to the Gambia, basically because we have over 600, that small country has over 600 species of birds. And it's just because we have the vegetation, which is mangroves and water everywhere. And I have this story where the first bird watchers, when they went to the village were surprised and were laughing. How can these people come all the way from UK just to come to my village to look for birds? But this is, to some people, is crazy, but to others is something they love to do. So what I'm trying to prove is it's diverse. What people want in tourism, because people are living, it's diverse. And therefore, the demand, as well as looking for the demand, destinations must decide what they want, the type of tourists they want in their countries, by matching the type of tourist, matching, just like what Harold said here, marketing and management. You have to match those two and make sure that when they come, they eat the local food, they drink the local juice and everything. Once you do that, you're making it right. But if you don't do that, what comes in foreign exchange in the left hand, will it find its way out again by importing all the food stuff that tourists drink, that they eat? So you're making no gain. The cost and benefit, if you do a cost and benefit analysis, which you need to do in tourism, you will find out that you are gaining less from tourism than you are actually receiving. So I am impressed when I go to the restaurant here, apart from the ice cream and the pasta, which I hate to say, but I love to eat. Everything is Kerala.
Well, that's because they keep the very best of the Indian sweets away from you. Ice cream is not the best thing that they produce here. Richard, we've got you in Binsar now, concerned about outward migration of young people leaving the villages, and obviously the villages will die if the young people leave. So that establishes one priority, but there were others, I think, when you got to know the villages a bit better.
Yeah, I sort of make a general comment first of all about the sort of tourism I've been involved in and why I think people choose it. So people go on rural holidays to villages, particularly, normally, for their innate beauty and to experience a different way of life. So you have to imagine people in Birmingham or Bangalore, busy lives. They want to see something else and they want to experience it. And the problem with villages throughout the world, not just here in India, but throughout the world, is that rural life is dying. It's not as it was, and it will not exist unless we find a new income stream to put alongside rural economy. You mustn't replace it, it's still got to be there. And the economy to do that, done well, is tourism. And young people, if they're educated into tourism, and it's easy to train, and believe you me that people in villages have natural hospitality. It was extraordinary when we started speaking to those people in the Binsar sanctuary. So why, just as you said, why do people want to come here? They did not understand their beauty, and they did not understand the richness that they had. And the other thing that was going on, just as you said, Glyn, that they'd created a wildlife sanctuary, and there had been no thought of the villages within the sanctuary and how those people were going to continue. So all sorts of things. They used to trap animals, they used to graze their herds in there. They were suddenly, overnight, not allowed to do it anymore. And so by bringing guests into their villages, they suddenly saw another reason for having a sanctuary. And that reason was to explain it to guests. And one of the most remarkable things we've noticed is that we questionnaire every guest who visits. The one word that comes out every time, and I'm happy to say we have very happy guests, is privilege. They say that their holiday experience was a privilege. Now, if that is achieved by such simple accommodation in simple places, I believe responsible tourism can achieve a lot. What I would like to ask is that more investment is allowed into these small villages. They don't have the funds. There aren't many people like us who can help them with funds. And providing they can match what they have to the right market, and that's vital. I mean, you see so many NGOs going in, throwing some money at a project, building something, and they don't know where to sell it. So it has to be matched to market. But they do need funds to help create the right infrastructure. It needn't be much. It mustn't imbalance the village, but that's my wish.
Thanks very much, Richard. Raj, now I know that we know how you got involved in this. I also know that you now work with a lot of different communities. So let's imagine you go into a community that you don't know, and you've been asked by government to work out what the priorities are in that village. How do you even start?
Harold, it's been a long experience actually working with communities. Means when I first met you, we had 600 community partners who were there with us. Today we have 2,500,000 community partners from 5 countries. A lot of them, I never knew them. So, you know, when we connect them or we empower them to tourism, money is something you always know would come in through tourism, that is for certain. But there are things like what are the social benefits they are getting, to show them that, to tell them that, you know, these are the social benefits like schools, medical help and all these things coming up when tourism is being connected to their villages, because that is what most of our remote areas lack in. Secondly, as you saw, everyone's concern was the environment, the local environment, because it is the environmental services that the local people were getting. So suddenly with tourism, if that is not retained, if their livelihood with the backyard biodiversity, because as you understand that our basics, the food, clothing and shelter, everything is attached to the backyard biodiversity. On today's date, in the areas where we work, 70% of the food comes from the backyard jungle. So, just to keep that in place, if tourism doesn't help that, if tourism is not connected to that, we are actually then missing on something.
Sure, Raj,
Yes.
but let me just push you a little bit.
Yeah.
Who do you think should decide those priorities? We've done the how,
Yes.
but the question of the who. Who should decide what the priorities are in those villages that you're talking about?
Certainly. That's a wonderful question, because when we have responsible operators more than the government, because on the third session we have heard that, how policies could bring people together. So one is, with the present age era of connectivity and the aspirations of the youth, sometimes it becomes very tough to balance that portion. So one is balancing that with the wisdom of the community which is already there. The inbuilt wisdom within the villages which is there, the rural wisdom being used for that purpose is something what is very important. Second important thing, what we always saw was, the policy not coming from the center but coming up from the local. Like in the Indian system, we have such a strong system of the panchayats. So if, the government of India could be involved in the sustainable tourism criteria of India, but if the panchayat doesn't know about it and if it doesn't come from them, it doesn't work. So the implementation methodology. So there it is extremely important, as Richard has said, is not only have tourism, the money and everything, but also the right market linkage, which we haven't talked about since the morning. How do we get this responsible tourists? That's a very important factor. Like Richard helped to bring some of them. Many of us sitting in this hall who are here are not from the mainstream, who have been able to bring that to the right people, to the right places. But how does it come as a whole?
Tempted though I am to follow your stream of thought, I need to take you back to how we set priorities. Now, you make the point that you say all of India has strong panchayats?
Yes.
Is that what you said, that all Indian villages have strong panchayats?
Yes, extremely strong panchayat system, because they are elected by the people locally from the villages.
In that case, how is it that tourism in Rajasthan, for example, has ended up the way it has?
Yes, because, when you go to Rajasthan, if you look at the background of Rajasthan, it only goes with the local people as, with people with turbans and camels, and then the palaces. You can see the contrast in tourism over there.
Okay, so have you just agreed with me that India doesn't have strong panchayats in every state?
They do have a very strong panchayats in this one, but they are not linked to the tourism development or responsible tourism or the sustainable tourism that we are talking about in this hall. They have no clue about how tourism works, because they are more concerned about, the basics of life that has to be provided into a population like India, which sometimes become very difficult. So the priorities, Kerala was lucky enough to have a MLA who talks about tourism. They have a panchayat who talks about tourism. They have a ward member who comes and talks at the global show of responsible tourism. So
Roger,
bring
I'm
that.
just going to push you a bit, because you're a big, strong guy. I'm going to push you. Right? One way of understanding what a tourist is, that it's somebody who doesn't live in your community, coming from outside the community with money in their pocket and they want to spend it. That's the way to understand a tourist. Now, in some parts of the Caribbean, because they've got it so badly wrong, the tourist can't leave the enclave of the resort because it's too dangerous. Because there's two ways in which to take money off a tourist. You can steal it off them, and that's a rare thing in India, but it's common in some parts of the world. Or you can find something to sell to them.
Very, very rightly said. So what we do not consider into tourism, we only consider in tourism the economy as investment. we do not consider the skills which is within the community as investment into tourism. We do not consider the environment as a partner into tourism, and that is where we keep missing the bus. So if you're talking about responsible tourism, we have to decide that while building up a destination or a travel or a journey, how do we involve the skills of the local people into tourism? Because that is already there in them.
Okay, so you've set the question.
Yes.
What's the answer?
The answer certainly is looking into these partnerships. That's the mission, because the policy has to, as you heard from Rupesh, how did it come up, Kumarakram? In spite of being a tourism destination, there was so much of agitation that came up during the last this one. So how did it come up? Because the empowerment, the skills, the intellect and the investment of the local people was not considered, because tourism for most of the time was considered as an economic investment. While we have Jose here, who would be known as the father of local investment, because he not only invested money, but he made sure that the people in that landscape invested their skills, and that was incorporated. Instead of making a big building of 100 rooms, he built 100 rooms as a complete village, where the village was part of that. So these examples are on the larger scale. And yes.
So what you said, just to make sure everybody's got the point, is that most of the time, the skills and the need to develop those skills and relate them to tourism of the local community is simply not considered.
It is never considered. On today's date, that's why I said the mainstream tourism industry, the bigger players who are there, who are actually selling India, are not here in this hall. The only reason being they still haven't understood the importance of the local people, the local skill, the local geography into tourism. It's something just beyond opening another business. Because that's where I think in responsible tourism, it is time when we find the new narratives of tourism, just instead of adding words to it, is adding a new definition to tourism that has to take place.
The reason I used the Booking.com data this morning in my presentation was to make the point that the market is absolutely clearly moving in that direction. When Richard and I first started on this, we were told only European travellers were interested. It was never true. We now know for certain that it's not true, because Booking.com are surveying people in lots of different source markets. What we do know is that people enjoy meeting other people. Yes. I'll tell you one story of mine, which was when I was working in Zimbabwe. The academic I was working with, because I had to be working with an academic, did not believe me when I said that the most important thing to people when they're traveling is the connections that they have with the people they meet. And she happened to be invited to the cocktail party at the end of a Smithsonian Institute wildlife tour. And she worked her way around. She was a good academic. She worked her way around the cocktail bar with all these people. And she said all but one had said it was the same thing. It was going into the school in Wangi to meet the class of school children. People need to wake up to that's where the market is. But Rupesh, I want to come finally to you, because the process we're about to be involved in 20 minutes from now is talking about what Kerala's priorities should be. Now, as I recollect the 2008 experience, was that the conference, it didn't actually come up with those 3 priorities. You decided those before the conference took place. What the conference did was to give you lots of examples of how it had been done in different places around the world. How were those initial 3 priorities identified? And do you think it was the right way to do it back in 2007?
Yeah, when we started this initiative, as I mentioned earlier, there were a lot of gaps in between the host community and the tourism industry. So we tried to involve the local community in tourism. At first, we tried to ensure local economic benefits through tourism. For that process, we have started various cultivation units, vegetables and production units for local producers. And we try to link them with the hotels and resorts. At first, there was some difference of opinion, but later, I can tell you that Wayanad Tourism Organization, one representative from that organization is here. They committed that we are ready to make an agreement with Responsible Tourism team. Then the Kumaragam Hotel and Restaurant Association, due to the very serious involvement by the local Panchayat Raj system, local MLA and the Department of Tourism under the leadership of Dr. Venu VIS, and the whole tourism industry of Kumaragam decided to be the part of Responsible Tourism. And later I can tell you that there were a lot of clashes for pricing, ensuring quality of products. But we try to develop our own models to tackle the issues created by purchase managers. It was an interesting story. We made a purchasing committee pricing committee for fixing prices of local products. So we will sit together under the leadership of Panchayat President. See, that is happening in 2008. That was not so an easy task. We sat together in the Panchayat office or tourism office under the chairmanship of a Panchayat President, and I will present the amount we need for the local community. That means I will request them, you please give rupees 30 for long beans, 1 kg long beans. Then they will argue that no, it is quite difficult. Then there will be a clear-cut argument. And we made it very serious agreements along with the Hotel and Resort Association. I can tell you that the reason behind for that process was there were some sensible properties. And I can tell you that Mr. Jose Dominic is here. He came to the meeting and he declared that my property will purchase everything from the local community. That was the first declaration on that time. We are with you. You please move with the process for economic responsibility. And Kumaragam Lake Resort, Lake Song, and all the properties joined together to purchasing local products. In the case of local resource management, human resource management, we argued for 10% of local involvement in job. At first they were afraid that people will create strike and it will demolish the tourism fraternity and tourism stakeholders' activities. But now I can tell you that more than 70% of the laborers are coming from the locality in majority of the hotels and resorts in Kumaragam. And all the cultural programs will be presented by the local women community members in all resorts and hotels every day. When we try to start the Responsible Tourism Initiative in Kumaragam, our women community members told that we cannot come to resort because tourism is an ugly business. That was the concept of the host community. But we tried to convince them this is not an ugly business. There are a lot of chance to ensure the livelihood, support the livelihood and protect the nature and culture. So I can tell you that when we started the Responsible Tourism Initiative, there were a lot of criticism. They are continuing the same process because they are still in that place. We never bothered about such people. Now they have good ideas, good platforms. They have their own iPhones and they can write everything per day, per hour. Oh, this is not responsible tourism, that is not responsible. That is also moving in Kerala. But I can tell you that you look at to Mr. Baby Matthew Somathiram, he is the president of Kerala Travel Mart Society. He is sitting in this conference from the morning and he will continue here for a couple of days to conclude this session. Mr. Swaminathan, Mr. Abraham George, and there are so many other stakeholders came here to assemble with us, to discuss about the progress of responsible tourism, because Kerala Travel Mart Society is promoting, is arguing for responsible tourism. HATS and another organization, Homestay Association. Majority of the homestay associations and tour operators, major tour operators are also joined with us, not for namesake. They have clear idea that how we can use responsible tourism as a business model. That is why I'm talking that we can make projects, but it will not work. We never thought about any project consultant to start responsible tourism. We started all this initiative only because of the experiments. All the models derived from local community. Everything was derived from our own experiences. We had a lot of bitter experiences also. Some of the tourism industry partners were not ready to allow the local community members to go inside their property. But Kumaragam is, all properties are open now for product sales, purchase of local products, presentation of their own art forms. Anybody can come there. That means it is moving very well. It is moving very well means it is not moving all part of Kerala. So that is our challenge. So we are trying to develop, as Raj Basuji mentioned that, clearly mentioned that, if the local self-governments are strong and they are ready to involve, means we should promote their involvement in tourism. And Government of Kerala declared that in each panchayat we will develop destinations. People are arguing that this is not a good business practice. But I can tell you that this is the peak point of responsible tourism implementation, because after 25th years of people's participation process in Kerala, government strongly declared that we will start projects under the leadership of Panchayat Raj system in Kerala. They can spend money for tourism through their plan fund. I can tell you that there are a lot of limitations still. It is persist, but it is moving very well. When I started the first experiment of village life experience, I tried to present in front of bureaucratic setup. I tried to present toddy tapping, coconut leaf weaving, coconut tree climbing. One of the topmost bureaucrats told to Dr. Venu that, Venu, please take care on him. He's creating some madness. I think he has no idea about tourism. And later, after 5 years, I saw that he received one award for responsible tourism only because of village life experience. And he was talking more about experiential tourism created by responsible tourism. That is a difference from the beginning to the process. So I can very strongly tell you that all of us are joined together to move for a good cause, and it will move very well, I think.
Thanks, Rupesh. Just before I came up to take this panel, Rupesh said you must finish at 10 to 6. So I reckon I have about 30 seconds. What I wanted to say is that it seems to me what you see here is there's lots of different ways of identifying priorities. Different people, the activists and the communities will also have different priorities. In the end, each community needs to settle on a set of priorities that they're willing to work together to deliver, and that's the difficult bit. Thanks for your time. If you thank the panel, I'd be grateful.
Welcome. Mr. P. B. No IAS, he is Director Tourism. He will be presented the new Kerala Declaration Revision Draft paper for all of you. Sir, I would like to welcome you. Happy welcome, sir. I would like to invite all the speakers, those who are already mentioned in the program, for their comments on this revision of Kerala Declaration. Mr. Dr. Adamabba, Glenn O'Leary, Dr. Aditi Chowdhury, Dr. Kamakshi Maheshwari, Dr. Manoj Kumar Singh, Ms. Manisha Pandey, Mr. Indranil Roy, Dr. Anjuna Thir, Mr. Baby Matthew Somathiram. Please join with us. Please come to the dais, please.
Okay, hello. Are we ready? Hope all of you are here. Thank you so much once again, and good evening. Welcome once again. I'm sure that this has been a very long day, and at least some of you are very tired, but then I'm very sorry to say this is one of the most important session, probably this session today all of us must be discussing. I'm sure that the points which I am going to discuss here, we have been hearing the entire day. There are hardly any new point which I am going to discuss here, but then still there are certain points which we need to reiterate so that that stays in our mind. First of all, what I am going to do is here is our declaration, what happened in 2008, and how are we going to revise it. As you all know, our declaration came in 2008. This as a result of as a follow-up of 2002 declaration, which happened in Cape Town. Now, based on whatever decision had happened in Cape Town, there were a lot of discussion which had happened in Kerala, based on which we came up with the declaration in 2008. And the most important point, based on which the declaration were found, were to create a better places for people to live in and for people to visit. We have to create the places, the best possible places for the people who are living there and for those people who are visiting. Now, this has to be made as a concept, not as a product. Recognizing the economic, socio-cultural, environmental responsibilities of all the stakeholders, not only the government, not only the visitors, not only the business people, but all the stakeholders involved in the activity. Recognizing the multi-stakeholder approach led by the government, yes, different stakeholders have different responsibilities and government has to take the lead. Encourage the use of renewable energy than the fossil fuel. The consumption of fossil fuel, as and when the tourism activity increases in a destination, the consumption of fossil fuel also increases, the greenhouse gas emission increases, and the climate change is also a threat which need to be addressed in destinations. Now, you know that these are all some of the issues which has been listed in the 2008 declaration. One is the consumption inequalities. We know that there is a disparity in the consumption. The paying capacity of the visitors is high, and the consumption level at the tourist level is more, and probably that can result in the consumption inequalities, which can lead to some conflicts. Power relationships are definitely in favor of the industry because they are more powerful, they are more economically more powerful, they have more muscle power, money power. So is the case with the visitors compared to the local people. Ethics of mutual respect and equity are the fundamentals of the responsible tourism initiative worldwide. Mutual respect has to be there from the visitors, has to respect the local economy, local community, their culture, their sensibilities. So is the case with the local community vis-a-vis the visitors. the management strategy has to be like about more positive, creating more positive impact and reducing the negative impacts. We know that we cannot wipe out the negative impacts. As and when somebody visit a destination, that definitely going to create some footprints in the destination, in the natural environment or in the historical or cultural environment. But then that cannot be wiped out, but then the impact has to be reduced. Greater economic benefit for local people has to be one of the driving force behind this responsible tourism initiative. When we involve the local people in the decision making, we will definitely be able to come up with some solution which is suitable for the locality, and that could be the best possible solution, and the locals will be in a better position to advise us which policy has to be, which strategy has to be adopted to solve a problem. Pollution from a tourism industry, this has to be solved in consultation with the different stakeholders, government, business, airlines and transport authority, to list a few. Water scarcity is a problem, is going to be a major problem as and when the large number of tourists arrive in a destination. Waste generation, probably one of the major issue which Kerala is facing today. Every destination, the carrying capacity of a destination has to be assessed, the number of tourists who can come to our destination in a given time, and the waste generated. There has to be a balance. This has to be in a sustainable way. Now, the Kerala Declaration talks about some of the activities which we can take up to solve these problems and to come up with a solution. First one is education and learning. Now, when we include the responsible tourism concepts in the preliminary, primary, secondary education level, in the professional education levels, probably that can bring in a change in the attitude of the youngsters and to the next generation. Probably that is a solution which is suggested in the recommendation which is given in the 2008 declaration. But then I'm sure that there are certain points which is mentioned here which has already been implemented properly. But then there are certain activities listed here which we were not able to implement so far, which probably we have to think about implementing right now. We have to train guides, we have to go for the capacity building of communities, NGOs. Now the communities also has to be sensitized, the NGOs also has to be sensitized about the responsible tourism principles, fundamentals, and the gains, the advantages which we are going to get out of it. Campaigning and awareness raising, they can do well by doing good. It could be a motto. Now there are a lot of initiatives which is coming from the rural community here, and probably this is the reason. They have realized that they can do well by doing good. Probably we have to campaign for investment which is socially responsible. Now, when there are more investment opportunities, we should actually go for a socially responsible investment mode. More responsible media. This is very important. We know that there are in certain destinations, when some small incident happens, then itself the media responds in a very negative way, which is creating a lot of issues in the destination. One probable example is the stray dog menace in Kerala. So the media has to be responsible, avoid raising false expectations is an important aspect, because in the media and especially in the social media nowadays, we can see that certain destinations are getting so much hyped up that visitors are coming in large numbers, and probably they are not very happy about the destination, and whatever hype is given in the social media is not seen in the destination. So this is creating problem. Fair reporting has to be adopted, independent critical judgment, so as to assess which destination is the best one, which is not, and on reporting which company, which resort and which industry is doing good the best possible way. Examples are here, I don't want to name. Primary role at destinations for the host community. Again, the host community's responsibilities also has to be designated. They have to be empowered in the decision making. They have to be empowered in such a way that they have some control over the local tourism development. What has to be the development strategy? Even the document talks about when the local community decides that they don't want any tourism development in this locality, well, that has to be the policy which the local government and the state government which is adopting. Communities are not homogeneous. We know that the communities are not homogeneous. When we address a solution, it should not be a one-size-fits-all kind of a policy. It has to be designed in such a way that it will address equity, power, and gender issues. Taking responsibility for sustainable local, social, and economic development. Local people has to be treated as the owners of the destination, not as somebody who receives charity. There must be enough employment opportunities so that they understand that responsible tourism is something which is going to create good for them. Local procurement has to be adopted. Many of our agencies, that's why I've said in the beginning, many of our partners in the industry are adopting this policy. When the moment they started institution in a locality, they have adopted this policy of local procurement. Even when the local community at many locations were cynical about a new investment here, the local procurement and employment has resulted in confidence gaining from the local community and resulted in survival of the industry on a later stage. Linked with the scheme has to be linked with poverty reduction and market access for micro and small enterprises. We know that the big firms and business firms will survive, but then micro and small enterprises require assistance and special consideration from the government side. At governance side, what has to be done? We know that local government has a lot of responsibility. Here we have seen the whatever we discuss, whatever we talk about, we have a lot of limitations sitting at the state government level. But then the field level issues, only the local government can understand and can address. So the local government should actually have the overall responsibility. They should be in touch with the industry people and they should be able to sort out the problems as and when it happens. The approach has to be all of government approach. The departments should not work in silos. We should not say that, say, tourism is some other activity, local self-government is different, industry is different, say irrigation is different. No, every department has to work in tandem and not in silos. Multi-stakeholder approach. Different stakeholders have different responsibilities. It's not that only industry has responsibility. It's not that only local government or local community has responsibility. Everybody has responsibility and it has to be a shared responsibility. Partnership, government, local communities and business, mutual respect, shared responsibility, I've already told about. Build long-term partnership has to be the strategy. Community-based tourism, market, explore possibilities in market, develop products. Now, the products has to be designed in such a way that this suits the market. The quality has to be ensured. The supply has to be ensured. At many locations, what we understand is like, I was working in cooperative societies before. Now we have a robust system of cooperative societies and the product they produce. We have 385 products which has been listed, produced by the cooperative societies. Now the only problem is that quality is also really good. There is a lot of demand for the product, but they are not able to ensure the supply. So that should not be the issue here. Quality has to be ensured, the supply also has to be ensured. Disability and inclusion is a major theme, and this is a major theme which is coming up in the new declaration as well. This has been there in the 8th declaration, but we were not very successful in this. Commercial sustainability, this is a very, very, very important aspect. Probably all the other aspects can be negated if this cannot be achieved. Commercial sustainability, because if this keeps whatever we say, if that is not viable, then we will not be in a position to go ahead. Now, we must ensure whenever we say all these aspects, we must ensure that this is commercially viable as well. Environmental sustainability, as all of you know, conservation and biodiversity also has to be some of the major aspects which has to be integrated in the policy. These were the points which has been mentioned. Monitoring, measurement and reporting. This is about the credibility. Now, when we talk about the responsible tourism initiative, when we talk about the sustainable steps which we take, everybody talks about responsibility, everybody talks about sustainable way of doing things. But then who is actually doing it in the field has to be thoroughly monitored, measured and reported. And whatever report which we prepare has to be reliable and credible report. This has been the major components of our policy in 2008. Now, when you look back from the previous presentation, you are in a position to understand that many of these aspects which we have discussed here has been achieved fully. Some of them has been achieved, maybe 50%. Some of them we were not in a position to even touch. What are the major aspects which we consider to be included? This is open for discussion. Probably we are here to discuss and finalize the aspects which has to be included today here. Number one, convert destination to responsible and resilient destinations. Yes, we have the destinations. Responsible initiatives has already been there. But how far we are successful? This has to be 100% successful. All the institutions has to adopt this. This policy has to be implemented in 100% level. All the stakeholders has to be brought into the spectrum of this. It has to be resilient destination. COVID-19 pandemic is an example. Now, when COVID-19 hit us, the entire tourism industry suffered a lot. Many of you are victims. Now, how this responsible tourism initiative would have helped us? How it has to be designed in such a way that this is a resilient movement. Mass tourism is creating a lot of conflicts. In many of the destinations, we are seeing large number of tourists. Do we have the capacity to absorb this many people there? Do we have the facility there? What is the facility, what is the carrying capacity of a destination? What is the carrying capacity in terms of the waste generated? What is the carrying capacity in terms of the, say, vegetable which can be consumed? What is the wastewater which can be thrown into the streams probably? Over tourism and pollution, major issues which need to be addressed. There should be some specific action points on all these heads, which has to be thought about, which has to be implemented, then only the responsible tourism can be taken to the next level. Action on climate change. I need not talk about this. I was district magistrate in the nearby district in 2018. Just one day, 2018, August 14, when I was in Tiruvalla, nearby town, 1 hour from here. When I was there, I was not getting any information about any flood. In 6 hours, when I was back in my district headquarters, my one town was underwater. 30,000 people underwater in 6 hours time. The entire town underwater. In 3 days time, we had to evacuate 1.5 lakh people. Now, this is the kind of disasters which we are facing. Now, are we ready for this? Are we aware of this? We know what happened in Turkey, in Syria. Now, climate change is a reality. We have to be prepared for that. We have to have an action plan. Gender inclusive tourism. If we don't include this aspect, then whatever we do is of no use. Gender has to be factored in anything and everything we do. Now, when we, that's why when Susan Ferguson from UN Women was here, we were very happy. In the conversation what we had, the suggestions which we made from tourism department is like, you come up with the policies which can be implemented in tourism along with responsible tourism from UN Women, and we are here to fund you. The policies, the projects has to be designed in such a way that the gender concern is addressed. Safety. We know that safety is a major issue which need to be addressed. Women should be able to travel anywhere they want, any point in time. Accessibility has to be there. Anywhere men can go, women should also be able to go. Stay is another problem. Waste management, I have told you about, is a crucial for tourism. Basic rights of tourists and local of destination. Actually, waste management has to be addressed in such a way that this is a right of the local population as well as the tourists who are visiting to have a cleaner destination. Now, whenever the destination is polluted or wherever the destination is full of waste, then that is not a cleaner place to stay. That is not a fair thing to do. Community empowerment through RT, which we have discussed in detail, but that has to be taken to the next level. The income generation activities has to be made in such a way that people should actually go for responsible tourism initiative in every activity which they do. And in a state like Kerala, every Grama Panchayat or every place could be converted into a tourism destination. So when the local population understand that this is a potential area which can generate income for them, definitely this can happen. Accessible tourism, like the gender issue, accessible tourism is another issue which we couldn't address effectively. There were some initiatives even from the responsible tourism, from the tourism department, but unfortunately that was not sufficient enough. There should be sufficient information about the facilities available for the people. Information and interpretation, employment for the people who are disabled, etc. has to be incorporated in the accessible tourism front. Eco-friendly construction in tourism, whatever we construct has to be eco-friendly. When I was in Missouri for a month's training last December, Jan. Now when we went there, I went there, the previous training was 10 years back in 2012. Now when I went to Missouri for another leg of training, in 2022, I've seen that the construction has increased multifold. In the slopes, it is like actually scary. If there is a small tremor happens, God forbid, but then if it happens, we do not know what is going to happen. That kind of a fragile ecosystem, the construction has increased multifold. We also have fragile ecosystems in the Western Ghats, Idukki, Munnar, in Wayanad, and so many other places. Entire Western Ghats, as well as the other places. Now, the construction has to be eco-friendly. Design policy for tourism destination. One reason why we have come up with the design policy, which is a draft is being prepared and will be final by next month in Kerala. Now the design policy, once the design policy is there, we have to implement the design policy in every activity which we do, especially in responsible tourism activities. The design policy is conceived in such a way, keeping all these aspects in mind. So hopefully this will come handy. Carrying capacity and RT protocol for tourism destinations. I've told you about the consumption, the waste created the footfall. The carrying capacity has to be assessed in all these aspects and have to come up with a strategy. Safety audit for tourism destination, whether each and every destination is safe in different perspectives. Safe for women, safe for children, safe for elderly. Safe food is provided. All this safety audit also has to be done. Responsible green sustainable tourism certification. Well, this certification has to be based on whatever is given in 2008. There was a point mentioned in 2008 declaration, which you remember. monitoring, measurement, and reporting has to be credible. So we should make sure that the certification is trustworthy. Once the certification is given to an institution, there should not be any doubt about it. It has to be the best institution which gets the best certification. Eco-restoration through tourism also has to be kept in mind. It's not that when the moment we open up a new destination, that destination is gone forever. No. When we start a destination, we should take all precautions to keep it the best way possible, as well as whatever destination is already there working, we should take initiatives to improve the destination which has already been there working. Now, these are all some suggestive points which I have come up here. Now the platform is open for discussion, but then remember one thing. Responsible tourism is something which we can do together only if we understand the concept and we keep it in mind and we implement it in every step. The responsibility is shared. Myself and the industry partners and all the different stakeholders have to work together to achieve these goals. Let's work together. Let's hope for the best. Thank you. Answer here. Hello? Yeah.
There are 4 or 5 points that I could get from the 2023 policy that is being proposed. One is we are talking about a separate responsible tourism policy only. So why can't the state have only one policy calling it the responsible tourism policy?
You are talking about the 2023 declaration,
yes,
right? Now, what we are planning to do is, like, that's what I have mentioned in the presentation. Whatever we have decided to implement in 2008 declaration, some of them has been achieved 100%, some 50%, some 20%, some we couldn't even start. Now, we are suggesting an upgrade. We are suggesting an improved version with some added points, with whatever evolution had happened in the entire tourism and other scenarios.
Can't we have it adopted as a complete policy for the state? Is it possible by any chance? How do you look at it? Means, is it possible? Like
no, the problem is like
any tourism happening, let it be responsible tourism when it comes to
I actually do not think, I'm not sure whether I am saying the right answer, but then what I think is like we are actually not ripe enough to adopt this policy in the entire state. Because, see, even in Kumaragam, there are certain institutions which are, has been following the responsible tourism principles in the last several years, since 1991 even. But then there are so many other resorts who are not even sticking to the basic fundamentals. You want to add something?
Second.
Yes.
Second is, we often talk about resilience actually. This has been a very common word post-pandemic period. But we fail to actually put into document that how do we confirm resilience when it comes to tourism. Because we have gone through this pandemic period, we've seen that what had happened to the people who are part of the tourism industry. But then how do we, is there any document that says that these are the methodologies that we confirm resilience?
That's what. Again, I mentioned it in the presentation. The precise action plans on all these heads has to be designed. For example, the accessible tourism, the point which I have mentioned, how we are going to implement the accessibility thing in every destination has to be earmarked. Probably we have to come up with a strategy like these many destinations which we will make accessible with so many checkpoints, so many criteria in this year. So something like that has to be done. Similarly, for all these aspects, some actionable points has to be made, and that has to be implemented on a time-bound manner.
Okay.
Probably that is the way out.
That could be one of the ways out, yes. The third point was that, in Kerala, we know about pilgrimages and people's festivals. And if you have seen in the last 1 decade, the attendance at the footfalls have increased by almost 6 to 10 times for these festivals and pilgrimages. So these are also tourism destinations. So how do we confirm, the carrying capacity of these destinations? How do we control this kind of, mass tourism?
Yeah, that is true. This is a wonderful question because, as I mentioned earlier, I was the district magistrate in the neighboring district, and this neighboring district hosts the famous Shabarimala shrine. Now, as district magistrate, you are also a district head of district disaster management authority, right? Now, in Shabarimala, when you go, your responsibility is to manage the disaster, right? When I go there, stand there during that Magaravilak season, the peak of the season, the only prayer I have to the DT is that God, there should not be any disaster, because the Sannidhanam has a carrying capacity of 1 lakh people. If you fully pack person back to back, 1 lakh is the carrying capacity. And the people who visit that last day is around 10 lakh. Now, how do we manage this? These are all the challenges which we are facing, right? Again, with the cultural, social, religious, emotion, sentiments, we have to factor in all these aspects. But then we have to devise some strategy, at least especially in purely tourist destinations, rather than probably pilgrimage centers. And probably some good sense will prevail in the years to come.
And the next is we actually all work on the pollution for destinations, and most of these rural destinations, like urban areas, do not have any the waste management procedures. So there, and most of the time what happens, even in the waste management procedures, we transfer the waste. Like we take it from one place, we transfer it to another place. But we do not talk about transforming the waste. Because if we are looking forward to a sustainable destination, either we don't allow the waste to come in, or we transform the waste. So I think there has to be a lot of sensible inputs in the policy for 2023, because that's the biggest challenge.
Yeah, when I talked about the integration of different departments and working together, I kept this point in mind that Kerala government has come up with a very good solid waste management policy recently. One project which is funded by the World Bank is $300 million. This is about the solid waste management, and this is actually happening in the field lab. And every urban local government, the fund will be transferred, and the latest technology is being implemented there. Again, we are hopeful in the coming years.
Yes, so
result will be better.
Most of the destinations are rural in Kerala,
Yeah.
so we have to find out. Yes.
This is a preliminary step wherein lot of problem is there. The problem is multifold. Now, next stage probably. I'm not saying that there is no strategy for the waste management in the rural front, but then the rural waste management in the urban sector has been taken up in a serious way. The rural sector will be the next step, I hope.
The last but not the least, on the 7th point, we talked about eco-friendly construction. So when we talk about...
Yeah, please. Yeah.
When we talk about eco-friendly construction, actually, we do not have any institution which can do that excepting the community institutions. And even as a bureaucrat, you understand the government doesn't accept the local construction materials like bamboo, timber and mud and stones and all these things in the construction methodology. So how do we confirm this eco-friendly construction methodology which was already there with our villages actually?
Eco-friendly technologies are actually facing some challenges in the field. For example, there has been eco-friendly technologies in the village level and people are using it. But then what is the quality of it? Or what is the duration which can sustain? There is a good destination nearby called Adavi. Okay, I've seen a bamboo hut there, built beautifully, but then you can't stay inside. Problem is, it's all fungus and it's a very difficult to stay inside. It's humid and it's a very difficult destination. Now the problem is, because of these issues, the visitors won't be in a position to stay inside. Probably the solution is what? We have to improve the technology to adopt, to fit into the requirements of the visitors probably. Yeah, it requires more research, I guess.
In fact, I just asked you these questions because we want Kerala to follow the methodology and then we will follow you for the rest of the states. Thank you.
Yeah, we are definitely into it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I think you can.
So actually, we were planned to for two presentations. One is from Kerala side and the second will be done by Dr. Harold about the new charter declared on Magna Carta. After that, the panelists will be made their comments. Then we can take the comments from the other delegates also. So I would like to invite Dr. Harold to present the new charter on responsible tourism.
Shut up, please. So, this is always a really difficult process because everyone, as I hope I demonstrated in the previous session, everybody has things that they particularly care about, and that's quite understandable. The challenge we had with the new charter was to recognize that when we did the first declaration in 2002, we weren't that worried about climate change. We should have been, but it wasn't much of an issue. It is now. In the same way, there are a number of other issues which have become much more important. So these things need to be revised all the time. It's particularly difficult when you do one which is for an international audience, because if there's something in there which is going to cause major offence in a particular part of the world, then the Charter has no relevance. And you see that with UN documents all the time. So what we tried to do is to come up with a very general set of principles that recognised the diversity of our world, and it is that diversity that makes travel worthwhile, as I said earlier today, but we need businesses to recognise that. Now, I would say for sure that any business which tried to implement all of the elements of responsible tourism which are listed in this charter would probably go bankrupt. Simply not possible to do all these things. We need to be realistic. And I was talking with the Director of Tourism just before this session, saying that in order to achieve things in life, we need to focus. We can't do everything. And it's almost certainly the case that priorities in one part of Kerala won't be the same as priorities in another. So what you need to do is to have a process which enables particular communities to identify the things that matter to them. I'm not going to go through this list because that would be tedious at this time of night. But what we've tried to do is to cover the main elements of the principles, if you like, which is appropriate for a declaration. It is not a strategy document. It doesn't identify the priorities in any particular place. It is a generic charter. I think now, at the stage you're in Kerala, attempting to implement responsible tourism across the whole of Kerala, you would be wise to stick with principles. My sense of Kerala is that you have some very strong things that you have in common, but there are also geographical differences between people who live close to the water and those who don't, people who live on higher levels of land with different kinds of ecologies. So you need, I think, to have a set of principles which are then applied in specific places. And I've looked at some of the suggestions which have come in, and they're all quite laudable. But what you need to be careful of doing is tying yourself up with a set of principles which are actually becoming implementation strategies. You need to have principles, and then you need to work out how you're going to implement those principles, and for that you need a strategy and a work plan and a budget, and to be very clear about who's going to do the work. So the end of this international charter, the 2022 Charter on Responsible Tourism, is probably the bit that matters. We called upon countries, multilateral agencies, destinations and enterprises to develop practical guidelines. This is the key thing, to develop practical guidelines and to encourage planning authorities, tourism businesses, tourists and local communities to take the responsibility for achieving sustainable tourism. Almost certainly, in the next few years, new issues will emerge. You need to keep the flexibility to be able to address those. It's 20 years since we revised the Cape Town Declaration, but recognizing that sustainability is a journey and that we'll probably never get there because there'll be new issues arising. You need to do what we can to make tourism better, explain why we focus in Kerala or in Kumarakoram or in Vinod on particular issues, and what you're going to do to address them, and recognize that transparent reporting of what you achieve is critical to convincing the local community, your business partners or the tourists that you're actually doing anything about moving towards sustainability. So my advice, for what it's worth, is that you should stick with fairly general principles, and you should adopt those principles which matter into work plans and strategies which define who's going to do what. But I am not from Kerala. It's your declaration, and I'm looking forward very much to hearing what people on the panel have to say. But I'll stop at that point. Thank you for listening.
So now we are looking for the comments from the panelists. So we would like to invite all of you. You can directly come to the venue and you can make your comments, please. Yeah, okay. So, from where? Yeah.
Greetings to all once again, and many congratulations to RT Mission as well as Kerala government for thinking ahead of everyone and coming up with such a comprehensive and futuristic agenda and declaration. My observation, maybe I am wrong, so if it's, you can correct me. One thing which I wanted to see in the declaration was convergence within the governmental level. So we have lot of schemes going on. We have very good example. Today we have listened from Swati from MP Tourism that they have a program funded by Ministry of Women and Child. They called it under Nirbhaya scheme. So any such interministerial convergence proposed in the charter? Second question, digitalization is very important. If I go to, it's not speaking as an panelist or someone representing any organization, speaking as a tourist, when I wanted to come to Kerala, it was difficult for me to identify all the experiential part of RT mission. I was knowledgeable enough and privileged enough that I was able to contact Rupesh sir directly. But think of a tourist who want to undertake a responsible or sustainable holiday, but sorry to say, the Kerala tourism website as such does not speak about it. There is an RT mission website, but again the RT mission website needs a lot of upgrade. So digitalization is very important. We can have an app which can be called a smart app for Kerala. You have a very good chatbot, Maya. So we can integrate that with an app, and this app will help you to even get the insight into the type of tourists visiting and doing the data profiling. Third and most important part is, in the whole charter, tourist is missing. Okay.
Yes, sir. Yes.
In the whole charter, the tourist is missing. If we are fixing responsibility of everyone, there is responsibility of tourist also. So a campaign, of course, at global level within India, we have a campaign. So a clear-cut responsibility fixation on the part of tourists can make this agenda and this declaration a 360-degree declaration. Thank you.
Very good evening to the delegates to the gathering. I'm Dr. Kamakshi Maheshwari, and I represent Central Nodal Agency for Rural Tourism of India. So I was going through the charter, well built. Congratulations to the whole team of Kerala government and RT mission. When Director Sir was presenting, he mentioned that we wanted to move from the product to concept. And I feel the 2023 charter should move from concept to emotion. See, responsible tourism should be an emotion which should be, inbuilt in the tourists who are coming, as well as among the stakeholders in the rural community and the local community. Until unless we do not have that approach to achieve it, every declaration will have something 100%, 50%, 60%, 40%. There are few things which I just wanted to suggest, because what I could find is, yes, there are aims to be achieved in declaration, but there also should be approaches to achieve those aims in the declaration. Because being on the governmental front, we have always experienced that we lay down policies, we lay down schemes, but we never lay down the operational procedures to, go on to policies and, to implement these schemes. So there are few things which I felt can be added to the different, at different level, was like where you spoke about the carrying capacity. There should be few things which can be added, like heritage impact assessment, which should be done, because every destination, especially every a site has its own carrying capacity. That's perfectly right. But until unless we do not assess it, we are talking about eco-construction, so we should also talk about the eco-audit. We should also talk about the eco-impact assessment, which should be done to understand that how viable it is to promote on that ground or in that manner, and how we should. Instead of talking about the eco-construction, which is, as Sir mentioned, that it's very difficult on the ground level to get it done, why don't we talk about the restoring the vernacular architectures which are already there? So we can talk about restoring the vernacular architectures. Let the local community who's already there be involved in that front, and let them be promoted as part and parcel of this RT mission, because there is a mass involvement of the local community and community in this RT mission, so that can be done. There's another important thing which I felt is like carrying capacity audit should be done. When you were talking about after pandemic, there is mass tourism, yes, but we really need to find out a shift from the main to the niche. And that is how we can just, think about carrying capacity of every site, every destination, every tourism, rural destination, Kerala. And there could be the promotion of niche destinations, can be alternative destinations where they are able to find the similar kind of experiences which they are finding out at the destination which has the mass tourism. As mentioned by Dr. Chaudhary, a tourist will always look forward to a destination where they have peace, where they can enjoy the similar kind of experiences without being one of the crowd. So we can definitely promote through digitization if we are looking forward. And Sir spoke about pilgrimage. Like pilgrim is one of the major tourist destination. I'll just quote a small case study. I have been working with the Swachh Bharat mission for Ministry of Tourism since years, and we have been doing a lot of survey and research. And while researching, we had, no doubt, every pilgrim is following some or other standard. But one thing I would like to comment here is about Tirupati, Tirumalai temple. The responsibility is not only about it's not only about the Tirupati Trust, or it's not only about the government. When a tourist, a traveler, or a pilgrimer, he's moving towards the Tirupati, they have to be bang on 17 minutes. It is the policy and a rule which is being followed. So that is to maintain the crowd and to maintain the carrying capacity. So if you reach before 17 minutes on the main gate of the Tirumalai temple, the parking gate, then you are fined. There's a penalty. So when the cars move from the down, they have been specifically told that the speed limit is this, which would be covered in approximate 17 minutes, and you need to reach there within 17 minutes, so that by the time the cars who are already there up can be, movement can happen very easily. So this is one thing which we had got it, there were other major aspects also, the recycling of water, and they're using the same thing. The second one of the important thing which we understood from there is the mobilization of the hairs which were devoted, the devotees had devoted there. And the market, the year which we surveyed was 2017, and the market, they had marketed the hair, and it was for 2,400 crores. They sold it. So that was all. There are few steps which has definitely been taken up from the governmental end, but more or less what I feel is, there should be certain policies which could be implemented at the grassroots level. A tourist, as a taxi driver, he know that I need to reach there only within this time limit, then he becomes responsible. When he becomes responsible, he makes his tourist responsible. I cannot drive fast, sorry. I need to bind with the rule, the 17 minutes timeline. And it gets amazing experience to the tourist also, because they might not have had this experience somewhere else. So every small experience creates big difference. And when I talk about responsible, I feel that it has to be an emotion. The last thing I really want you to include is the operational guidelines for each and every aim you are mentioning in the declaration. If there is no proper operational guidelines, then of course we would again sit back and discuss that how to implement. Thank you.
Yeah, I think I would like to congratulate Kerala Tourism, because the declaration they signed in 2008 actually was not limited to the papers, but it was also implemented on ground. So I would like to personally congratulate, first of all, for the huge achievement, and it's not restricted to paper. The other thing, broadly, most of the points have been, but to make the most use of the 2008 declaration, I think the first suggestion would be that what we've seen Kerala lead the path for the country. Then, second in line was Madhya Pradesh, who is also now shoulder to shoulder walking in that path. So I think Kerala should also lead the movement in the Indian other states. And I think that could be a part of the declaration. The new declaration is to support, with what experience they have, because I'm sure it will be valuable for us to have that as a part of the declaration to expand this movement across the country. The other thing which I would say is that, you have an immense experience about responsible product marketing. And I think that being a very critical aspect for many private as well as government practitioners as well as the local communities, if a policy can be worked out within this new charter, declaration about a policy on marketing of the responsible tourism products. And the last point is a very clear specific actions list, because I do think that first declaration is generally very it's a very broad headline of all the tasks you do, and then you try to summarize and evaluate what has been achieved. So maybe some of these points could become more specific going forward in the new declaration, because you have a very clear idea about what has been achieved and perhaps what has not been achieved. So those are the three things.
Good evening, everybody. There's enough wisdom in this room to create any documentation and create any declaration. I congratulate Kerala Department of Tourism and specifically Responsible Tourism Mission Kerala on organizing this August gathering and getting all of us together. Thank you very much for inviting me as a representative of my organization. I bring the industry's voice. My name is Dr. Anjuna Dheer. I represent Responsible Tourism Society of India. And let me restrict my observation to this document and what we're trying to achieve. Primarily, if I say tourism is a multi-stakeholder activity, and broadly dividing the stakeholders into 4 broad zones. So we have governance, and under governance I would put in all the governments, local, central, state, etc., district level. Then we have industry, and then we have destination owners. So I would put community as destination owners, and then I would also put the 4th stakeholder, who's a traveler and the tourist himself. So my first observation for the new changes that we're suggesting is that this document may not necessarily be addressing all the 4 stakeholders. So it's very heavily speaking the government and the destination owners seem to be speaking to each other. Somehow there doesn't seem to be enough voice or representation of the industry. So probably that's one sector one needs to look at also here, especially because industry is a singular source of meeting the economic sustainability criteria. So that's one point. And the other point which I would say is, Dr. Aditi already has mentioned that traveler cannot be left out of the loop of tourism and responsible tourism. And our experience over last whatever number of years has suggested that it's very important to have the traveler also share the responsibility for completing the responsibility loop. So we strongly recommend involving the concept of responsible traveler, especially in a country like India, where traveler actually, maybe, tourism in its newest form is a new phenomenon for Indian traveler. And the traveler, the moment he becomes a tourist, he assumes that he becomes a mini Maharaja. And that mini Maharaja has demands which may be not necessarily easy for the industry to fulfill and also the destination to fulfill. So my observation arises out of that. So that's the first thing. Let's also look at the other 2 stakeholders for this declaration to be a balanced declaration. My second observation is we have 12 new points. I think the 12 new points can be broadly taken under 3 broad points. And this also comes out of, the National Sustainable Tourism Strategy, which has been taken out by the Ministry of Tourism, Government of India, which says the first point is let's have a destination approach. And here I'm talking of convergence of intelligence and wisdom, wherever it comes from. So when we look at destination management approach, we are talking of carrying capacity. We are talking of eco-friendly constructions, which are very important. And we are talking of design and construction sensitivities. Actually, we are talking of all the, point number 1 also covers point number 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 12. So probably the first point, destination management approach, can cover in all the 6 points. Again, I bring myself to the point of convergence. Carrying capacity is the most crucial factor that we all understand that we need to look at, and we also know, being part of this industry, that there's no consensus here. So again, Ministry of Tourism, Government of India, along with Responsible Tourism Society of India and CII Tourism Committee and Adventure Tourism Association of India, all the industry as well as the government have now started a program of identifying what is the appropriate formula for calculating carrying capacity. So probably I invite Kerala Tourism also to join this initiative, be a part of this, so that all of us can come to a common understanding which is applicable to all our destinations. Having said that, probably a small change which only Kerala can get, by the sheer force of it, by the sheer strength of it being a market leader, is that it cannot be a carrying capacity of tourist. It has to be a carrying capacity of the destination itself. Because how can you ignore the residents who are also utilizing same resources? So probably instead of carrying capacity of the tourists, we need to look at carrying capacity of the destination. That's first point. The second point is again, community tourism. The new point is under community tourism, Kerala has actually done wonders. We all are following your examples and we are trying to implement it in various parts of the country. Thank you very much. And probably the next step is gender sensitivity, which is again a point which is under this. And similarly, safety of a destination. So these 2 points again can come under community tourism, the next steps for community tourism. And the third important point, which is again which forms a part of this declaration, and thank you very much for the Responsible Tourism Mission for having created such a comprehensive declaration. It is the focus on standards, certifications, reporting, and monitoring. Standards and certifications, there's enough noise about this. It's the reporting and the monitoring mechanism which needs to be strengthened. And when I say reporting, I'm talking of sustainability reporting. So probably as a trailblazer, Kerala Tourism and Responsible Tourism Mission can look at demystifying what is the appropriate reporting, sustainability reporting mechanism for our industry. These are broad points. I can go on and on about other things, but I think we'll take other points. Thank you very much.
Thank you. My name is Indranil Roy. I am from Outlook. I'm an outsider, so I will not really put forward any opinion on the charter. That's not my space. But what I definitely want to add here is about media and what is the role that both of us, media as well as the administration, has in hand. Now, since morning, I have been observing that we are talking about responsible tourism processes, we are talking about community building, helping the community, etc. But we are not talking about people. We have not spoken even once in any of the conversations so far that why don't we celebrate people? What is this showcasing of the people that we need to do? We need to showcase the last mile contributors, the people who are working at the last mile is what we need to put forward. We need to showcase it to the rest of the world. We have been promoting responsible tourism for the last 8 years. So far, I have not been able to convince my friends to actually go together for a responsible holiday. Now, consumers are not going to listen to us unless and until we make poster boys. Look at the startup industry. They have unicorns, they have poster boys, so everybody follows them. So that's exactly what we need to do. We all need to come together. The second point I want to raise here is about a responsible tourism campaign by the Government of Tourism, by the Tourism Department, Government of India. Similarly, the same campaign can be taken forward by respective states and actually build on it. I understand there are challenges. You don't need to go all out, but you can start the process of promoting responsible tourism so the consumer get to see, get to understand, and get to take their first steps to come forward and be a part of the journey. That's all I wanted to say here. Thank you.
Thank you. I just am also an outsider, really. So, although we're involved ourselves in responsible tourism, we're not involved in Kerala's responsible tourism. But, and maybe I'm misunderstanding something, because I'm hearing some really good and important input. But my understanding is that a charter is really a document that's got to provide you with guidelines. From that, you'll evolve a policy document with regulations and all sorts of other things that will go with it. So I think one has to be cautious, perhaps, of being over-prescriptive in the charter. That I think you've got to actually identify the areas that you want to focus on. And I'll say that specifically, and I just want to use one example, the issue of waste management. We run a lodge in the Khalkhadi Transfrontier Park. If we had to adhere to this, we would close the lodge down, because we have clients who come in, and this is where media becomes important and selling your message becomes important. People who come and say, well, where do I put my bottle to recycle it? And we say, oh, well, you put it with those plastic things there, and you put it with the refuse there. And they look at us and think we're mad. But the reason we do that is we are 720 kilometers from the nearest recycling depot. Closer to us than that is the National Parks recycling area, which is a hole in the ground at which they burn all the refuse. So we started out, because we are fair trade certified, by putting bottles in a blue bag and plastic in a green bag and refuse in a red bag. And then we took it to the site and we dumped all our green bags, red bags and blue bags in the same hole. Now, what a waste of money and time. So unless you are more specific about what it is, and that's, you've got to be, I've heard the word flexible a few times. It's the word I like. You've got to be flexible and understanding. Otherwise, if you are over-prescriptive, you will kill a lot of initiatives, because they will become too difficult or too costly or too whatever to do. And that's just one last example. You may know, a lot of you have mentioned the water crisis in South Africa to me when you've heard I'm from South Africa. Not too many of you have mentioned our power crisis. Yesterday we had 10 hours of load shedding, because unfortunately our power infrastructure is falling apart. But the reality of it is that government provides an incentive through the Green Energy Fund for you to apply for support to put in a power system, renewable energy. We've applied for that. We had an audit done. We put our application in, I think, 5 years ago. Then they said, no, they fired the people who did the analysis, so we must now please put in another one. But the system takes 3 years before it will churn out an approval or not an approval. We don't have power now, not in 3 years' time. So if we have to wait for 3 years to get funding for power from a government support system, the same government who is not providing the power right now, then I don't know how we will survive. So I just think one must just be, as I say, cautious of being over-prescriptive in your charter. Setting the ideals is perfect, but the rest is about the policy and the regulation.
Well, I get confused about some of the comments, because it looks like they're talking about implementation and confusing what needs to be implemented with a charter. Is more or less a declaration of intent. And we are not talking about what is to be implemented yet, because the whole country needs to have a policy updated from possibly the charter. Then from that, you need to develop a strategy which everyone will look at and see how best to implement it. And you need to have a governance structure that will look at monitoring and evaluation. What we did in the Gambia was to have the Responsible Tourism Partnership, which is a multi-stakeholder partnership that everyone is actually represented, small business, communities, big business, whatever, whoever is the stakeholder. and then you review, and then come up with the policy document with government, and then you start looking at implementation. But my understanding of what we are doing right now is just putting together what is intended to do. And we are not at the level of what we need to implement as Kerala. I mean, if we confuse the two, then I don't think we'll be out of this room today, because everyone will start to put in what he or she thinks needs to be implemented. And I don't think we are at that stage. A declaration was made in 2008. All we're doing is to actually help to adjust or update that declaration so that it goes hand in hand with the moment. The declaration had less on energy conservation, on environmental management, on other issues, climate change. So we are looking at all those issues and putting them in the declaration. And what we need to do from an international perspective is to help Kerala to say, okay, this is in line with what we think should be the aspirations of Kerala as a destination. I mean, but once we put in how to implement that, we are actually going further than what we are intended to do. Thank you.
My name is Manoj Kumar Singh, and I'm working for the Responsible Tourism Mission, Madhya Pradesh. First thing is a very good is an excellent declaration of the Kerala government and Kerala team. First of all, very much congratulations to you, all of you. And at present, I have no any study of Kerala, but we are preparing some plan for the Madhya Pradesh also. So I am giving you some points. If you liked it, if you accept it. So first is the state is responsible for the responsible tourism. So policy is very much strong for the responsible tourism, and some system developed for the as a peer review. The community and tourism are tourists, there's some review for the state officials also. The state officials are also responsible to the development of the responsible tourism because of some policies and because of some implementation plan. The policy and the implementation plan, our objectives are not completed. So make a 10-year, 5-year plan and a system of peer review. That is very important. Second thing is a private partnership. Private partnership is very much important for the gap funding and gap implementation also. Aditi is also, you are also told about that CSR and private partnership. Private partnership as an NGO and as a CSR fund are technical support, any other support also. Some of good institutions are giving the technical support like Selco for the solar energy and like Barefoot for the solar energy. And they are not giving some CSR money or some funding, but they are giving the good technical support. Third thing is you have mentioned here the safety audit. That is a very good safety audit, is a very important part of the destination, and hygiene audit also very important. Safety and hygiene audit is very important, and with the action plan. First we are taking an audit, and after that we make an action plan for the 5-year and 10-year. Next thing is the comprehensive media long-term plan. Media long-term plan, I am suggesting कि 5-year plan, 10-year plan, the government make the fixed plan for the media, and indigenous development through the TNTOs, our social media and OATs and other medias also. So we are planning for the Madhya Pradesh, the 40% plan for the traditional media system, print media, TATOs media and all, 30% social media and 20% OATs and 10% through the other medias. Next is using alternative energy sources. That is a very much important, alternative energy sources as the solar and other alternative energy sources. Next thing, one thing is a very important is a stakeholder promotion plan. The tourism, actually hospitality industry is not a total work of the government. That is stakeholder promotion plan is the very important. We select right stakeholder and give the plan for the first subsidy for the 40%, 30% for the making for the hotel and resort and other thing the activities also. So the stakeholder promotion plan is very important for any state for any development to the tourism destination. The process and policy is the more community friendly and community driven project, that is issues developed by the basis of the communities, and social inclusion also is included in your plan. And after the social inclusion, the very important the committee, and the committee is panchayat level committee or village level committee. After that, the making of federation, the cluster level federation or the state level federation is the very important. And partially 20%, 40% the work is transferred to committee or from the government department. And some of the new diversified tourism product. The tourism product is the very much new product is and the planning for the tourism based micro enterprise also. Yes, the completed. My side is complete. Thank you very much.
Well, very good presentations. Was one by our dynamic young tourism director, and the second one, of course, by the well-experienced father of responsible tourism. I think almost all points are covered, I think. I would like to mention few points just to add or give little importance to the points you already mentioned. One is we are talking always about the pollution, but I have not seen specifically we have not mentioned about the sound pollution. This is one of the great issue now happening for tourism. So I request to include specifically this sound pollution. Then about the responsibility of media, I am also a media person. So I'd like to say there is responsibility for the media not to hide certain facts. We should give certain informations. If it is required, we should definitely give, not to hide that. That is the responsibility of that responsibility also has to be considered. Of course, this waste management, we were talking, I think I am in this industry for 35 years. From the first year onwards, we are talking about waste management. But what the reality is, the whole waste is increasing everywhere. Maybe most of the countries, it is increasing. Of course, the new generation, school students and college students, the new generation, they are aware of this issue. They learn through social media and reading, and they learn. But the fact is, in many places, we cannot manage it. I'll come to a solution for that. That has to be give importance for that. Then, of course, we were mentioning about the local employment. This is also a very important factor of the responsible tourism. At the same time, what happens is, if there is no responsibility for politicians, local politicians, I'm sorry, we are doing a lot of responsible tourism activities everywhere, but I have an experience, In my place, almost 75 of the employees are local people. Local people. My neighboring institutions ask me, baby, why you are taking the local people? They will make strike, other issues, local issues, and all. No. Anyway, I manage because my style of managing is different. I manage. But the fact is, sometimes when we take local people for working, there is a tendency for them to do some kind of strikes and all. I'm sorry to say, people have to do a strike if it is necessary. But what I want to say is, in many cases, the responsibility of the politicians to to make a good atmosphere of tourism. That is also important. That point is responsibility of the politicians for better tourism. And another responsibility area which is not mentioned here, I don't know whether I say all this, it is a little different, that's why I'm telling. Responsibility of the religious institutions. This sound pollution mainly happening from the religious institutions and political parties. I'm very open to this because we are discussing about the tourism of a state or a country or globally. So so that means the religious institutions and the people managing the institutions, they also have responsibility to have better tourism atmosphere. And another thing is protecting the nature. We are always talking protecting the nature. Again, I'm not against religion, but I'm making a point again. In many places, what we see is, if there is sorry to say the word mosque or church or temple, see the nearby places, first of all, they will destroy the trees around, nature around, they will destroy. Not everybody, and not telling everybody. Second thing is what they do is they acquire the land nearby, the government land they acquire nearby. They spoil the beach. They make some kind of concessions. This is what's happening. I'm talking about the situation in Kerala or in India. It is almost controlled. But what I want to say, these two things are also very important responsibilities of the religious institution. Then, of course, the safety. When we talk about the safety, there are different kinds of safety. The director already mentioned, and both the declaration, it is there. But we should be specific to certain points, certain kind of safety, especially safety of the women. It is mentioned there, gender safety, but I want to say little specific. Safety of the women against sexual harassment. There are many incidents happened in many states of India, or many places happening, not only in India, other countries also is happening. So we should be little more safety, specific on that point. We should we should give some kind of action for that. That should be mentioned, I think. Then responsibility of the authorities. See, whatever declarations we do, whatever laws we make, if it is not being well implemented, if the authorities who are responsible to implement the laws, if it is not being done, there is no meaning in it. This is what really happening. Many years we are discussing many points, but it is very slow. The result is very slow. It's because many implementation of the laws or rules are not happening properly. The last point I want to say is this also I'm telling just to give a little emphasis about the usage of alternative energy. We can say, since we are talking about responsible tourism, we can say in our declaration we can put use eco-friendly vehicles, electrical or solar tourism vehicles. Maximum tourism vehicles should be electrical or alternative energy vehicles. This also has to be added, I think. These are the few points I would like to mention. Thank you very much.
So now this is the time for your comments from the delegates. So please make it brief, and those who are not interested to speak, they can write and give to the dais.
Can I just clarify this, that the last pages is a done deal. They're already signed. It's signed on Magna Carta Island. So just to say that, that needed to be clarified so that people do not think they need to dwell too much on it.
I think that is very clear for the audience and delegates. It is already signed and declared for Magna Carta, so there is no.
Maybe Harold is better to clarify this, but you had the Cape Town Declaration, which was global. And then we upgraded that, and that was signed, that was the Magna Carta, signed at Magna Carta. So not to confuse the two, what we are dealing with is more the Kerala Declaration, I think, more than the one that was already signed in Magna Carta.
Yeah, we are trying to include Magna Carta Declaration as part of this global declaration of RT, but we are not trying to replicate anything from other places. We at the first time, when after the declaration of Cape Town, we had a conference in Kerala on the basis of Cape Town Declaration, and the same thing is happening now also. I think it is very clear. So we are trying to include everything. Magna Carta Declaration is, it is clearly mentioned in the program that Magna Carta Declaration will be included. That is not for discussion, it is already included there. We are asking your help, we are requesting the help to support us to develop it more democratic way. That will not happen probably in any other part of the world, I think. Signing an MOU and declaring it as part of any conference is not so good. So we are trying to take comments from the community, the industry stakeholders, and all the delegates. So please.
Yeah, Rupesh ji.
Okay.
Yeah, I am Sanjeev Sarangi from Indian Grameen Services. So first of all, congratulations for setting your own milestones and breaking your own milestones. So I have few suggestions. You may take it for the rephrasing the declaration. Definitely, I'm sure that declaration will be complemented with the background, the how part, which many of people are already said. So you talked about the disability and inclusion. So for me, it could be a diversity and inclusion, because disability is not about inclusion, because the declaration is silent about youth, which is the democratic dividend, and many things already suggested for the micro enterprise. So I can see that you can effectively use the youth to create the local circular economy that will also respond that the resilience building, because pandemic already taught us many things and tourism sector was worst affected. So if you see the waste management or the sustainable production and consumption, that is the food system, and also many micro enterprise which is tourism linked can be set up in a very small way, so that the youth will be engaged effectively, and that will actually build resilience in the community. And you were talking about the waste management, that is from the perspective of the 3R, that is the reduce, reuse, and recycle. But this charter can talk about refuge. That will actually restrict many things. And also upcycle. You can also think about upcycling of the waste, which is possible, and where youth can be a driver to set off those kind of upcycling and also many other related waste management value chains. And the charter is not talking about any technology. That is silent about the technology. We can actually include technology as a driver to ensure the responsible tourism as a mean to achieve what Kerala is doing. And last but least, about the climate action. I can see that the climate action is not about the mitigation, but about the adaptation. You can also think about how to prepare the local community to adapt and also coping. At the same time, the youths can be used as a barefoot disaster management warriors, so that they can actually effectively manage those kind of disasters, because pandemic or any other disasters will be a reality and there will be massive. So for that, how the community are actually coping with and ready for those future disasters can be included in the declaration. Thank you so much.
Hello. It is working. I just want to confirm that what the gentleman just said I agree with completely, so I would recommend that you, on the principles of intent, add climate change adaptation. Coming from Australia, where we've had major problems from extreme weather events, and you are susceptible to flooding and heavy rains that destroy plantations and buildings. You need to consider that. Waste prevention should be down there to eliminate the potential of waste in certain areas, and applying responsible technology so you can monitor. Those things need to be added. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Swami. This is to benefit of the audience. I'm representing Kerala Travel Mart. I'm also a tour operator, president. Since the question of, I think, adopting this MOU is what we are discussing, a lot of suggestions came. Just to tell how it's supported, as you have already had, I thought I should add this very important. You have a gentleman, Mr. Jose Dominic, who has been a creator of recycling of when they said, how do you do the bamboo? So he's made many houses. You have Gopi, who is a tour operator, who is running a very responsible. Baby Matthew is here, who had done infrastructure. So the responsible tourism was already there in Kerala at the time tourism started. It is a good that mission came, because I was also part of this 2008. We still, just to share, that time the badge itself to look different was with the pin it was given. I think Rupesh will remember. Now it looks, the responsibility is given much more. So what I mean is, when the government is part of it, Rupesh also goes to the place, educates the institutions. Then he comes to respective tour operators, hoteliers, explains what they have done. We have also given an inspection trip. A lot of thought process goes. And as you rightly said, we are fortunate because we used to handle a lot of foreign clients who have a lot of limitation in their country. Let me use that word. We think they have abundance, but we have everything abundant, so we don't know that value. So educating the tourist becomes a process. There's a covering letter given by us. Hotels are giving us a message. So changing the tourist Indian mindset is going to take longer period. The new gen, and as well as what he said, new gen, and these people, when they come to the new project implementation, these things will change. So what I mean, finally, one conclusion, industry, as all the people involved in tour operation and as well as in hotel tourism are also proactive to this. There will also be mass movement, we cannot avoid it, but carrying capacity of Kerala, you can easily feel it, because the moment the number of people are more, you can feel, it takes 20 minutes to take a photo of one houseboat. Today, in 20 minutes, you cannot take a houseboat of one houseboat. So that will happen, but we are here to make sure to support the best. As a private PPP model is there, we are always with the director and association. They are with us for any conclusion. Just for the benefit of the audience, I want to say this. Thank you very much.
My name is Anup. I'm from Wayanad Tourism Organization. We are a consortium of property owners, from homestays to resorts to 5-star. The objective of Wayanad Tourism Organization is to promote destination. Having said that, I want to bring your attention to tourism destinations. Most mass tourism destinations are controlled by the government or government-related organizations, institutions. Let me give you an example of hydel tourism is generally run by the electricity board. The lakes and other catchment area is run by water authority or irrigation department. Wildlife safaris are done by forest department. And then the pilgrim destinations. Now, what I'm trying to say is these destinations, all these destinations, institutions should be bought under RT, because they do not provide basic toilets. There are no restrooms. There are no creches. Even if they are provided, they are maintained very poorly. They generally don't have enough ample parking. So people tend to park onto the roadside, disrupting local community, their commutes. And again, what happens here is they being government institutions, the local body cannot tax them. So the tickets and the revenue generated by these institutions do not go to the local community or the panchayats. And the panchayat or the tourism department in what they're doing. So I think they should be brought under the ambit of RT and all other tourism regulations.
I just have 3 points to refer. I'm Joy 3 representing Equitable Tourism Options Equations. One is taking from the Cape Town Declaration, if you can bring back the intent that we had there on combating any form of child exploitation in travel and tourism would be good. That has gone missing in the Magna Carta as well as in this particular declaration, so would be good to have that. In the declaration now of 2023, there's a mention of climate change, but it is focusing on only heritage and architecture. If you can make it broader, because it is not only about heritage buildings, it's also about what's happening across the country. So maybe that clause could be extended to cover climate justice in tourism rather than looking at only at heritage. Third point in the gender inclusive tourism, a clause we have at this point of time, there's a mention of safety, there's a mention of participation. We would really like to see decision making coming much more clearly into that clause, so it is not just in the level of participation. So these are 3 things we would like to see there. Thanks.
I just would like to add one point here. Many of you are giving very good suggestions which even we never discussed or even we thought about. So one thing, even if we are speaking here, one thing probably you could do is like just scribble down these points and give it over here so that we don't want to miss out on any valid point which you want to mention here. Thank you.
I'm Adman, a research scholar from the Department of Tourism, Jamia Millia Islamia, New Delhi. Fortunately, I have studied and researched well in Kumarakom as well as in Thekedi as well as in Kovalam. These were the 3 of the 4 pilot destinations of responsible tourism. And as I have analyzed my data from these 3 destinations, I am sharing some findings with respect to this charter. As one of the sir has already mentioned that youth, as per my findings, youth is not taking so much of interest in terms of executing and getting involved in the tourism in almost all the 3 destinations which I mentioned, that is Kumarakom, Kovalam and Thekedi. And in Kumarakom, if we talk about, there are no restroom for the tourist, except from the Kavanatinkara, no sitting spaces. So we can plan in that manner also with the support of the industry, stakeholders, and as well as with the support of the government. And we can have some plans on rotational basis with respect to the waste management with the help of the stakeholders. We can identify the areas just apart from the Harita Karma Sena and the RT mission. Stakeholders can also contribute in that sense, the waste of the houseboats, and we can also identify some areas in terms of the climate change. As Baby Matthew sir rightly mentioned about the Kovalam and various aspects, I would like to take one aspect, that the quality of the beach is really deteriorating. If we can imagine and we can study the researches which are happening, that after 10-15 years, there would be very less, maybe 5-6 feet beach space. So we can think and plan how we are going to address in future and the problems associated with the climate change. Thank you.
Yeah. My name is Dr. Rebu. I am representing Veliambadi
Resort Association. Just I want to point out some, with my friend who came from Wayanad, has pointed out many things about hill stations. Especially in Kerala, all hill stations are suffering the points which my friend has told. That is, most of the places is under the control of different departments, whether it may be water authority or forest department. There is no basic amenities are not provided there. Especially when I speak about Nelliyambadi, in a weekend, more than around 2,000 tourists are arriving in Nelliyambadi, but there is no basic facilities like washrooms or any basic amenities are not there. So I request the responsible tourism, the tourism department, to have a discussion with the other department and be a umbrella connecting all the departments to arrange facilities for the tourists visiting especially the hill stations. Hill stations issues is very much concerned. So I take this opportunity to bring to your notice about the issues facing in the hill stations. So I request the responsible tourism department or the RT mission to coordinate the other departments and to be an umbrella in coordinating the facilities. Thank you.
Good evening all. My name is Arjun. I represent Nilambur Tourism Organization. Nilambur is being promoted as a new destination towards the northern part of Kerala. Like my friends from Wayanad and Sir told, even we face the same issues. Like, as you know, most of them will be knowing, Nilambur is basically known for the forest things. So there is a close interaction with the forest department, the local bodies, and even RT mission also, if they can play the role, especially for the infrastructure development like forest trekking and all. The forest has technically given sanction for a particular area to be in Nilambur to be given to be taken as an eco-friendly tourism spot inside the forest. But at the same time, there should be an infrastructural development for the parking, toilets, etc. to be developed, which could be a participation with the local bodies as well as the private entrepreneurs. So if RT Mission plays an important role in coordinating all these things with the forest department as well as the local bodies, it would be really great. Thank you.
So we are concluding the session now. All the delegates, those who are interested to submit or suggest something, please write and share it with the responsible tourism mission team and Department of Tourism team. We will start our cultural experience program around 8 p.m. nearby the resort. We just arranged one mini Puram without elephant because elephant procession is not the part of responsible tourism. Okay, so thank you all for cooperating us to be part of this, the first day discussions of Global Responsible Tourism Summit. We will start our session by 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. Please join with us and be productive as part of this Global Responsible Tourism Summit. Thank you all. Thank you.